ile sitting ya nini ilifanyika ni gani? Good morning. Welcome to this live broadcast. This is a special sitting of the Special Senate Committee that was established or that was set up by the Senate to hear the impeachment proceedings of Meru Governor Kawira Mwangaza by the Meru County Assembly. This live broadcast is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in partnership with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. This is the first sitting of the special committee. And according to today's program, this inaugural sitting is supposed to start from 10 this morning. As you can see already at the Senate chambers, this hearing will be taking place at the Senate chambers. And already at the Senate chambers, as you can see, there are various members of this special committee that have already arrived in the chambers. Meru Governor Kawira Mwangaza is also around. Just to take a look at the members that comprise the 11-member committee. It is a committee that is chaired by the Kakamega Senator, who is also the Senate Majority Chief Whip, Boni Halwale. And in the list of the members who are in this committee, there is the Senator for Uasin Gishu, Honorable Jackson Mandago. There is the Senator for Kiambu County, Honorable Karungo Thangwa. Nominated Senator Esther Okenyuri. There is also the Senator for Mandera, Honorable Roba Ali Ibrahim. The chair of this committee, Kakamega Senator Boni Halwale. Nominated Senator Honorable Peris Tobiko. Lamu Senator Honorable Joseph Githuku Kamau. Nairobi County Senator Edwin Sifuna. There is also Machakos County Senator Agnes Muthama. Honorable Eddie Gishuru, who is a nominated senator. And there is also nominated Senator Jones Mwaura. It is a special committee that was established by the Senate to hear the impeachment proceedings of the Meru Governor, Kawira Mwangaza, which it's a motion that was forwarded to the Senate by the Meru County Assembly on the 15th of December. And that set the pace for the Senate to take the mandate, which is into their hands already. As you can see, the chair of this committee, Honorable Boni Halwale, has arrived. Other members are also following right behind him. Senator Ali Roba, Senator Karungo Thangwa have just walked in. As you can see, Senator Edwin Sifuna are in the chambers. According to the program, this special sitting will start or was to start at 10. And in the program of today's sitting or this inaugural sitting is that they will start with, of course, salutations and then, of course, introduction of members of the special committee and, of course, introduction of members representing County Assembly and their council, if any. As you can see, I think the proceedings have begun. I will hand you over for this live broadcast. Good morning. My name is Kamchemenza.
Kenya. twakuomba utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki, njia ya uaminifu, ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na hari ya nchi hii yetu na ya wale ambao haja zao umesikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amina. Good morning, everyone. At this special sitting on the matter of impeachment of the governor of Meru, Her Excellency Nyawira Mwangasa, shall now begin. I welcome all of you, and it's my pleasure to introduce members of this Senate who are in this committee, and I allow each and every one of them to take the mic and introduce herself or himself. I'll start from my farthest right, the senator nominated senator from Narok.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Peris Tobiko, nominated senator and a member of the Select Committee. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Edwin Sifuna, Senator of Nairobi and a member of this committee.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Karongo Wadhangwa, Senator Kiambu, and a member of this committee.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Eddie Gisheru Okech, Senator for Migori County, and a member of this committee.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Joseph Iduku Kamau, Senator Lamu County, a member of this committee.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Okenyuri Esther, nominated senator and a member of this committee.
Good morning, all. My name is Jones Maruma, Senator for Taita Taveta, member of this committee.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ali Ibrahim Roba, Senator, Mandera County, member of this committee.
Good morning, all. My name is Agnes Kavindu Mudhama, Machakos County Senator. I'm the Vice Chair of this committee.
Thank you. I now want to invite members representing the County Assembly of Meru. If you could introduce yourselves along with your council.
Chair, before you invite, friend of the committee.
Order.
Yes.
Order, member. Order.
Yeah.
Order. Proceed.
Honorable Chair and Senators, my name is Mudhomi Vienkolu. I am the lead counsel for the County Assembly, and appearing with me are Mrs. Sheikh Abdikadir, Jacob Ngwele, Boniface Mawira, Eric Muriuki, Benson Kinyua, Lidan Kirote, and Baptista Muriki.
Thank you. I now invite the governor and her council, if any, to introduce herself or themselves. Yes.
Good morning, all. My name is Kawira Mwangaza, Governor Meru County.
Honorable Chairman, honorable members of the committee, my name is Manasseh Mwangi. I'm the lead counsel for the governor's legal team. I appear together with Mr. Elias Musuma and Mr. Mutebei Robert, who is the investigative counsel. Thank you.
Is that all? Yes. Very good. During the introduction, I would like to assure the public that this is an open forum. The parties that have introduced themselves, including the special committee, are the ones who are mandated by law and by the Constitution, other than the witnesses, to address this plenary. Otherwise, all other members of the public, you are free to take your seats in the gallery. And all members of the National Assembly and members of this Senate, you are free to take a seat in this chamber, any seat that will be available. However, a member of the National Assembly who has taken a seat in this chamber and a member of the Senate who will have taken a seat in this chamber, you will sit and maintain your silence throughout the proceedings. Thank you very much. Honorable members, senators, ladies and gentlemen, the Special Committee on the proposed removal from office of the Governor of Meru County was established on Tuesday, 20th of December, 2022, by a resolution of the Senate. The Special Committee is provided for under Section 33, subsection 3B of the County Government Act 2012 and Standing Order number 80, 1B, Roman 1 of the Senate Standing Orders, under Section 33, subsection 4 of the County Governments Act 2012 and Standing Order number 82 of the Senate Standing Orders Special Committee, which is required to A, investigate the matter and report to the Senate within 10 days whether it finds the particulars of the allegations against the governor to have been substantiated. Honorable Senators, ladies and gentlemen, as the Honorable Speaker of the Senate observed in his communication to the Senate, made on Tuesday, 20th December 2022, the hearing of judges for proposed removal from office of the governor is one of the most important functions of the Senate under the Constitution. I therefore urge you all to exercise the highest level of responsibility and circumspection on this matter. Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, by way of the status update, the clerk of the Senate issued invitation to appear to the parties on Wednesday, the 21st December, 2022. On Saturday, the 24th of December, 2022, the Office of the Clerk of the Senate received a response to the invitation to appear from the Meru County Governor, stating that the governor would appear in person and by advocates. Governor, you're welcome. Similarly, on the same date, Saturday, 24th December 2022, the Office of the Clerk of the Senate received a response to the invitation to appear from the Speaker of the County Assembly of Meru, designating 3 members of the County Assembly to attend and appear before the Senate on behalf of the County Assembly of Meru and the advocates for the County Assembly. Honorable MCS, your councils, you're most welcome. The Special Committee wishes to emphasize that it's cognizant of the gravity of this matter, with which we are now seized, and that it has accorded all parties to these proceedings the right to be heard and shall accord the parties a fair hearing. I urge all honorable senators and parties to this matter to desist from discussing the matter while it is still actively before the committee and the Senate, and to allow the constitutional and legal process to take their course. The Special Committee hereby restates its commitment to ensuring fair and just process that is founded on the law. The Special Committee, in making this decision, shall be guided by the law and by the evidence that will be adduced by the parties. Honorable Senators, ladies and gentlemen, it is important to observe the strict 10-day timeline attached to the discharge of the mandate of this Special Committee. The Special Committee shall, in the conduct of this hearing, be guided by the rules of procedure set out in the 3rd schedule of the Senate Standing Orders. These rules were served on the parties to these proceedings together with the invitations to appear before this committee. I thank you all. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I now want to refer you to the hearing program, which is before you. I'll not waste time by walking through the program. Since you are served with a copy, we will proceed in those strict timelines. The first item that we want to discharge is I want to invite Her Excellency, the Governor of Meru, to rise. The charges are going to be read to you. And at the end of each charge, Your Excellency, you will have to plead. Why is that noise? It will continue like that. How long? How long? Because we have to wait for the governor to hear the judges properly. How long is it going to take? Very well. I think that technology, so Your Excellency, I believe that your council has advised you on what it means to plead and how to plead, and also cautioned you that from now onwards, anything you say will be used in these proceedings. I now invite Dr. Okello to read out the charges. Dr. Okello.
Charges against Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, the County Governor, Meru County. Charge number 1, nepotism, illegal appointments, unlawful dismissals, and usurpation of the constitutional and statutory functions of county organs. Ground 1, appointment of husband to county offices. On or around 30th September 2022, the governor engaged in 1, gross misconduct, 2, grossly violated Articles 10, 232, 235, and 236 of the Constitution, 3, grossly violated Section 17 of the Public Officer Ethics Act, 4, grossly violated Sections 55, 59, 59A, 60, 62, 63, 64, and 65 of the County Governments Act. 5, grossly violated Section 6 and 11 of the Meru County Youth Service Act 2018, and grossly violated Section 4 of the Public Appointments County Assemblies Approval Act 2017 by A, appointing her husband to the non-existent position of the patron of the Meru Youth Service before conducting a transparent and competitive recruitment process. B, appointing a husband to the non-existent position of the Meru Hustlers Ambassador before conducting a transparent and competitive recruitment process. C, disregarding the criteria for the establishment of offices within the county public service. D, failing to submit her husband's name for approval by the Assembly before making the impugned appointments. E, reappointing Rufus Miriti as the County Secretary without the approval of the Assembly. F, appointing the following unqualified persons to hold county offices without undertaking a transparent and competitive recruitment process. Roman 1, Munene Samaritan as Director of Special Programs. Roman 2, Ernest Mutembei as Director, Monitoring and Evaluation. Roman 3, Henry Muzungu as Director of Administration. And G, Hilary Sandy as Director of Communications. H, usurping or trashing the constitutional and statutory functions of the Assembly, the Meru County Public Service Board, the Meru County Youth Service Board, the Meru County Service Board. Ground number 2, roadside appointment of county workers at Timau. On or around 22nd September 2022, the governor grossly violated 1, Articles 10, 232, 235, and 236 of the Constitution, and 2, grossly violated Sections 55, 59, 50A, 60, 62, 63, 64, and 65 of the County Governments Act by A, appointing firefighters at a public rally at Timau in misguided and sustainable populism before conducting a transparent and competitive recruitment process. B, subjecting potential applicants for county jobs to public humiliation by converting the crowd at the public rally as the advertising, recruiting, shortlisting, and appointing authority. And C, usurping and trashing exclusive constitutional and statutory mandates under functions of the Meru County Public Service Board. Ground 3, roadside appointment of county workers at Nkobo. On or around 9 September 2022, the governor engaged in 1, gross misconduct, 2, gross violation of 1, Articles 10, 232, 235, and 236 of the Constitution, and 3, gross violation of sections 55, 59, 59A, 60, 62, 63, 64, and 65 of the County Governments Act by A, appointing market guards at a public rally at Nkobo in misguided and sustainable populism before conducting a transparent and competitive recruitment process, and B, usurping the exclusive constitutional and statutory mandates of the Meru County Public Service Board. Ground number 4, roadside appointment of county workers at Kianjai. On or around 9 September 2022, the governor engaged in 1, gross misconduct, 2, gross violation of Articles 10, 232, 235, and 236 of the Constitution, and 3, gross violation of sections 55, 59, 59A, 60, 62, 63, 64, and 65 of the County Governments Act by A, illegally directing ward and sub-county administrators to employ sweepers and market guards at a public rally in Kianjai in misguided and sustainable populism before conducting a transparent and competitive recruitment process, and B, directing ward and sub-county administrators to usurp exclusive constitutional and statutory functions and mandates of the Meru County Public Service Board. Ground 5, illegal committee on the Meru municipality. On or around 21st October 2022, the governor 1, grossly violated Articles 10, 232, 235, and 236 of the Constitution. 2, grossly violated Sections 12, 14, 15, and 20 of the Urban Areas and Cities Act. And 3, grossly violated the charter establishing Meru Municipality by A, illegally appointing a committee to manage Meru municipality affairs at a public rally at Kinoru, yet the function is vested in the Meru Municipality Board. B, directing the aforesaid illegal committee to usurp the functions of the Meru Municipal Board. C, usurping the functions of the Meru County Public Service Board. And D, trashing the procedures for the appointment of county public officers. And E, spewing hate speech against the G4S company. Honorable Governor, for first charge, you plead guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Charge number 2, incitement, bullying, vilification, and misleading campaigns against other leaders.
Not guilty.
Not yet?
Not
Honorable
guilty.
Governor, just hold. I'll alert you when to plead. So, charge number 2, incitement, bullying, vilification, and misleading campaigns against other leaders. The governor has 1, grossly violated Articles 10, 73, and 75 of the Constitution. 2, grossly violated Section 19 of the Public Officer Ethics Act. 3, grossly violated Sections 29 and 34 of the Leadership and Integrity Act, and 4, repeatedly engaged in gross misconduct by A, holding public vilification, incitement, and humiliation rallies against members of the County Assembly and other elected leaders, B, falsely accusing members of the Assembly and other elected leaders of cartelism, blackmail, greed, corruption, and intimidation, C, holding public vilification, incitement, and humiliation rallies against the Catholic Church and the Catholic clergy, and D, inciting the public against members of the Assembly and other elected leaders while knowing that such conduct can easily trigger violent reactions and cause serious breaches of the peace. Ground number 2, humiliation of the minority leader. On or about 24th October 2022, the Governor, 1, grossly violated Articles 10, 73, and 75 of the Constitution. 2, grossly violated Section 19 of the Public Officer Ethics Act. 3, grossly violated Sections 29 and 34 of the Leadership and Integrity Act. And 4, engaged in gross misconduct by A, bullying and inciting the public against the minority leader and the member of Assembly for Akithi Ward, Honorable Mwenda Ithili, the minority leader, at a public rally held at Mwerenkanga. B, requiring the minority leader to make a public apology for unknown and undisclosed wrongs at the public rally held at Mwerenkanga. C, violently grabbing a microphone from the minority leader at the public rally held at Mwerenkanga. D, offering to protect the minority leader against the Speaker of the Assembly from unknown and undisclosed dangers. And E, falsely accusing the members of the Assembly and other elected leaders of cartelism, blackmail, greed, corruption, and intimidation. Ground 3 of Charge 2, vilification of the minority chief whip and other leaders. On or around 25th October 2022, the Governor, 1, grossly violated Articles 10, 73, and 75 of the Constitution. 2, grossly violated Section 19 of the Public Officer Ethics Act. 3, grossly violated Sections 29 and 34 of the Leadership and Integrity Act. And 4, engaged in gross misconduct by A, inciting the public against the minority whip and the member of Assembly for Abogeta West Ward, Honorable Dennis Kiogora, DMK, the minority whip, at a public rally held at Ngogo in Abogeta West Ward. B, falsely accusing the minority whip of stoning her. And C, falsely accusing the members of the Assembly and other elected leaders of cartelism, blackmail, greed, corruption, and intimidation. Ground 4 of Charge 2, vilification of the Senator of Meru County. On or around 12 September 2022, the Governor, 1, grossly violated Articles 10, 73, and 75 of the Constitution. 2, grossly violated Section 19 of the Public Officer Ethics Act. 3, grossly violated Sections 29 and 34 of the Leadership and Integrity Act. And 4, engaged in gross misconduct by A, inciting the public against the Senator of Meru County, Honorable Kathuri Murungi, the Senator, at a public rally held at Lare in Tunene Ward. B, falsely accusing the Senator of demanding a share of county government appointments. C, falsely accusing the Senator of antagonizing and creating a wedge between the Governor and the President of the Republic of Kenya. D, falsely accusing the Senator of cartelism, blackmail, greed, corruption, and intimidation. Ground 5 of Charge 2, vilification of the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture. On or around 12 September 2022, the Governor, 1, grossly violated Articles 10, 73, and 75 of the Constitution. 2, grossly violated Section 19 of the Public Officer Ethics Act. 3, grossly violated Sections 29 and 34 of the Leadership and Integrity Act. And 4, engage in gross misconduct by A, bullying and inciting the public against the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture, Honorable Franklin Mithika Linturi, the Cabinet Secretary, at a public rally held at Lare in Tunene Ward. B, falsely accusing the Cabinet Secretary of demanding a share of the county government appointments. C, falsely accusing the Cabinet Secretary of antagonizing and creating a wedge between the Governor and the President of the Republic of Kenya. And D, falsely accusing the Cabinet Secretary of cartelism, blackmail, greed, corruption, and intimidation. Ground 6 of count 2, on or around the 9th November 2022, or rather vilification of the MP for Tigania East constituency. On or around the 9th November 2022, the Governor and her husband, 1, grossly violated Articles 10, 73, and 75 of the Constitution. 2, grossly violated Section 19 of the Public Officer Ethics Act. 3, grossly violated Sections 29 and 34 of the Leadership and Integrity Act. And 4, engage in gross misconduct by A, inciting the public against the Member of Parliament for Tigania East constituency, Honorable Mpuri Aburi, the MP for Tigania East, at a public rally held at Mbaranga in Karama Ward. B, falsely accusing the MP for Tigania East of demanding that the Governor appoint the MP's wife as a county executive committee member. C, falsely accusing the MP for Tigania East of demanding that the Governor pre-qualifies his 12 companies for the award of county tenders. D, falsely accusing the MP for Tigania East of presenting fake pending bills for payment by the county government. And E, falsely accusing the MP for Tigania East of cartelism, blackmail, greed, corruption, and intimidation. Count 7 of Charge 2, vilification of the Catholic Church and clergy. On or around 17th October 2022, the Governor, 1, grossly violated Articles 10, 73, and 75 of the Constitution. 2, grossly violated Section 19 of the Public Officer Ethics Act. 3, grossly violated Sections 29 and 34 of the Leadership and Integrity Act. And 4, engage in gross misconduct by A, inciting the public against the Roman Catholic Church and the Bishop of the Catholic Diocese of Meru, Mr. Celestius Mugambi, at a public rally held at the former Igoji Boys Secondary School. B, falsely accusing the Catholic Church of grabbing public land. C, falsely accusing the Catholic Church of cartelism, blackmail, greed, corruption, and intimidation. D, conducting a mock public prayer to demean and humiliate the Catholic Church and Catholic clergy. And E, inciting the public against religious leaders while knowing that such conduct can easily trigger violent reactions and pose a serious breach of the peace. Honorable Governor, do you plead guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Charge 3, forceful entry into the assembly precincts and mobilization of unlawful riots against members of the assembly. On or around 19th October 2022, the Governor and her husband, 1, grossly violated Articles 10, 73, and 75 of the Constitution. 2, grossly violated Sections 5 and 7 of the County Assembly's Powers and Privileges Act 2017. And 3, engaged in gross misconduct by A, forcefully entering the precincts of the Assembly, B, falsely accusing members of the Assembly and other elected leaders of cartelism, blackmail, greed, corruption, and intimidation. C, organizing a violent demonstration against the members of the Assembly at the Assembly precincts. And D, addressing a riotous crowd at the precincts of the Assembly. Honorable Governor, to that charge, do you plead guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Charge 4, violation of the public finance management laws. On or around 6 September 2022, the Governor, 1, grossly violated Articles 201 and 207(1) of the Constitution. 2, grossly violated Sections 159 of the Public Finance Management Act 2022. 3, grossly violated Sections 12 and 24 of the Public Officer Ethics Act. 4, grossly violated Sections 16 and 35 of the Leadership and Integrity Act. 5, engaged in gross abuse of office by A, directing the Meru Teaching and Referral Hospital to spend all revenue at source, whereas all monies raised or received by or on behalf of the county should be paid into the county revenue fund. B, issuing waivers on fees at the Meru Teaching and Referral Hospital, whereas the County Executive Committee member for Finance is the only person legally empowered to grant such waivers. And C, directing county government officers to participate in furthering and advancing the interests of Baite TV, a media station owned by Mwangaza Advertising Limited, a private company owned by the Governor through her close proxies and relatives. Honorable Governor, to that charge, do you plead guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
The last charge, misconduct relating to nomination of County Executive Committee members. On or around the 8th day of November 2022, the Governor engaged in 1, gross misconduct, 2, grossly violated Articles 10, 73, and 75 of the Constitution, 3, grossly violated Section 10(1) of the Public Appointments, County Assemblies Approval Act 2017, and 4, grossly violated Sections 3, 4, 10, and 11 of the Meru County Retention Enhancement Fund Act 2016 by A, vilifying members of the Assembly for refusing to approve some County Executive Committee nominees at a public rally held at Kiangoe in Igoji West Ward. B, falsely accusing members of the Assembly of shortchanging Kasti Misheni and other nominees for the appointment to the CEC. C, illegally instructing Kasti Misheni to usurp the statutory functions of the Igoji West Ward Retention Enhancement Fund Committee by identifying the persons that would benefit from county bursary funds. D, failing to submit names of other candidates to the County Assembly for approval for appointment to the CEC after the Assembly rejected some nominees. E, reorganizing her government to 6 departments and 3 CEC members after the rejection of some nominees instead of submitting names of other candidates to the County Assembly for approval. And F, swearing to appoint to her government and actively work with the losers of the 2022 county elections instead of duly electing MCAs to star wrangles within the Assembly. Honorable Governor, do you plead guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Chair and members, this is a verbatim recital of the charges as presented by the County Assembly.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, we thank you. You may now resume your seat. You be seated. Thank you very much. Honorable members, before we start listening to evidence, I would like us to do a bit of housekeeping. There might be preliminary issues that parties would wish to raise. This is the time. I therefore want to invite the County Assembly of Meru to raise preliminary issues, if any.
Honorable Chair and members, on behalf of the Assembly, we have no preliminary issue. We shall crave your leave to address any if they are raised by the other side.
is granted. I now invite the Governor of Meru to raise preliminary issues, if any.
Thank you, Chairman. We have one preliminary issue by way of housekeeping. We were served with a motion of impeachment together with the witness statements. We discovered that some of the witness statements that were served on us at the Senate hearing were not part of the witness statements that featured before the County Assembly. It therefore became necessary, and to redeem time, we elected to, one, file a supplementary affidavit, which we have already filed and served on our counterparts. They have not raised any objection to our filing, so that to bring into perspective the case of the governor of Meru County. The other issue, we realized that in the bundle of the documents supporting the response of the governor, we had omitted 3 affidavits, which we have already supplied by way of the supplementary affidavit I've referred to. This is the supplementary affidavit sworn on 26th of December, 2022. It was sworn by one Harrison Gatombu. Honorable Chairman, I would crave the leave of this court that you allow us to file that supplementary affidavit outside the stipulated time that was stipulated in our invitation, and the already filed and served supplementary affidavit to be deemed as properly filed and served. And Your Honorable Chairman, we are not going to dislocate any part of the hearing by allowing that supplementary affidavit, and we are not going to inconvenience this committee or our counterpart. We pray, Honorable Chairman, to allow us to admit that supplementary affidavit.
Thank you.
Chairman, I kindly seek you allow my learned friend, Mr. Mutuma, to raise something.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Additionally, we also realized that while we were trying to beat the deadline, we omitted to include one video that forms part of our record and evidence. That video is mentioned in our affidavit, but it was omitted. It was not uploaded in the flash disk. We have already supplied it through email to council representing a county assembly. We have also shared the same with the secretariat. We beg that the same be admitted, and we are allowed to use the same. Thank you.
Welcome. Very well. Now, County Assembly, you've heard. Do you have anything to say?
Yes, Honorable Chair and Senators, we strenuously oppose that request because what they are trying to do is to bring evidence by way of ambush. The rules of this House are very clear. They were given an opportunity to file those documents. Why it is an ambush, Chair, they are asking you to allow them to put in 4 affidavits, 5 videos, and 3 exhibits. Why it is an ambush is we will spend the whole of today before you, and tomorrow is their day. When shall we have the time to study that additional material, and if necessary, file our response to it? So our ground number 1 for objection, Chair, is that it is an ambush. Number 2, ordinarily, because there is a quasi-judicial procedure, a party seeking to introduce new material must persuade you that the material in question could not, with due diligence, have been filed within the time given. And time permitting, I will show you why all the material they now seek to bring after the horse has bolted was material within their possession. It was material which, with due diligence, they would have brought in within the timelines. We are also telling you they have not been diligent, because on the record before you, this additional material, together with the material they have already placed before you within the time, is material that ought to have been placed in the first instance before the county assembly. On the record, the governor was given 7 days to file a response before the county assembly. She did not avail herself of that opportunity. So that as we speak, Chair, even the material filed on time, we are seeing it for the first time when, under the rules, that material ought to have been placed before the county assembly. It was not. Number 4, we are hoping we will persuade you that even when you read the proposed new material on its face, there is nothing in it that would justify the request now being made. And our 5th objection is that this is part of the ploy, Chair, knowing how packed and time-bound these proceedings are, to eat into so much of today's time through preliminary issues, knowing very well, of course, that the time to be eaten is the one my team would normally use. Chair, why do we raise all these things? They tell you casually, they sent these things by email. What they don't tell you is that that email was sent at 5:24 p.m. yesterday. Yesterday was Boxing Day, but even if it were a working day, 5:24 p.m. As a matter of fact, Chair, we have only seen that email today morning while wrapping our bundles to come to today's session. And when we saw it, Chair, among the 5 things they're asking you to, one of the things we hope you'll note if you're familiar with the documents they ought to introduce, is that they are telling you in their proposed additional affidavit by Gatobu Mudhuri at paragraph 4, that these videos that they propose to introduce, they are videos they have edited. They tell you that in paragraph number 4, number 7, number 8, number 9, and number 10. He's telling you, I edited these videos by adding captions, and he's also admitting to you that the same captions he put are erroneous. That's why now he needs to put correct captions. The question, Chair, is, based on that deposition where the person requesting is already admitting to you in black and white that the reason they want to bring this new evidence is because they edited the videos they brought to you within time. So for that reason, Chair, we say that affidavit by Patrick Gatobu could not be admissible. There is another one by Harrison Gatobu. These are 2 Gatobus, Chair. It's a different person. One is Harrison, the other one is Patrick. He's telling you, when you read his affidavit, that he is the chief of staff of the governor, and that he is aware of all the allegations under charge number 1. Is aware of the circumstances, and therefore, he should be allowed to put in this additional affidavit. Chair, I urge you, like everyone in the room, to know that the person who would be competent to speak to county appointments is not the governor's chief of staff. It is the secretary of the county public service board. Failing that, it will be the county secretary. So the man now purporting to ask you to introduce additional evidence by way of an affidavit is not the man in law who is qualified to speak to the matters he proposes to speak to. And of course, he goes on to tell you many other things. He tells you some documents were inadvertently omitted and whatnot and whatnot. Chair, if you go to that affidavit they propose to put, it is by a gentleman called Edward Bundi Geoffrey. They are telling you the reason they want to put this document is because this gentleman put before you an affidavit that was not signed, an affidavit that was not commissioned by a commissioner for oaths, and because he forgot to do that, which is lack of due diligence, he's asking you, the committee should allow him. They have a further affidavit by a gentleman called Samuel Mwenda, same reasons, no ground given. The annexures they propose to put you, one of them is an annexure about an invitation letter, which is already in the governor's response as filed. So we don't know, and in any event, this annexure should have been put before the county assembly in the first instance. They had their whole 7 days to do that. They chose not to. Lastly, they propose to put before you a document that is 9 pages, which is the speech given by the governor on 19th October 2022. 19 October 2022 was about 6 weeks before the impeachment. So the governor was always in possession of that document. The million-dollar question is, why wasn't it put before the assembly? And why wasn't it put before you on time? For those very many reasons, Chair, and I really regret we are taking more of the time we should be doing the case, we beseech you that they have not laid out a good reason for the request they make before you. In the event, Chair, we are unable to persuade you to reject this request, in the event the House grants the request, we crave that you similarly allow us a request to also put our additional documents in response to this additional material, because at any rate, it's a trial. What is good for the goose should be good for the gander. Thank you, Chair.
Very well, you're most welcome. Allow me to allay your fears that the governor's team is eating into your time. No. We have carefully budgeted for time. There is time for preliminary, and we are still within that space.
Chair, with your permission.
Chair, a brief rejoinder, with your permission.
Yes, Governor.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. The proceedings before you, Chair, are quasi-judicial in nature. The committee is sitting having the same powers as a court of law. And in doing that, the committee is called upon to uphold Article 49 and 50 of the Constitution by granting the governor, who is equivalent to an accused person, the right to a fair hearing. That right to a fair hearing, Honorable Chair, entails the right to produce any materials that she feels are necessary for the tribunal's consideration to assist in her defense. I do not know why the county assembly is afraid of these materials being introduced, because they will assist in the tribunal reaching a fair hearing. It is only fair that all materials are presented before you. Honorable Chair, I have had an occasion to look at the standing orders and the rules governing these proceedings. Rule 20 bars the county assembly from introducing any new material or evidence that was not previously relied upon during the impeachment proceedings at the county assembly. My learned friend, Mr. Yankolu, Dr. Yankolu rather, has not denied that the 4 witness statements, one by DMK, the mover of the motion, another one by Mwenda Idhili, another one by Lucy Mokaria, and Father Elias Kenoti, were not presented during the impeachment motion at the county assembly. So
yeah, that's a distortion of your rules. In the county assembly, there is no room for witness statements. Those witness statements were filed before you pursuant to your standing orders requiring us to file the witness statements. So us being accused of sneaking in the witness statement is really unfair, because we were only obeying the rules of the Senate. There are no similar rules at the county assembly.
Council, don't run the risk of annoying members of this special committee. Be composed. Listen to your counterpart. When it's done, ask for time. We'll give you to respond.
I'm guided, Chair. I was only interjecting because that's how we do it in High Court. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to disrespect the House. Maybe it's my lack of familiarity with your rules. My apologies, Chair.
Your apologies are accepted.
Thank you, Chair, for the protection. Rule 20, Honorable Chair, bars presentation of new evidence. Evidence can be by way of an affidavit or a witness being produced for the very first time. We have 4 new witnesses being presented before you today that did not form part of the proceedings at the county assembly. We are interacting with their sentiments and their aversions for the very first time during these proceedings. It's only fair that the governor is given an opportunity to rebut to any information that is being introduced for the very first time. It is on that basis that we are seeking humbly to be allowed to put in an affidavit that has already been filed and served. Counsel is admitting that he has gone through the affidavit. In fact, he's even quoting the contents of that affidavit. There will be no prejudice of any kind if we are allowed to rely on that affidavit. On the video we are seeking to produce, it is actually mentioned in our affidavit. It forms part of our documents and materials to be relied upon, only that it was omitted to be uploaded inadvertently. It's only fair that we are given that opportunity, but my learned friend, Mr. Mwangi, has 1 or 2 issues that he wants to rebut on. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, my learned friend has addressed all the issues, save to give comfort to the chair. The team for the county assembly has clearly indicated they have gone through the evidentiary materials and they have found nothing in those materials. If there is nothing, then they should allow us to use the evidentiary materials that we have brought before this committee. Honorable Chair, aspersions have been cast on the merits of those affidavits. This is not the time. They wait for the hearing. The witnesses will be here for cross-examination. They will have their day, Your Honor. I honorably and humbly pray that you allow us to rely on those statements. Mistakes are always made, and human is to error. We inadvertently left out those materials, and when you look at the index in our bundle, we have referred to those affidavits. The fact that it was inadvertence, we should not be punished, Your Honor, for being human. We pray that you allow those affidavits. Thank you.
So, Counsel for the County Assembly, while you were speaking the first time, senators were not listening to you because you had not been given the mic. Now this is the time for you to respond, finally. And as you do, we would be happy if you could tell us if you are aware of Rule 20.
So, Chair, for your guidance, do you require me to repeat my entire objection as I had put it?
No,
Okay.
just wrap up your issues. And we are keen to know whether you are aware of Rule 20.
Yes, Chair, there is a Rule 20. The Assembly shall not introduce any new evidence. The question, Chair, is whether they have showed you which is the new evidence that we have introduced. It is easy to allege it, that we have introduced new evidence. What they should have been doing in their application is to tell you the specific items of evidence that we have sneaked in that therefore warrants their request. They tell you the basis of their request, Chair, is because we filed witness statements and they now need to respond to the matters in those witness statements. They need to tell you, without merely alleging it, which statement introduces which new evidence. Because we are allowed by Rule 7, paragraph C, to file the witness statements. And as I said, the witness statements would not have been filed, but for the invitation we received from you requiring us specifically. So, Chair, they have to tell you, it's very easy to allege anything, but I would really be happy to hear from them. What is the specific item of new evidence? Because as far as we are concerned, we have not introduced even a shred of new evidence. It is easy to allege. Proving it is a different matter. And they can't get the request granted merely because they allege. They have to tell you in the witness statement of the father, in the witness statement of DMK, in the witness statement of Lucy and Mondaidili, the following matters, which were not before the Assembly or which are not in the impeachment motion, have been sneaked in. And that puts me, Chair, then in a disadvantage because I'm being asked to respond to a blanket accusation of sneaking new material without being told which is the new material. And there is no material attached to any of those witness statements, so I don't know where the claim comes from. All our evidence is attached to the impeachment motion, which was before the Assembly, and which they have always had. So which is this new other evidence? Unless they are saying the witness statement is the new evidence. Clearly that cannot be correct. Chair, we still urge you to decline this request. In the event you're unable to decline it, we equally request. Then allow us to also put on record our rejoinder, because it's the minimum we can ask in the circumstances. But then I have to warn everyone, we're in a time-bound proceeding. When you give me that time, unless now it is tomorrow, and unless today we adjourn early enough to enable my team to properly comb through all these 5 affidavits and these other material and put in our supplementary affidavits. It's just not fair, Chair, especially given all these things ought to have been put before the Assembly, and they were not, and no reason has been placed before you.
Chair.
Thank you very much.
With your permission, Chair.
Yes, Senator Sifuna, the Senator for Nairobi.
Chairman, I think there's a very straightforward decision to be made by this committee. This additional material, the additional, the affidavits, the supplementary affidavit, a video that was left out, the request from the governor is whether the committee can allow these things to form part of the record. And I believe that if you are going to execute your mandate as this committee, you should be in possession or in view of every single piece of documentation that will help this committee to unravel this question. Mr. Chair, I want to refer you to, and my learned colleagues on the other side, to Rule number 10, that in fact this committee may, at the request of the county assembly or even the governor, invite or summon any person, that is new evidence, to appear and give evidence before this committee. That is, any person includes people who have not even submitted any affidavits today. So if because I've had references to certain people here, if we want to serve on, for instance, I don't know if there's an affidavit by the governor's husband, it is within the purview of this committee to be able to summon. So I don't think that the issues that are being raised by the Council for the Assembly really should be raised at this particular point. So the question of admissibility is a matter for the committee to determine. The question of whether the videos are edited or not, it is for us to determine, Mr. Chair. So I just wanted to give that guidance. And in fact, on the question of Rule 20, my learned colleague knows that when the rule talks about new evidence, it's talking about things that were not part of the matters that were submitted before the County Assembly. And because the County Assembly is a House of Record just like the Senate, it is not difficult for us to decipher what is new and what was not new, Mr. Chair. That would just be my contribution.
Thank you. Colleagues, I think the Senator for Nairobi has spoken for many of you. This is a decision that we are not going to make in plenary. I want to allow parties to withdraw to your holding rooms for 15 minutes. You can enjoy your cup of tea. And when we come back, we are going to make a decision, councils, on these supplementary materials. If it is new evidence, we will categorize. If it is a question of just rearranging the videos that were brought and attached to this, again, we shall speak to it. And if it is something which is not admissible, Council for the County Assembly, sit most reassured. We would never, and Council for the Governor, we will not deny the Governor her right to be heard and her right to a fair defense. Thank you. We shall resume after 15 minutes.
Well, the special committee of the Senate that is hearing the impeachment proceedings of Meru Governor Honorable Kawira Mwangaza taking a 15-minute break. The hearings has already started at 10 this morning with both parties, that is the County Assembly party being represented by its council, as well as the Honorable Kawira Mwangaza's party through her council, also representing her and tabling their bit of this particular hearing. So far, what has been happening since morning is that charges or grounds of her impeachment, that is grounds for the impeachment of Kawira Mwangaza, were read to her by the council representing the County Assembly. A number of grounds read to her, including grossly violating various articles of the Constitution, for instance, Leadership and Integrity Act. There are also other grounds, including holding a public church incitement, holding public rally and inciting the church in public rallies, humiliation of the minority leader, violently grabbing a microphone from the minority leader. Of course, she said to have falsely accused MCAs and other leaders of cartelism and intimidation, among others. Also falsely accusing senator of wanting a section of positions in the office, as well as vilification of CS of agriculture. These are just a number of the grounds or the charges that are being leveled against her, or that are being presented before the special committee, the Senate special committee that is hearing these impeachment proceedings. There is also another issue that came up on the presentation or tabling of new evidence. That one is yet to be debated on whether that evidence is new evidence, whether it will be admissible or whether it is a part of the evidence that had been tabled much earlier. Of course, the side of the governor, Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, its counsel, had said that there is new evidence that is being tabled by the other side, and that is yet to be agreed on or determined on whether it is new evidence or it is evidence that was already in the given out evidence by the county assembly side. Currently is a 15-minute break. The members will be back. I will now hand you over to the broadcasting house for normal programming before this particular special committee comes back into the hearing proceedings.
out the mandate bestowed to this committee by the Senate, it may call for any information, document, or person that would shed more light on the matters that have been raised. On the request, therefore, it is clear to this committee that these are matters requiring evidence in order to prove and for which the other side has an opportunity of rebuttal. The committee can only make a fair determination having heard the evidence on both sides. This is the essence of this investigation. The investigation before the Senate is both in respect of the procedural as well as substantive matters. The committee, therefore, allows the request on the basis that the wider mandate of this committee is to exercise oversight function and flows from the powers in Article 125 of the Constitution. Based on the foregoing, this honorable committee finds and holds that the facts and issues herein can only be determined after the substantive hearing of both parties on the basis of relevant material and evidence on this matter, and that it is in the interest of justice that the governor's application, that the supplementary affidavit, and the flash disk be admitted to the record. In the interest of fairness, the County Assembly shall have time and be allowed the opportunity to cross-examine and rebut the evidence during the course of these proceedings. The County Assembly is hereby permitted to file and serve any response by close of business today. I thank you. Thank you very much, members. We now invite both parties to make their opening remarks. Opening statement. Each will have an opportunity of doing so within 40 minutes, and we will start with the County Assembly. On behalf of the County Assembly of Meru, Council, you have 40 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair and honorable members. We want to preface our opening statement by drawing parallels between Count 2, the second charge, Chair, that revolves around vilification and 8 campaigns against other leaders. And we want to draw parallels from world history in the hope that will show you that the matter before you is a unique matter and that it is not too trivial with your time, that we have called you on Christmas holiday. Mr. Chair, if you check world history, there was a war called World War I. It was ended by the treaty establishing the League of Nations and the Treaty of Versailles, in which, among other things, it was resolved that time the Republic of Germany would not do certain things in the hope that there will be never again in human history a war of such large scale. Shortly after the First World War, there came a leader in Germany between the year 1933 and 1945. This leader was very popularly elected, Mr. Chair. He enjoyed fanatic following throughout Prussia or Germany, if you like. This leader had little to no regard for other leaders or alternative views. But why we thought this is the right place to start, Chair, is how this single leader sat the entire world into a world war. Just like the governor before you has a war with all the 69 MCAs, has a war with the speaker, has a war with the senator, has a war with the Catholic Church, has a war with any leader from whatever direction of the campus. That's exactly what this leader in Germany did, and specifically, the German leader militarized the Rhine region, which is the border between Germany and France to the southwest, in breach of the Treaty of Versailles. And Mr. Chairman, I make these remarks because we had our own world war in this country called the post-election violence. We had our own Treaty of Versailles. We had our own Treaty for the League of Nations, and they are to be found in the Constitution of Kenya, 2010. They are to be found in the law on leadership and integrity. So how was the German leader able to suck the entire world into a war which some of our relatives, my grandfather, for instance, went to fight in Burma, in a war Africans had nothing to do with? So it begins by militarizing the Rhine region bordering France, effectively declaring law with France. How did the world powers of the day react, Chair? They said, let's make peace. Let it militarize, never mind it's unlawful, but we don't want war, we want peace. Because we are making this knowing you'll be told, let the MCAs go back to Meru and make peace with their governor. No sooner had he invaded or the militarized the Rhine region, then he invaded and annexed a country called Austria to the south, contrary to the Treaty of Versailles that forbade the union of Germany and Austria. So he is at war in the southwest with the France, he is at war to the south with Austria. What does he do to the east, Chair? There was a small region in Czechoslovakia that he says has a few people who speak Germany. So he asks that Germany be allowed to annex that part. And of course, this was an act of aggression. Prime Minister Chamberlain in the UK, the American president, and the other people who would have stopped these gradual invasions decide, let him have that part. We want peace for our lifetime. In fact, the policy, those who have read history, was called the policy of appeasement. Let's make peace. If this leader wants this region, let him have it. So he was given that region in peace. What does he do after that small region is invaded? He occupies and invades the entire of Czechoslovakia. What does he do in the northeast? He says there's a region in Poland which is on the northeastern border, and it is some few people who speak German. Therefore, it should be allowed to annex it to Germany. Again, this was an act of war against Poland. Prime Minister Chamberlain, Delano Roosevelt across the Atlantic, they are all deliberating on all these expansion and acts of war. And then they said, pursuant to the peace policy, let him have the small portion. Then what does he do after he gets that portion in peace? He invades and occupies the entire of Poland. Then, so far he has occupied France, Czechoslovakia, Austria. He had the UK now to invade. He discovers that he has to cross France through the English Channel to occupy the UK. Unfortunately, he didn't have a military, and specifically a navy, capable of beating the British military. So he decides he will overwhelm the UK through aerial bombardments. He's at war with the UK. Then as all this is happening, Joseph Stalin of the USSR decides, like everyone else, this guy is out to occupy the whole of Europe and to declare war against everyone. Let's make a peace treaty with him. And actually, the USSR signed a non-aggression treaty with this leader from Germany. And they sat on their laurels knowing that unless everyone else who was receiving a beating, they could relax because they had a peace treaty with Germany. What does Hitler do? Soon after signing the treaty, he declares war on the USSR and occupies the USSR all the way to Stalingrad, all the way to Moscow. Again, the world is watching and saying, we should not beat the bullet and remove this leader from power. Let's make peace with him. At this point, Chamberlain lost. By the time he was invading the USSR, Winston Churchill comes and calls the peace policy, the policy of making peace with this rogue leader. He says it is an unmitigated disaster and tries to persuade the United States to join them to liberate Europe from this rogue leader. The United States, just like the UK, takes a peace approach and says, those are your wars in Europe. You are 11,000 miles away. Why should we join you to fight Hitler? So America says it's not getting involved in anybody's war. 3 days later, Adolf Hitler declared war on the United States, a country 10,000 miles away, separated by an entire ocean. After that, Chair, Adolf Hitler decided he was not done with fighting countries. He decided he is fighting certain human groups. He identified Jews, Slavs, and whatnot. And to cut it short, Chair, by the time this rogue and untamed leader was done, the entire world, from Japan to Australia to Africa to Americas, was in a war created by one person, one leader, in what initially appears like small individual acts of aggression. None of them in isolation looked serious. And because of the policy of appeasement, by the time he was done, 50 million people were dead across the world. We are here, Chair, to hope to persuade you, based on the evidence we'll give you, that unless you help Meru County to tame this untamed leader, who is at war, just like Adolf Hitler, in all directions of the campus, who is at war with everyone, both real and imaginary, Chair, it will be an unmitigated disaster, to borrow the words of Winston Churchill. The motion before you, Chair, revolves around gross violations of the Constitution, gross violations of various county and national laws, abuse of office, and gross misconduct. It raises in total, although the counts are clustered, there are 6 main counts here, and when we listened, under each count, there are several specific allegations arranged thematically under 6 clusters. When you do your count, Chair, you will note the motion raises 62 violations, 6-2, of the Constitution and laws of Kenya, all committed within the remarkably short period of 64 days between 6th of September and 9th of November. So, Chair, you have an untamed governor who on average grossly violates the Constitution at least once per day. It must count for something, Chair. This motion was placed before the Assembly on the 14th of December. After listening to the evidence, Chair, there were 67 out of 69 members in the Assembly, and all of them voted to impeach the governor. The score was 67-0. When we get there, Chair, we'll be telling you that must count for something. Why must it count for something, Chair? The governor will try to persuade you that there is a gender dimension. And the question we'll ask and the Senate, if that is true, why did all the 23 female members of the Assembly vote to impeach her? We will invite you, Chair, to note when we get there that the governor was invited to respond to the allegations against her, and the invitation is at page 51 and 53. Rather, it is in our volume 3, page 49. And she did not, Chair, avail herself of that opportunity. To the extent that she did not take the opportunity to exonerate herself before the Assembly, we'll be urging you when we get there that it is trivial for her now to come before this Senate and tell you 1,000 ifs and buts. Chair, the allegations were read under the first thematic category of the violations. We will note you to note under the first charge, there are 19 violations. Under the second charge, there are 30 gross violations. Under the third charge, Chair, which is at ground 13, there are 4 gross violations. We will note you to note at the fourth cluster, there are 3 gross violations. And under the final cluster of the charges against her, there are 6 gross violations, making it the total of 62 that I alluded to. We will be presenting evidence, Chair, in the form of oral testimonies by the mover of the motion called Dennis Kiogora, by one of the MCAs called Mwenda Idhili, by a woman MCA called Lucy Mukaria, and a Catholic priest by the name Elias Kinoti. We will be relying on the motion itself and the annexes to it to show these violations, Chair. We will be playing before you the video clips that were submitted to the Senate and the County Assembly showing evidence of the violations. And of course, pursuant to your rules, we have filed witness statements that we rely upon. And in short, Chair, from the record you note, we have filed 5 bound volumes of documents that we'll be referring to show these violations. Chair, when we reflected on this matter, sometimes it is easy to be caught in the legalese, in the legal fine print, and to miss the big picture. We suggest, even as we must confront the legalese, even as we must confront the evidence and its merits and demerits, these are the overarching questions we suggest you will have to reflect upon, and just like the evidence should weigh on the scales, these questions equally should weigh in your mind. Question number 1, why didn't the governor avail herself of the opportunity to defend herself before the Assembly, especially when from the record, the document she now purports to place before you, most, if not all of them, by the date appearing on them, were in existence and were available and should have been available to her when the matter was before the Assembly? Chair, the second question would be, would it be fair for anyone to argue or conclude that given all these fights with countless people, some of them not even in the county government, is it really possible that there is no fundamental problem with the governor on trial? And the problem instead lies with all these other people, the MCAs, the MPs in Meru, the senator for Meru, the cabinet secretary, the Catholic Church, the cartels, the corrupt. She has just too many people. She has waged constant wars. Is it really possible, can we fairly say, that the problem lies somewhere but not with the governor? We will ask you to reflect on that in your minds. We'll be asking you, is it possible? And of course, we know the Senate must make its own independent decision, and this is not an insult to the Senate, but is it possible that all these MCAs are misguided and what they have is misconceived? They don't know what is a gross violation of the law. They have imagined all these things. They actually didn't take place. We will ask you very humbly to reflect on that. The governor will come and tell you, because she has done so in paragraph 24 of our affidavit, that it is too early in the day for us to be bothering the Senate with an impeachment motion less than 3 months after a general election. Chair will be telling you that, one, our Constitution does not know this idea of temporary impunity, that there is a period following the general election in which governors have a blank check to do whatever heinous crime or misdemeanor they fancy, because during that period, shortly after the election, the Constitution is suspended. But we'll also be urging you, Chair, that that is exactly what informed the appeasement policy with Adolf Hitler. Chamberlain was saying, we just had the First World War. We just need peace for our lifetime. Let it be for now. We'll be urging you, Chair, to consider whether, indeed, given the gravity of the evidence we placed before you, whether we actually haven't taken too long to come before the Senate. And our case will be that it is not too early. We have actually taken too long. We would have arrived much earlier had the initial process not been quashed at the High Court of Kenya through for purely procedural grounds. Chair will be asking you to ask yourself the question, because the governor again has raised this issue in paragraph 3 of our affidavit, in paragraph 11, in paragraph 12 and 15. She tells you all these problems are because she's a woman. You know, if she wasn't a woman, she would not be subjected to all these problems. Chair will be inviting you to ask yourself, if that were true, how come all the women MCAs voted to impeach her? She cannot be the only woman in the government of Meru who understands gender issues. She will try to tell you, Chair, that forget this motion and the 62 allegations. She will tell you that's the language used in our affidavit, that is about the Ward Development Fund. That's why the MCAs have collected all this litany of accusations against her. It's within our right to raise it, but we'll be asking you, Chair, to ask yourself, if that were really the reason, why did the nominated MCAs, 24 of them, who have nothing to gain or lose from the ward fund, the operative word, Chair, is that they have nothing to gain or lose, which means they have no interest in that issue, why did they also vote to impeach her? We will ask you, how come the other women governors in Kenya and in the region of Mount Kenya are not having these types of problems? She will tell you it is because she is an independent. She ran as an independent candidate. That is why she has these problems. And the question we'll be asking you to ponder over, whether that is true or not, is if that were true, how come the independent MCAs in the county assembly, who are not affiliated to any party, also voted to impeach her without exception? Chair will be asking you the broad question: if we are able to persuade you that the assembly has good evidence of the allegations, the question we would urge you to ponder in your mind is whether the Senate should look the other way around, should excuse these heinous crimes and misdemeanors because either it is too early or because the offender is a woman. Chair will be asking you to ask yourself, based on the words I began with about Adolf Hitler, should the Senate, just like the Prime Minister of the UK then, just like Joseph Stalin in the USSR, just like Delano Roosevelt in the US, should the Senate equally adopt the policy or the stance of peace? You guys, go make peace. It is too early in the day, and our submission when we get there, Chair, is we are dealing with the megalomaniac of the type that was ruling Germany between 1933 and 1945, who is at war with everybody in all the four corners, all the four main directions of the campus. I know Chair is consulting. I don't know whether I should proceed, Chair. Okay. Chair, I noted you were consulting, so I didn't know whether to proceed. From my profession, if you see the judge consulting, you pause.
Yeah, it's good you've paused, eh?
Yes.
And you are free to make your statement.
Yes.
But be careful.
Yes.
About the words you use.
I'm guided, Chair.
Yeah, words like megalomania, you've quoted enough from Hitler. Make your case.
I'm guided, Chair. Thank you very much for that guidance. Chair, the point I was making is, at the end of the day, besides considering the evidence and the merits and the demerits, we cannot run away from the question whether should you direct the county government of Meru to go and make internal peace, and we'll be urging you that would be an untamed or rather an unmitigated disaster, given the type of allegations before you, especially those at the charge number 2. Chair, there will be questions you have to consider whether impeachment is counter-democratic. Because the governor will come and tell you from our affidavit, the assembly is trying to reverse the will of the people. When we get there, Chair, we invite you to note, just like the Supreme Court has noted while upholding this Senate's decision to impeach the governor of Nairobi, that there is nothing undemocratic about impeachment. On the contrary, impeachment is a constitutionally ordained safeguard for dealing with what we would call the aberrations of democracy. They say, Chair, democracy is the best form of government, except that there is no other. And when we get there, we'll be showing you democracy actually sometimes produces aberrations, counterintuitive results. And the makers of our Constitution, being conscious of the possibility of democracy giving you. I know the Chair is consulting again, so I don't know whether my time will be stopped, Chair, when they... So, Chair, will be inviting you to note.
You will have an extra 2 minutes.
Much obliged, Chair. We'll be hoping to show you that, one, the claim that asking you to impeach is counter-democratic and it is overturning the will of the people is not correct for several reasons. One of them is that impeachment is a constitutionally ordained mechanism for dealing with leaders of the type we have brought before you. We'll be telling you the claim that the governor was vastly elected, the exact language she has used to support that argument is that she was elected by a vast majority, is not correct. When we get there, we'll show you actually she was not even elected by a majority in the first place, leave alone a vast majority, because she was only elected by 41% of the persons that turned up at the ballot. Chair, she would also try to ask you to read. We have taken the liberty to bring to you both a public participation report and the raw memoranda submitted from all over the county. And we'll urge you, when you read them, you will actually find it is not correct to suggest that impeaching this particular governor would be counter-democratic or a reversion of the will of the people. In short, Chair, we will be coming before you to tell you that Meru is in crisis. And this crisis, if led to fester on, especially under a thinking of appeasement, a thinking of it's too early, a thinking of gender, we do not know whether Meru might turn out also to be another unmitigated disaster. Especially, Chair, when you're told the governor is not only fighting every passing day other elected leaders both at the national and county level, but she has also roped in the church. She is also at war with the church. Why is this a potential for an unmitigated disaster, Chair? We know what religious incitement did in Sudan, now split into Sudan and South Sudan. We know what religious differences have done between India and Pakistan in a place called Kashmir. We know in the UK, our colonial masters, what religious differences and incitements between Catholics and Protestants in Northern Ireland has caused for the last countless decades. We know, or should know, what religious incitement is currently doing in the Central African Republic. We know, Chair, or should know, something called the Biafra War in Nigeria between the North and the South, basically along religious lines. And Chair, what we have come before you is to tell you we are at the siege. Meru County is at the siege. We have come to you as the custodians of the devolved government to tell us, yes, this governor was elected by the people. She was elected democratically. But in this case, just like the country in Europe I began with, democracy has produced unintended consequences. And because democracy has produced consequences not intended, we must look at the solution the wise drafters of our Constitution put in place to deal with those consequences before they become an unmitigated disaster. And that solution is in Article 181 of our Constitution, as read with Section 33 of the County Governments Act, as read with the Standing Order number 65 of the Standing Orders of the County Assembly of Meru, as read with the Standing Orders of the Senate and the schedule that sets the rules. We beseech you, Chair, please don't let Meru become an unmitigated disaster. In the Christian Bible, Chair, there was a guy who was in a boat, and a storm came. And the people navigating that boat had to make a hard choice. Do we let everyone in the boat perish? Or do we sacrifice one person who is the cause of the storm? Do we let Meru County, with a population of 1.5 million people, go to the dogs? Or do we jettison the one citizen of Meru, much as it may pain us, much as we may be reluctant to do it? But at the end of the day, we urge you to do it because it is the right thing to do, it is the fair thing to do, and it is the only pragmatic solution to the problem in Meru. Thank you very much, Chair. Unless there is a question for me, I beg to take my seat.
Thank you very much. Senators, I don't know whether you intend to comment anything on the statement. I don't think so. Just let it hang. Yes, Senator for Nairobi.
Chair, the Council for the Assembly has taken us through the explanation of whether an impeachment is counter-democratic. I would want him to also address the question of whether a discharge of the governor from all the accusations that have been made here, if they are disproved or whether if the threshold is not met, if that would also be counter-democratic in his view.
Yes, Council, you asked for it. You know, ordinarily we don't want to field questions now, but you asked for it.
Chair, the answer is simple. The Senate is within its right, after hearing the evidence, to either confirm or dismiss the case. Therefore, there will be nothing counter-democratic in the Senate discharging its power one way or the other, because we didn't come here having assumed we must win our case. It must be taken that the person reposed or the ultimate power is the Senate, and the Constitution has empowered Senate to make that decision. Therefore, there is nothing counter-democratic to it. The only disclaimer is that even as I make that, is the question I asked. It cannot surely be that all these people at the national and county levels of government and in the church are the problem, and the governor is a saint. It must count for something.
Perhaps, Chair,
members, I don't want to open it, but...
Just one clarification, Chair, because I might have put it wrongly. Whether he equates a discharge of the governor to the policy of appeasement that he has taken us through the leadership of Europe and America during the First World War, whether he equates it, a discharge of the governor, to a policy of appeasement by the Senate.
Council, just hold, take all three, and then you respond. Yes, please.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the learned friend has said democracy has produced unintended consequences. It's, Chair, I can imagine, the country has just gone through a general election, which was democratically done. Would he then be saying that as long as the results did not produce the person for any level or for any seat that he so wished, then it will be unintended consequences?
Thank you. Thank you. Senator for Kiambu.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Mine is to wish Ivoa to listen to the opening remarks from the other side, because you know the council has alluded that in the Bible they had to sacrifice somebody by throwing him into the sea, and that person had to be swallowed by the fish, and he went to another city to give good news. So, and that is Jonah. So probably if we give the governor, maybe he has the news. So we better listen to that side before we make other comments. Thank you.
Yes, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Following the same question that Senator for Kajiado nominated us about the lawyer saying that all these people, the MCs and the church and the people who are accusing the governor, I want to know from him, which are the majority, the people who elected the governor or those people you've mentioned? Which are the majority?
Thank you. Yes, the Senator from Migori.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Council, for a fantastic introduction, or rather opening remarks. I think I wanted to, through you, Chair, further the thoughts by Senator Tobiko, because I find some very critical aspects of it with regards to what we're about to further hear from the council here, which is the notion of the people of Meru getting justice ultimately after the election. The council has said that democracy has led to unintended consequences. In your view, Council, may you guide us as a committee how to assess this with respect to the people of Meru who voted for the governor? How does this committee assess what you have termed as unintended consequences with respect to the people of Meru who are today probably suspending all their activities that could amount to a GDP of over 1 billion or 2 billion watching these proceedings? Please guide the committee on that particular statement.
Thank you.
One last question.
Yes, Perez.
One very last. Chair, I also wanted the learned friend to tell us if he's aware that the Kenyan electoral system is first past the post, when he says that it's only 41% who voted for the governor. The Kenyan system is simple majority, even if it is one person past the post. Can he tell us if he knows that?
Thank you. Edwin, you had something to follow? Sifuna? That's okay. Very well. So, Council, those are, just be seated. Council, be seated. Yes, yes. Those are not light questions. Just like you prepared your statement, also prepare to respond on everything in a considered manner. So we will protect you. The counsel for the governor is going to also make his opening statement. Meanwhile, you can choose to respond to us now at the right time when you are prosecuting your case. We will protect you, don't worry. I know members are very sharp. When you tell them about the law of, the unintended consequences, I was thinking you are saying it with a light touch, a question of language, the law of unintended consequences. The farmer plants on his farm hybrid maize. The neighboring farm plants kienyeji, which is purple in color. And the guy with the farm of hybrid then harvests maize, which is not purely hybrid. The guy of the farm who planted hybrid did not intend to have that consequence. It was unintended. I thought it was light touch, but you asked for it. You will have to lie in that bed yourself. Governor, you are now invited.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity, and good afternoon, honorable members of the Senate. Mr. Chair, my learned friend, Mr. Dr. Muthomi Thiankolu, has been very colorful in his opening remarks. I have a disclaimer that I'm not a very good student of history, or I might not be as philosophical as he has been. I'll therefore stick to the issues before the Senate. I'll stick to the facts, I'll stick to the law. And that is what has brought us here today. Honorable members.
Sorry, before you address us, the record has not answered, has not captured your name. So introduce yourself fully, and then you proceed.
Much obliged, Honorable Chair, and apologies. My name is Elias Mutuma, one of the councils representing the governor in these proceedings. Members, Learned Council has used a lot of strong terms to describe the governor of Meru. Council has painted a picture of a crisis that is in Meru. He's called it an unmitigated disaster, a crisis, and gone ahead to equate the governor of Meru with Adolf Hitler. We will be demonstrating that that is a creation by the MCAs, and that indeed the people of Meru do not perceive any crisis. They do not see any threat to them, that this is a contest between the executive of the Meru County and the legislature. Honorable members, we stand before you today to represent the governor who was elected by a majority votes. The closest contestant garnered less than 100,000 votes next to the governor. Surely that means that the governor was voted in overwhelmingly. Honorable members, this is a second impeachment motion. The first one was stopped by the High Court in Meru, and that conservatory orders were issued preventing the county assembly from in any way debating the impeachment motion, but in defiance of the court orders, they proceeded to do that. A question has been asked as to why the governor did not appear to defend herself before the county assembly. It is for the very reason that indeed the High Court of Meru had barred the county assembly from debating the impeachment motion. Our client risked being in contempt of court had she participated in those proceedings. So that should be able to answer the question as to why the governor never appeared before the county assembly of Meru. But that is not all, honorable members. That is not all, honorable members. Impeachment proceedings, and the High Court, the Supreme Court, and the Court of Appeal has given this guidance that they are quasi-judicial in nature, that the county assembly ceases to be a legislative house and assumes the role of an arbiter to investigate and establish whether indeed facts that have been tabled before it are correct or not. We will have evidence before this house showing that indeed the entire house was not impartial. Before the proceedings, they all donned in uniform, chanted war cries, and promised to impeach the governor even before the mover of the motion had been given a chance to debate the motion. Our simple argument to that extent is that the House was not impartial, and that had been demonstrated even before the impeachment was properly placed before the House. The governor is here to answer to the impeachment motion approved by the County Assembly of Meru and to demonstrate her innocence and give a side of the story. Her Excellency, the Governor of Meru, has been a victim of the danger of one story and outright false narrative. Her successes, her leadership, her amiable character, and her passion to uplift the lives of people of Meru have been hashed for political expediency. Today we have a chance to demonstrate that Her Excellency, the Governor, is a true hero of devolution, a person who should be celebrated for standing against capture of Meru County by the County Assembly. At the end of this hearing, honorable members, we demonstrate how the County Assembly of Meru failed to understand their mandate under Article 181 and Section 33 of the County Government Act and used the impeachment as a political weapon as opposed to an oversight tool. Because impeachment, honorable members, should not be a political weapon. It is only provided for as an oversight tool. That is not what happened. On behalf of the governor, honorable members, we will show you that the purported public participation was a sham. Indeed, the members of public have not approved the proceedings before you. It is the County Assembly of Meru and the mover of this motion that usurped the role of the public and purported to give views on behalf of the public. That will come out clear during these proceedings. Honorable members, just to take you a little bit back, before August 2022, Her Excellency the Governor was serving the people of Meru as their women representative. During that time, she understood the real needs of the people, leading to an expression of desire to serve them as their governor. The people of Meru trusted her and gave her a chance to serve as their first woman governor, elected on an independent ticket. And this is important, honorable members, because Meru traditionally has been a political region. So for them to elect a woman governor and on an independent ticket, then that should mean something. Unfortunately, the governor faces impeachment, just like the first woman member of parliament in Meru, Honorable Rita Karemi. And this is a woman who was hounded out of office on trumped-up charges. We are back at it again, and we urge the Senate to look at the issues before it and find that indeed the governor has committed no wrong. We know that there has been much debate about the gender question, but the real issues affecting women leadership and the governor's unique challenge as an easy target for blackmail and subjective application of the law, being an independent candidate, should not be swept under the carpet. We are also aware that the County Assembly has listed a woman-nominated member to appear before this committee today with a view of discounting the argument on challenges faced by women leaders, which evidence we will ask the committee to treat with much suspicion and look at the facts of this case to grant the governor equal protection before the law like any other person. We wish to categorically state that the governor has never sought to be excused for any wrongdoing just because she's a woman. All she's asking is to be subjected to an independent and impartial process, but not to be subjected to an impeachment on the basis of political reasons moved by a member of County Assembly, Dennis Kiogora, who, and we show this evidence, is quoted saying, or rather inviting the governor to prove that she's a woman enough. It is on that context that we are bringing the gender issue, not asking her to be excused on the basis of gender. Honorable members, the governor has been a victim of many falsehoods contrary to the false narrative of public disapproval created in the impeachment motion and spread strategically in the public domain through the media. The people of Meru have expressed their overwhelming support for our leadership, and in reflection of their resolve and approval for her leadership, they have not been deterred by a parochial culture or party politics and elected her into office, having observed her work as their women representative and having believed in her passion for a happy Meru, a quest she has expressed in her personal philanthropic work that she has done together with her husband over the years. Her husband did not just come to the public domain upon her election as governor. Notably, honorable members and chair, during the August 2022 general election, other leaders were elected mainly on party positions, but she was elected as an independent candidate in demonstration of the people's approval for her personal and individual leadership, regardless of political party support. Contrary to the false narrative presented in the impeachment motion, her leadership as a person has been tested and approved without any support of a political party and facing opposition from the veteran politicians in Meru. Her election is a clear demonstration that she is a leader who has appealed to the people owing to her personal character and leadership ideas. Her passion to uplift the people of Meru is not new in this, and this has been a mantra even before she ventured into politics. She has helped many people in Meru in her charity work, and this has won hearts and approval to elect her to bring changes in service as their governor. Honorable members, you will see from the evidence on record that the governor is very passionate about what she believes in and sometimes emotional about it. Honorable members, it is not a crime to be emotional. It is not a crime to be passionate about what you believe in. In some instances, the governor seeks to give instant solutions to the problem she faces when she meets members of the community. But then, even after making those political statements, she retracts and seeks advice and is guided and does things according to the law. She has not at any point violated the law, leave alone grossly so. Honorable members, let us understand the governor as who she is and give her an opportunity to serve the people of Meru. We understand that we are barely 4 months after the general election of August 2022, and the new national government has already faced this self-same challenge of not meeting their political promises, and as envisioned during the political rallies, since the law has to be followed in implementation as per the advice of technical experts. We also wish to point out that the governors are also political leaders and wear two hats, one political and the other technical. In politics, political statements often made to give hope to the people, and such pronouncements may not capture the nitty-gritty of what should be done, but a leader has to give hope to the people upon encounter with problems. In governance, the governors often retreat to consult with technical advisors to ensure execution is done within the law, to meet objective envisioned in any political pronouncement. Honorable members, a politician cannot be prosecuted and accused of gross misconduct or gross violation of the Constitution for political statements with no evidence or execution that violates the law. So when we'll be going through these proceedings, honorable members, you will come across so many political statements made by the governor. But was there any act that proceeded to violate the law based on those political statements? The answer is in the negative. The governor's passion for the people has also led her to engage the people at grassroots areas, constantly to fill all the needs in every ward, a move that has been misinterpreted by the MCAs as overshadowing their presence in their areas. However, she has compromised this style upon a request of MCAs in a mediation meeting she undertook with the chairperson of the Council of Governors with a view of giving chance to dialogue with the MCAs. Since she was elected into office, the governor has struck a collaborative style of leadership. Contrary to what has been said in the impeachment motion, the governor has indeed embraced a collaborative style of leadership, working with all stakeholders and leaders in the county, contrary to the false narrative run in the impeachment motion that she works in isolation. She has made tremendous efforts, humanly possible, to engage the elected leaders in Meru County, but they have turned down our requests time and again. She has regard of all elected
Turned
leaders.
out to be what? They have turned out to be what?
They have turned down her request.
Oh, okay.
Yes. She has regard for all elected leaders, and the evidence to be presented will demonstrate this. In bringing the leaders of Meru to work together, the governor has sought a consultative forum from the MCAs, which has been snubbed. She has also followed up on the request of MCAs, including a demand that her husband ceases to attend official public functions. If you note, honorable members, the spouse of the governor has not made any public appearance from 26th October. That was based on a demand by MCAs, and the governor went out of her way to ensure that indeed she has cautioned her husband to stay out of the limelight, if indeed that was the problem with the MCAs. The members of the County Assembly have, however, been impatient and uncooperative in many ways, mainly putting demands that extend to an overreach of their mandate and a desire to usurp the functions of the governor. The MCAs have constantly, openly said that the governor must listen to their demands before they can do their work in the County Assembly. It is in the law that she should make a maiden address in the County Assembly. You will realize that one of the charges, honorable members, is that the governor tried to force her way into the County Assembly. The maiden address by the governor is a statutory requirement, and indeed, the Speaker of the County Assembly of Meru gazetted that day when the governor was supposed to appear before them and address them on that issue. The governor, in that invitation and pursuant to that gazette notice, appeared before the County Assembly, and to her shock, the County Assembly doors were locked. However, she was still ushered in later by the Speaker of the National Assembly. The Speaker of the National Assembly ushered her into the podium to deliver her maiden speech, which she did, but the moment she rose to do that, members of the County Assembly walked out on her. How can they accuse her of then making a forceful entry into an assembly when that very day was gazetted and an invitation sent to her? There was no gazettement of that day. There was no cancellation of the invitation. Yet the members of the assembly will come now and tell you that indeed the governor forcibly entered into the County Assembly. Honorable Chair and the honorable members, the governor has been a primary target and a recipient of the gory and ugly actions that she has been accused of perpetrating on other leaders of our beloved county of Meru. There is no single evidence from any of the elected leaders in Meru, be it the senator, be it the cabinet secretary, that has come out to claim that they have been disrespected by the governor. There is no single affidavit produced in support of that allegation, and therefore we are inclined to say that indeed this is a creation by the MCAs and that other leaders in the Meru County are in good working relations with the governor. Indeed, honorable members and chair, you will find a letter by the governor herself inviting all elected leaders, including MPs, senators, MCAs, for a consultative meeting at the official residence of the governor. None of the leaders appeared. If indeed the governor was not keen in working with other leaders, why would she officially invite them to a consultative meeting? Why would they snub that meeting? Who has the problem? Is it the governor or the MCAs? Honorable members, we are happy that the law grants the governor this chance to demonstrate her innocence before you after being victimized in a political process of impeachment conducted by the County Assembly of Meru. As we answer to the impeachment motion in the course of this hearing, we shall be able to demonstrate, one, that the impeachment motion introduced, debated, and passed in the County Assembly of Meru was unjustified, and the sole motivation was the personal interests of few at the expense of service delivery of the people of Meru. The impeachment motion debated, passed by the County Assembly of Meru, did not meet the threshold on the grounds for removal as envisaged under Article 181 and Section 33 of the County Government Act. The mover of the motion did not provide any evidence, just like before this tribunal, of any value in support of the motion, apart from very sentimental quotations and assertions. The purported public participation in support of the motion for impeachment was a sham, a creation and imagination of the mover of the motion without any public approval in affront to the Constitution. We shall demonstrate how low the County Assembly went in desperation to tick the box of public participation. Citizens who supported the governor and desired the motion defeated were beaten, harassed, insulted, and violently chased away from the grounds when the sham public participation was being managed. Suffice to note, honorable members, that the public participation exercise was being spearheaded by the very MCAs who are the accusers in this motion. Mr. Chairman and honorable members, the governor has been accused of failing to work with other leaders in the County Assembly. At the end of the hearing, we will demonstrate that the allegations against the governor in the impeachment motion have not been substantiated as required in law. You will get a chance to peruse the documentary affidavits and evidence that we have tendered. You will hear the governor's witnesses and the team of advocates that will be able to demonstrate this fact. In conclusion, you discover that the following evidence to be presented is watertight. One is that this is a case of impeachment being used to coerce to settle political scores. The MCAs were forced, threatened, and coerced to vote in favor of the motion to an extent that 2 members were de-whipped from their committees. We shall demonstrate why the nominated members had everything to lose by not supporting the motion. The governor is a victim of blackmail and an easy target by the County Assembly for being independent against a united minority and majority sides of the County Assembly. The main issue that triggered the filing of this impeachment motion is the demand, and we say the demand for ward fund by MCAs, and all other allegations are peripheral to that allegation. We have evidence to that effect. The impeachment is not approved by the voters of Meru County, contrary to the impression created by the shambolic public participation exercise. The question that begs an answer is whether this motion is supporting the will of the people or against the will of the people of Meru. We submit that this is a case of abuse of power, where, again, MCAs are using impeachment as a weapon as opposed to a tool for oversight. The allegations cited in the impeachment motion cannot form a threshold for impeachment and are full of outright falsehood and political statements taken out of context with no evidence of violation of the law. At the end of this hearing, we urge the Senate to find that the allegations cited for impeachment have not been substantiated as required under Article 181 and Section 33 of the County Governments Act. The process did not comply with the law, and the same cannot be sustained by the Senate. Honorable members, I respectively beg to sit down unless you have any questions for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have kept time, and just like we did in the other case, maybe, yes, Esther, somebody has something to say?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I have a question for him. From your opening remarks, you already indicated this was a partisan process. What would you associate the witch hunt with? And given the accusation that came a short while after elections, what would you attribute these to? Do you think it's misunderstanding due to team dynamics? I would be looking forward to listen to what you have to say about that. Thank you, Chair.
Senator Ali Roba.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mine is to request the council. He made the statement that MCAs spearheaded the public participation exercise. Strictly legally speaking, in your view and in accordance with the law, who was supposed to spearhead public participation?
For Migori, Senator Okech.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Council, for an excellent introduction or opening remarks. Highly appreciated. Two quick comments. Chair, the Council has indicated that this impeachment is at the backdrop of a court order. And I just wanted to seek whether the Council is in congruence with the understanding of this committee that the determination of the constitutional petition number E024 of 2022 was on the basis of the first motion that the Assembly had, and the hearing you're having now is on the basis of the second motion, which has got nothing to do with constitutional petition number E024. That's the first comment. The second comment, quickly, Chair, the Council has made a very strong statement intimating the passionate nature of the governor, to the extent that some of the allegations do come out of political statements, which the Council has indicated that some of these political statements cannot be basis of accountability to the extent that warrants impeachment. Council, guide the committee, perhaps, with regards to Article 179 of the Constitution, specifically Section 4 of that article, sub-article 4, I mean, which establishes the governor, and I think is the only officer elected under law who is subject to be an executive voted for. And with regards to that as well, read it together with the County Governments Act, section number 30, which establishes the functions and responsibility of the governor. May you guide this committee whether those political statements are not in respect with those two provisions of law. Article 179 of the Constitution, sub-article 4, and section 30 of the Counties Government Act of 2012. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Okech. Senator for Nairobi.
Thank you, Chair. Perhaps to help my brother Eddie. Council, you have made reference to a court order at the inception of some of these proceedings. We want to know the second impeachment motion, which is the basis of these proceedings. Was there a case filed? Was there any order barring the Assembly from proceeding with that second impeachment? Number two, is it your position that you cannot, in fact, violate the law by pronouncement? Is that the position that you want to give us, that you can, in fact, not violate the law by a mere pronouncement?
Perez.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the Council has said that sometimes the utterances of the governor are emotional and passionate, but later retreats to seek legal and technical advice. Chair, I don't know whether the the Council can clarify whether the governor understands that it should be the other way around. I'm not giving an opinion, but I think he needs to clarify that.
Thank you.
Whether that's the ideal situation.
Tangwa?
Thank you very much, Chair. My question is only one to the Council, and it revolves around the Ward Development Fund. Because the Council has said that all this started because the Governor has refused to give the MCAs the Ward Development Fund. So I wanted to understand at which point did the Governor refuse, or is purported to refuse? Because I do understand for an assembly is a legislation body, so they're supposed to come up with this law, pass it for the Governor to assent. So did they go to that stage of passing this law, then the Governor refuses to assent to this law? That's all.
Thank you. That is all. Yes, that is all. Council, we will give you time to respond to these issues. But members, I was thinking, we remind ourselves the matter raised by Senator Okech and supported by Senator Sifuna on the matters of the High Court orders that were delivered in respect of the first impeachment motion. That matter, Mutuma and company advocates, they wrote to the Speaker of the Senate. And from what we are hearing, they have not challenged our jurisdiction. So since they are not challenging our jurisdiction, we shouldn't go there. You don't have to really burden yourself with that. If it was an issue, you would have challenged the jurisdiction of this sitting. It means they respect this sitting. That's why they are here. Let us discharge. Finally, in our program, we were supposed to receive evidence from the county assembly at this point between 12:40 and 1 o'clock. But if you look on the clock, it is 1:17. So I wanted to request members to manage time. We give 5 minutes to both sides. They address the issues we have raised. Then we adjourn for lunch. And when we come back, we now hear evidence. Would that be okay, members? Thank you. So, County Assembly, issues raised.
Chair, questions were asked as to what I meant by unintended consequences, and whether by that I meant my preference of who should have been governor or the preference of the MCAs as to who should have been governor. The answer to that question is, when the people of Meru went to vote, they did not vote the governor to be fighting other leaders. They did not vote their governor to be usurping the statutory functions of the County Public Service Board. So that is what I meant by unintended consequences. In fact, Chapter 6 is loath to such a governor or any other leader who engages in such behavior. So it must be then an unintended consequence. Then I was asked, would a discharge of the governor be analogous to appeasement policy that European leaders and their American counterparts had against the warmonger in Germany? And I think I answered that question and said, this House has all the rights. There's an unqualified right to make whatever decision it wants after hearing the evidence on both sides. No one can be hard to fault the Senate because they decided the matter one way or the other. At any rate, the Senate must decide it one way or the other anyway. I was asked, how do we compare the people who voted for the governor vis-a-vis those who voted for our accusers, the MCAs? and the people who have all these complaints? Our answer is as follows. Number one, the governor was not the only leader elected in Meru. The people of Meru equally elected the MCAs, who she's at war with without good cause. The people of Meru elected their senator, with whom she is at war with. The people of Meru cast votes they were not sufficient to return the cabinet secretary, who she is at war with. The people of Meru voted the MP for Tigani East, and indeed all the 9 MPs. Therefore, it cannot be taken that the Honorable Kawira Mwangaza is the only person who was voted in Meru, or that somehow there is something special about the votes she garnered. The entitles are therefore to have these false accusation and vilification campaigns, which we hope will persuade you when we get there. What I meant by the issue of where do we place the people, we have already placed before you, and we'll get there, the public participation results. And they tell you, while as the people of Meru may have a certain opinion as at 9th August when they cast their vote, supervening events, specifically the events mentioned in the impeachment motion, have tilted that will of the public or the voters of Meru, and we'll get there when the evidence starts flowing. Questions were asked whether we'll be impeaching the governor so shortly after an election. And the question, the answer, Chair, is we will be creating a very dangerous precedent to say it is too soon, because what you will be establishing is a precedent that tells any other governor that you can engage in whatever misconduct you fancy. You can go breaching the law in all 4 directions of the campus, because it is too early anyway, nothing will happen to you, and we will have declared that Chapter 6 of our Constitution stands suspended the first few months, first few weeks, or whatever days after the election. There was a question about the fast past the post. It is true that our electoral system is fast past the post. But that is the more reason why anyone accused of these heinous crimes should be very careful before roping in the people and saying the will of the people. Because although my colleague told you she beat the next candidate by more than 100,000 votes, it's in the public domain. The votes were as follows. Kawira got 209,148. The Honorable Linturi got 183,859. The Honorable Kireitu Murungi got 110,814. The will of the people, Mr. Chair, must be taken as including these people who also voted for Linturi and Kireitu, who when combined anyway are more than the people who voted for the governor. And merely because the system is fast past the post does not mean the will of all those other people who are actually more counts for nothing, and therefore the MCAs they elected should be insulted every day, should be vilified every day, and no other things that we've placed before you. There was a question about, I think my colleague said about public participation. When you get there, Chair, we have our volume 4, and it will show you 2,734 persons signed 300 written memoranda in support of the impeachment motion. It will show you only 30 persons, 30, sent memorandum in favor of the governor, and because we love full and frank disclosure, we have attached even those memoranda that were sent in favor of the governor, the 30 of them. More than 1,080 persons made oral representations, and out of those 1,080, it is only 260. All this can be confirmed by your Secretariat Chair from our volume, who expressed oral views against the impeachment motion. And that is what we meant, whether it is really true for the governor now to wear the cloak of the people. It is the easiest thing to do. Perhaps I would do it if I were in her shoes. But the fact that I would do it also if I were in her shoes doesn't necessarily mean it is valid. I think the role of the Senate is to interrogate it and ask itself whether really that is a valid response. And in any event, Chair, even if we were to assume for argument's sake that the Honorable Governor was elected with a 100% majority, would that be a valid answer to the accusations against her? I'm just checking, Chair, whether there is a question I may not have responded to. But I believe they have responded. There are questions, Chair, that the mover, I think this is the last one I have not commented on, that the mover of the motion has said an axe to grind with the governor, dating back to even the electoral period. We do not know, and we'll leave it to you to decide whether that is true. But we have to remind you, the matter before you is a decision endorsed by the County Assembly of Meru, and that there are safeguards in law to ensure that impeachment is not intended to serve personal cause. One of those safeguards, Chair, is the mover has to get at least 2/3 of the members of the Assembly to append their signature before he can even present the motion to the clerk. The second safeguard is that in addition to signing on that motion, the MCAs have to verify their signatures with the clerk so that they are not hard to say, I was drunk, or someone brought me a document to sign and I didn't know. In addition to signing the motion, they have to sign a verification signature. The matter has to be prosecuted before the Assembly with the governor given a chance, that safeguard. And at the Assembly, the mover of the motion must secure a minimum of 2/3 of the MCAs before the matter can be escalated to the Senate, and if he fails to do that, it heads. Before this Senate, Mr. Chair, the Assembly, the mover of the motion, must still get a majority of the delegations to succeed. So it doesn't matter anyway, given all these safeguards, and there are many others. For me, it is a diversionary tactic. Again, perhaps if I were in the governor's shoes, I would say exactly that. The fact that I would say it does not necessarily mean it is correct or that it should be believed. I hope I've addressed all the questions, Chair.
Yes, indeed, but just in case you've left something out, we will still allow you to refer to it as we go along. We want you to exhaust your opportunity completely. Governor?
Thank you, Chair and members, for the questions. I'll address two, then my learned friend, Mr. Mwangi, will address the rest. One is a question on whether there has been any law passed, and this comes from the Senator of Kiambu, that directed the governor to utilize, or rather to disperse the ward fund, and the governor refused to assent to that act. There has been no such act by the county assembly. What is there currently is that we have an approval of the ward fund by the previous government of 10 million per ward, which the governor has already dispersed to the 45, in fact 46 wards within Meru. But what the MCAs were doing is to demand an extra, because there was some disbursement which was not clear from the previous governments of 20 million, 25 million, and you see that from record from the previous governments. So they wanted the governor to continue with that trend, and the governor said, I'll only do that within what the law provides. And to that extent, the governor sought an advisory from the Controller of Budget. The MCA sent a delegation to that effect, and they were accordingly advised on how to utilize such funds. So it is not true that the governor has refused to assent to any law that the MCAs have passed. Secondly, on the issue of public participation, we submit that public participation should be objective. It cannot be subjective. And that's why you cannot be the investigator, the accuser, and the judge at the same time. So if the MCAs have appended their signature on the impeachment motion, then it defeats logic for them again to preside over the public participation exercise, where they choose who speaks and what even goes into the content of those proceedings. So it's only fair that maybe the office of the clerk or any other body should preside over public participation. Otherwise, there would be no unfairness if the very person who is accusing you is the very person who is collecting views, compiling reports, then purporting to say this is what the public are saying. And we'll be able to demonstrate that indeed most of the people that were against the impeachment were either bad, they were beaten up, and were not allowed to give their views. My learned friend, Mr. Mwangi, will take you through the rest.
I'll address the question. The question, what is the position of the governor's political comments in view of Articles 179 and Sections 30 of the County Government Act, in light of the governor being the chief executive officer of the county? My learned friend, Mr. Mutuma, in his opening address, mentioned clearly that the governor has two caps. He has the policy and the technical cap when it comes to execution of his functions. The process of election of a governor is a political process. She canvasses for votes like any other political leader in this country. He's still a political leader. What the governor has to do is to balance between being a politician and being a manager. And Section 30, subsection 2, clearly stipulates what is the function of the governor and which appeals to the political side of a governor, the charisma of a governor, the organizational, community organizational skills of a governor. It appeals to the leadership skills of the governor. One of them, the governor is required to promote the competitiveness of his county. His county must shine, and can only shine through her charisma and how she speaks often about her county. She must promote democracy within the county, and that's an edict of the law. So the fact that the governor is the chief executive officer of the county does not in itself mean she cannot make a political statement. Honorable Chairman and honorable members, many occasions the governor is invited by communities and she's told, we have an issue, we need to have a conversation. She goes to the ground and questions are raised impromptu. At the spur of the moment, the governor will have to make a statement. What Mr. Mutuma indicated is a calling for the governor to inspire hope where there is hopelessness, and also to give a word that we hold the community. And Honorable Chairman and Honorable Committee, We are going to demonstrate many occasions of this nature, and some of them have been blown out of proportion. But we are going to show how the governor dealt with those situations. She's been termed passionate and emotional, but she's not been unable to manage her emotions and her passion. But she has used her passion to be a better manager and a better politician and a speaker for her country. We are going to demonstrate this with evidence. I think that's all on the issues, unless there is an issue we have inadvertently forgotten to address.
You're welcome. Yeah, anything
Chair.
you forgot? Yes, Vice Chair.
Thank you. I just want to seek clarification from the Council of the Governor. You said that the Governor has already dispersed the 10 million to 45 wards. Might you be knowing if the it was directly through the MCS, and if they've already used this money in development so that they can demand for more?
Yeah, the Council for Governors, there's a question here you are dodging. You asked, public participation. Who drives? The one which you are executing as the governor. And then finally,
you responded,
yeah.
but you circumnavigated. What I asked was a question of legality. Who is supposed to carry out public participation, legally speaking, on any matter that is being executed by the county assembly? Does the law give provision contrary to what the assemblies have done in terms of executing public participation, legally speaking?
And then Esther?
Thank you, Chair. My further clarification is to the council representing the county assembly. I heard you say that not a single politician has complained in writing about being disrespected by the governor. Okay, this is not to the one representing the county assembly, the one to the governor. Are you confirming that the allegations are hearsay? And the second concern, and now this is to the council representing the county assembly of Meru, did Meru MCAs have instructions to represent the leaders who are mentioned adversely by the governor as presented? If not, how do you want this committee to treat such evidence? Thank you, Chair.
Yes, members, just a little bit of guidance. You are raising very important issues. These were the opening statements. Evidence will come. Then we are going to pursue the evidence one after another one when it is not too clear. So maybe we could hold our horses at this stage. We wait for evidence.
Chair, just quick clarity.
Yes, but something is banning the governor of Migori.
The senator.
The senator.
Yeah, I think that, Chair, it's very critical that the council did say that the political statements that the governor is overly accused for, and I think they form base of the charges, and to the extent that some of them touch even in on Article 73 of the Constitution. The question I was asking, and council, if you may listen to this carefully, the reason why I invoked Article 179, Sub-Article 4, and Section 30 of the County Governments Act is what the council opening statement implied was that we shouldn't hold the governor accountable on the basis of political statements. And that is, and if that is going to be the base of the conversation that will come, even in the evidence that we'll get as we go through this proceeding, that's what I was asking, that are you suggesting that the political statements are not subject to any accountability metrics under those two provisions of law that are quoted. That's all I wanted to know, whether that's what you intended to imply.
Chair.
Very well. So we had guided, yes?
Chair.
You have something burning?
Yeah, Chair, I needed to know whether we are still retaining our question hour, that we still have it later on. All right, but just one more. For the council representing the county assembly, are they holding brief for the senator and the CS so that it goes on record? And if they have records to the effect that the governor is fighting the senator, the CS, are they here representing the people they have mentioned?
Yes, that's why I was saying, senators, these are opening remarks. When the evidence comes in, probably they'll come with an affidavit sworn by the Minister for Agriculture and sworn by the senator that those things are true. If they will not, then it makes their case weak. So let's wait for that particular time. I want to request that we rise for 1 hour, and when we come back, members, you still have a full 1 hour to interrogate both parties. Thank you very much. We shall resume at 2:40. And lunch is served by Senate in the holding rooms where you are. I don't know which one was the holding room for the media.
The committee is now taking yet another break for the lunch break. And this is after yet another session where both parties, that is the council for the county assembly and the governor's side, presented their positions on this particular impeachment. Of course, the both parties each defending its accusations. For instance, the party that represents the county assembly presenting, defending its accusations that has been brought before this particular committee, and the council representing the governor, of course, defending their side as well. So this is the end of this particular sitting for this morning session. It began at around 10 a.m. Now it's about 1:43. They're taking a break, but then they'll be back in the afternoon as directed by the chair, that is Kakamega Senator Honorable Boni Halwali has directed that the sitting will resume at around 2:40. So we will take this particular break and we will be back at around 2:40.
present your evidence. Then there will be 20 minutes then we'll give you back 10 minutes for you to examine. So organize your time accordingly. We will help you, plus or minus, but generally that is the direction. And then members will also have their time to intervene. Thank you. So you are free to start.
So, Chair.
The witness goes and takes the stand, your first witness. Counsel, that means you have
before this committee shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
So, sir, can you tell this Honorable Senate what is your role in the matter before the Senate?
Thank you. My name is DMK, the MCA for Abogeta West. Having been elected for a second term to represent the people of Abogeta West, and I'm the mover of the motion seeking to remove the governor of Meru County from office by impeachment. And I'm also the minority party chief whip in the County Assembly of Meru.
So let's begin with one preliminary matter. There are concerns that you are complaining on behalf of people who have not sworn an affidavit or complained before the Senate. What is your position on that issue?
Chair, just before he continues, Chair, I want to request Council to direct us to any affidavits that have been maybe filed by this witness so that we can follow as he gives his testimony.
That's correct.
Yes, Chair. We had written to the Senate and indicated that this particular witness will adopt the impeachment motion for purposes of his witness statement and the annexures to that motion, together with the videos for purposes of the evidence. So the committee can hold volume 1. We'll be going through volume 1 of the Assembly's documents. Volume 1. So, Honorable DMK, what is your position to the issue of whether you're complaining on behalf of the senator, on behalf of the cabinet secretary, and people who are not necessarily complaining?
Thank you, through the chairman. The Constitution empowers any citizen to raise a complaint about any matter, whether the matter affects them or affects other people. So in this regard, the people who are allegedly supposed to write maybe affidavits as the complainants and have not done so, we are the complainants at the Assembly, and I'm the mover of the motion. I'm the one who is complaining on their behalf, and I've been given that right by the Constitution of Kenya to complain on their behalf, and I have evidence to accompany my complaint. So affidavit can be treated as evidence, and as well as the videos that I have, of the injustice that has been committed against them, and that's why I'm complaining about what happened, or what they should maybe, that's why I'm the complainant about those issues.
Let's go straight to your allegations. Chair, on that evidence, maybe the committee can look at Article 3 and Article 258 of our Constitution. It's law, I don't need to waste your time on it. Let's go to the very first allegation, sir, that the governor appointed her husband to non-existent offices. What evidence have you placed before the Senate of those appointments?
I have annexed a video to the motion that was brought before this House as Annex 2, which I would like to request that the video be played to this committee, Annex 2 and Annex 5.
So, Chair, if we could perhaps see Annex 2. I won't be playing all the videos given the
And
time.
there is also Annex 2A, which is a transcription of the video. We have not indicated direct transcriptions on the videos so that we cannot tamper with the originality and authenticity of those videos. So I transcribed all of them into English, where the videos are in Meru language, so that we will be following those videos using the English transcriptions that are attached to that volume that the Council has mentioned. So, Annex 2.
Serikali ya gavana ni mama. Hiyo kuna mwingine hapa ako na work experience kuliko wengine wote, na department yake ile ambaye anapewa na serikali ya gavana ni mama. Hiyo department haina mshahara. Huyu atakuwa akifanya kazi free, akisaidia, akiinua wanyonge, na huyu atakuwa hata na allowances. Lakini tumepatia yeye appointment, maana tunajua yeye ni mzito sana sana sana. Na huyu mzito ni His Excellency, the first gentleman, Honorable Murega Vaishu. Huyu mzito, asante sana. Huyu mzito kwa majina Murega Vaishu ni first gentleman of Meru County, na currently anashikilia Meru Cultural Ambassador by the Ministry of Tourism. Ameshikilia hapo, na yeye unapomwona pale ni apostle Vaite Family Fellowship, kitengo kubwa sana. He is the founder of Vaite Television, kitengo mzito sana. Na siku ya leo tunampatia kazi ambayo haina malipo na haina marupurupu. Atakuwa akifanya free kama kujitolea, na tumempatia kitengo ya kwamba yeye ni patron Meru Youth Service. Hiyo ni kazi moja. Na ingine kitengo ambaye nimempatia kitengo cha maana sana, Ambassador Meru Hustlers Ambassador.
We can pause it there in the interest of time, Chair, so that I move.
Hustlers.
Honorable DMK, is that video consistent with the governor's claim that she never appointed her husband to the two positions in question?
No.
Has the governor contested the authenticity or accuracy of that video?
No.
The position of patron of Meru Youth Service, is it a position that exists under the Meru Youth Service Act of 2018?
There's no of 2018.
Who would have the power to establish such a position?
The power can be, the power to establish that position is constitutionally placed in the County Public Service Board.
Did the County Public Service Board establish this position?
No.
Did the governor conduct a transparent and competitive recruitment before making this appointment?
No.
Would such appointments, we were told they are political, would they undermine the discharge of the functions of the statutory bodies in question?
Yes, they would, because we have seen the first gentleman exercise the powers bestowed on him as the patron of Meru Youth Service that has led to other illegalities that are in this motion. The precursor to the events that happened at Egoji is his appointment to that office where he went to Egoji Boys to inspect. Then the following day went there with the governor where she committed the wrongs that we'll be looking at later. And when you appoint someone to an office with other people and with a big budget in the county budget, you cannot claim that it's just because he's not paid. You appointed him to do something. It's not just for the sake of it. And the county governor is the CEO of a county. She's not a comedian. You're supposed to take her word serious.
Yes, sir, in the interest of time, the issue of whether he is paid or is not paid, did the EACC address itself to that issue?
Yes. The EACC in a letter that was written to the governor addressed itself to that issue, and the EACC is a body mandated to ensure that Chapter 6 of the Constitution is enforced.
Chair, the EACC letter is at page 50, or rather 59 of Volume 1. If we had all the time, I would take you through what the EACC, but I'm sure the chair will read it. As a matter of fact, sir, has the husband of the governor been meddling in various affairs of the county by virtue of these two appointments?
Yes, he has. Because normally what we have seen and we are likely to see, we are going to see in the videos that come, he normally starts making those bad comments, then the governor picks up on them, especially the verification campaign. He normally starts, then she picks up and continues. The verification campaign that we have in the motion against various leaders, and he has been doing that in that capacity.
Let's go to the appointment of Rufus. The governor says that Rufus' appointment did not require the approval of the county assembly. Is that correct? Reading of the law to the best of your knowledge?
No, it's not correct.
Is it a correct reading of the prevailing case law on this issue?
No, not actually, because there are two case laws that have been pronounced by the High Court that when an officer is reappointed by a subsequent government, if you find someone in office and you reappoint them to that office, they are supposed to be subjected to the process of approval by the county assembly or the parliament afresh, as if they are being appointed for the very first time.
So the governor's defense that this appointment did not require approval, is that defense valid whether as a matter of statute law or this case law?
No, the defense is not valid. It's quite misleading.
Chair, the case law is to be found from page 170 of Volume 1. There are two decisions, one by Justice Odunga, the other one by Justice Murima. We will invite you, given the constraints of time, to read them. And their thrust is that this defense the governor has taken is not valid in law. But have you placed any evidence of the appointment of Rufus before this Senate?
Yes, I have.
What evidence?
We have a video that's supposed to be played here.
Yes, but we won't play it, Chair, because of the time you allocated me, because I'm now at a loss. If we had all the time, we'd play all the videos.
We have Annex 3. We also have a transcription of that video. We also have an annex of the governor's Facebook post defending our appointment of Rufus Mireti, despite the fact that Rufus was working for the previous governor.
Have you placed any evidence on the appointment of Hilary Sadi before the Senate?
Yes, I have.
And what is that evidence?
I have a video of him acknowledging that he has been appointed to that position. I also have videos where I also have other material where the governor has advertised that work later after we started the impeachment, and she realized she did something wrong. She goes and advertises the position through the county public service board.
So are trying to advertise after the impeachment motion. Would that be an acknowledgement that the impeachment, rather the appointment as initially made, was illegal?
She's acknowledging that she carried a duty that was not hers, or she did not have the power, and averring that she was told by the Intergovernmental Relations Council to do that is not right, because even in those letters, they do not say that you can appoint certain offices without the due process.
Chairman, I hate to interrupt again. I wanted to request counsel, please, when your witness makes reference to any document, your bundle is paginated. Just tell us which page we can quickly find the document the witness is referring to, so that we can follow the proceedings with you. I thank you.
Chair, I'm guided accordingly. Video Annex 2 is in the flash disk. The transcript of that video is Annex 2A, which is at page 50 to 52 of Volume 1. The document from EACC is Annex 5. It is at page 59 to 61 of Volume 1. Annex 5. It is at page 59 to 61 of Volume 1. Annex 3 is the video on the appointment of Rufus. The transcript of that video is Annex 3A, which is at page 53 to 54 of Volume 1. The Facebook post that has just been mentioned is Annex 5A, which is to be found at page 62 of Volume 1. I had already referred to where you will find the two authorities, Chair, from the High Court. Chair, again, because of the interest of time, I would urge the committee to treat the evidence so far given to the answers the witness has given to my questions to apply equally to all the other alleged illegal appointments, because otherwise I will not be able to traverse the motion. I don't know whether I have your permission to do that.
Chair.
Proceed, Counsel.
Chair.
Yes, yes.
The letter from EACC that we've been referred to at page 59, Chair, EACC is addressing itself to the allegations. There is nothing in this letter that shows that the EACC has found the governor culpable. And
Very good. True. Senator, just hold your horse. Okay. Let the witness floor. And now when we have time for intervention, just take note of that. You'll then raise it.
Fair enough, Chair. We will show you when we get there the relevant part of the letter. Let's go to the roadside appointment, sir, at Timau. Have you placed any evidence before the Senate on that roadside appointment?
Yes, Annex 6 video on the appointments at Timau, and I would request that video to be played to this House. And there is Annex 6A, which is a transcription of that video because it's done in Kimeru. She was speaking in Kimeru at Timau.
So, Chair, again, to borrow, because of the time you allocated, play this video, and the answers to the questions I will ask about the video will apply to all the roadside appointments for purposes of your record. So let's play the video on Timau, which you say is Annex?
Annex 6.
The page.
There is a transcript. 6A.
Chair, can you direct us on the transcript? Where is it, that transcript?
Chair, the transcript of this video is to be found at Annex 6A, which is at page 63 to 72 of Volume 1. We have other videos, Chair, because I'm addressing this cluster of allegations, Annex 7, and the transcript is to be found at pages 73 to 78 of Volume 1. That relates to the events at Nkobo. The events relating to the committee on the municipality is Annex 7, which is the video. The transcript is at pages 73 to 78. The video about Kianjai is Annex 8, and the transcript is 8A. So you know the structure of the motion, Chair, is if the video is named 2, the transcript is 2A. If a video is named 4, the transcript is 4A, so that it links with the numbering.
I want to help you further.
Yes.
We do not want you to have a complaint
Yes.
that you are not given an opportunity to prove your case.
Yes.
This appears to be a very resourceful witness.
Yes.
Who could be your key witness.
Yes.
Is that so?
That's correct, Chair.
If he's your key witness, then we can borrow from the time of the other remaining 3 witnesses so that he presents his videos.
Fair enough, Chair.
I don't want this committee to assume.
Yes.
We are not going to prove the case for you. Prove your case.
Much guided, Chair. Then, so that maybe we save the time, I'll request, we've just played the video on Timau. If we could kindly play the video at, the next video would be the one at Nkobo, which is Annex 7. Let's play Annex 7.
Probably, Council, I can read the transcript of that particular video.
No, we'll come there, Mr. Witness, but because I want to handle this cluster together, let's play all the videos about this cluster of allegations. Chair, that was just Annex 7. Its transcript is to be found, as I said, at pages 73 to 78. If we could kindly play the video about KNJ, which is Annex number 8.
Order, clerk. I think it will help just after the clip or before you introduce the clip, say the clip is proving the following. Then they just leave it there. That it is proving this or it has proved this.
Chair.
Yes.
Chair.
Yes.
I'm really trying to help my learned friend here. You know, he was my classmate. For us to follow what is happening in council, don't tell us the annexure, because your document is not labeled in annexures. Just say the video we are about to play, the transcription is at page 79, so that we follow what is happening. Because, you know, as you know, many of us here don't speak Meru at all.
I thought, Chair, I had done that already, but I can repeat. Or before the video. Fair enough. I'm guided. Honorable DMK, what does the video about the events in Timau show?
Yeah, the first video that was played was for the governor at Timau, where she is telling the public that she is introducing firefighters, and then she is going to employ local people there to be driving them and to be using them to respond to fire incidences. And then she is asking them, if I bring people from far, are they going to know? She mentions various places around Timau that the public seems to know. And then they know that those people who she will bring will not know. Then she goes ahead and the public asks her, can we employ that one? Then that person comes over. The governor says, can we employ that person? The public says no. Then she tells the person, you have been refused, go down. Then next, she did the advertisement and the recruitment and hired them on site and told them you have been hired. And then on the same place, on the same podium, she rejected more than I don't think, from that video, she said that she wanted to employ 4 people, but it seems like it's 2 people who she has agreed with. And sometimes the public is hard saying, yes, employ that one, but she doesn't hear what they say. Then she tells the applicant for the job, you have been rejected and go down. So sometimes she's not even in sync with the public on the person the public is telling her, employ that person, which is wrong because there is no provision in law for public participation in employment, if that was it. or roadside employment.
So we are talking about firefighters here. Is this a specialized job or it's a job anybody can do?
It's a specialized job that requires someone to be trained either at the National Youth Service or any other body that trains firefighters.
Is a political rally, sir, an appropriate forum for shortlisting, vetting the persons who are appropriate for that specialized job?
No, it's not.
At any rate, does the governor have any legal mandate to recruit county workers in a public forum, in a political rally, the way she appears on that video?
No, it's not. It's the mandate of the County Public Service Board to advertise for jobs and recruit competitively for any employee in the county public service.
As the governor contested in her response the authenticity of this recording?
She has not contested it.
Chair, will play now the event for Kenjai, and so that I don't fall into trouble again.
Yeah, the next video was where she was recruiting now guards at Nkobo.
Let's
using
do
the same method.
Let's
This is
do
the
the
third video.
Nkobo one.
Nkobo is the one that has been played.
Let's do the one for Kenjai. Kenjai, Chair, is Annex 8, and the transcript for that video is to be found at pages 79 to 81 of volume 1.
Nda muma ndawan kamenyera mbia chienu ndakaja kana kamero ndirawira manto ya Meru modhan nampeta ume ningweta nambere kuromba tutongerie Meru mtota dhoma dhome njeti roe one roe njeti ng'ambe one ng'ambe katika jina la Yesu. Bwana asifiwe. Eriarende na intobi bingi ndetete, lakini mbere ndete intobi na mbena nkanira nkwenda kuwa by Friday. Chewe mutongerie wile mbere njuma roe rokedro roe soko yeto mbene nisha njuma tukuwatanira roe rokwiri koda roeko roendene nambere ya royo Wanda administrator, amwana sub-county administrator. Ibabwiri kwedro bebu karidiande, wachara antobatano bakwege la voko yeto ya Kenjai. Nainga kachanto urai. Yeite nangoe. Wanda adimini kenda toba iki utaratibu burabu eta, baandekwa batokwege la voko yeto. Tuko pamoja. Mbere royo liwaredwa Wanda administrator na sub-county admin ibabwiri kwezwa bori okaranze na ntobadoko na tongeria boko na watchman baeri babe ibaeko bakande ko bakalia wote bakalia zako yetu. Tuko pamoja. Bwana asifiwe. Zoko eneo kimubango kana mibango yetu ila tueneo eneo ndekira ili zoko number 1 kuimba enkaimba enkaimba waya munona otiaraka taratibu Beture wa miaka ya wadani bungi betuweka wadani bonga wana ni mama wukare roiwa. Hiyo ni uongo. Ezo kwa nkaimba katika jina la Yesu. Zoko ng'ombe tukamerekebisha. Mondan. Anto be yake njai bakedra kuzoko yuko na izoko ina mutongerio mwekuru. Ukojali manto akana kamero. Tuwamore. Bonge na bwi drainage.
Perhaps if we stop it there, Chair. Honorable DMK, in summary, what was the governor saying in the video we just played to the Senate, as indicated in the transcript of that video?
What the governor has done is she was directing the sub-county administrator and the ward administrator for Kianjai ward to recruit watchmen and sweepers And then she will find a way of regularizing those appointments through the formal process. That there should be people from that area because they are the ones who understand that area. They are hustlers. There are so many people there without jobs. So they should just pick people from that area and then recruit them immediately. Then she gave the numbers of watchmen and I think 2 watchmen and the sweepers who are supposed to be recruited for the market of Kianjai, and directing sub-county administrators and the ward administrators to usurp the functions of the County Public Service Board.
Would that amount to interference with the statutorily ordained organs and procedures for employing county workers?
Yes.
Does the governor have any legal mandate to recruit county workers of the type she was directing the ward administrators to recruit?
No, it's illegal for her to do it, and it's illegal that she's directing someone to commit an illegality.
Would our interference unduly influence the recruitment of the cadre of workers in question?
Come again?
Would the governor's usurpation unduly influence the County Public Service Board in employing the specific cadre of workers referred to in the video?
Yes, a usurpation can interfere because she's the CEO of the county.
Does that exert undue pressure on them to employ the specific persons the governor has identified in the public rally?
Yes, that's what she was implying by directing them to employ, then they bring the names, then she's going to regularize. That means that she is going to apply undue influence to the Public Service Board to recruit the people these people have been ordered to do.
Let's go to the Committee on the Municipality Affairs. Is there a law that regulates how the municipality of Meru is to be run?
Yes. The County Assembly of Meru adopted or passed the municipal charter that has created the municipal board that is supposed to oversee all matters to do with the management of Meru town because it has been classified as a municipality under the Municipal and Cities Act.
What is the body authorized by that law to run matters of the municipality, whether it's parking, whether it is garbage collection, whatever it is? What is the body mandated by law to deal with those issues?
It is the municipal board.
Does the governor have any powers to direct the municipal board how to discharge its functions?
No, it's an autonomous body.
But have you placed any evidence, sir, before this Senate of the governor's interference with the functions of the municipal board?
Yes, I have placed a video here that can be played of the governor interfering with the working of the Meru Municipal Board in a speech, in a meeting she had organized of the business, the Matatu sector in Meru town, annexed as Annex 9. Then there is Annex 9A in the motion.
The
with
transcript share Annex 9A would be at page 82 to 85 of Volume 1. We can now play Annex 9.
To identify narangkari kamata to kana kodi de obstruction in town na to ti fringe ke muntonge na to tonya la tiasare muntonge ende kidan na kodi duake a excellency stage de D4S na edu zo ko me da ora na aru amen babara padare by way folam pati de kidurano ikenda ndo stage de ere individual te kuani ndina moto na bobe to kidurano na bakaigua huava umere bakaumera no to bamba kula kumera Bakaumera. Bakaumera? Bakaumera? Bakaumera. Bakaumera, Your Excellency. Bakaumera? Bakaumera. Bateja? Bambe baito mbere. Baba mama mio. Kenda baba ngibona sauti yokeria.
Aya, kamete yetu to imeambiria tumekire bwana Angelo kwa Angelo Neze. Kamete je ikedwa ina mzungu eko mzungu inaitire. Mzungu eko ametoka. Mzungu kamete je tumekire mukuru tom. Kamete je tumekire Endwini kiongozi. Kamete je bando ina maingi na Iva na Mutevia. Kamete je tumurumia Nkondi. Kamete je tumurumia Mutuma Baba. Njende yatanga na kamete je tumiongere Frida ku Frida revenue kukate ku kamete yantu bangana kwa kaya bwa sasa utukwa na ina agenda natonye mse wetu natonye na ndene ngana wete karame mono na ndeka kamete yetu eme yangu kwamberia Jumatatu Jumaine na Jumatano Aramisi Bedro bakumenya anto bonde bari araba buriuka tukuwatanira na kamete eze tumengo gi ya kudhaura baba tekiara kwa njifo hezi kwa Muhammad wote batigere idurano bi kwa vilwa bwega pilonga meri ni obishisieto tisa sawu babu no bo kwenda achama ni okamete ale borome baba re ai Angelo aya chama ni yote Angelo vice chairman ni kiongozi tunasara ne Firinda organizing secretary Nkondi baba ngene member
Maybe we pause it there again for the interest of time. Bwana DMK, please tell the Senate in summary what was happening as per this video and the transcript.
Yeah, what was happening is the governor had organized a meeting for taxi operators in Meru town at Meru Stadium, and they were saying the various issues that are affecting them in the conduct of their business, where they want to locate their stages, pick passengers and all that, and all those issues that pertain to the organization of the transport sector, especially for the small cars in Meru town. And now, in that particular meeting, she is directing who will be the chairman. She first of all picks people randomly from the meeting, and then directs who will be chairman, who will be vice chairman, who will be treasurer. And then that is the committee that she has told at the tail end of the video to go out there in the town and conduct elections for various matatu stages. And that's not their work.
These people she has lined up in the video, there was an Angelo there. Is he a member of the Meru Municipal Board?
No.
Is Muzungu a member of the Municipal Board?
No.
Is Tom a member of the Municipal Board?
No.
Indeed, is any of the members of that committee she has lined up a member of the Municipal Board?
No.
Would this interference undermine the statutory discharge of the functions of the Municipal Board?
Yes, it will. Because we have a board that is in office, that is even doing allowances from the county, and they are doing nothing because the governor has sorted to creating her own board or a committee to run the affairs of Meru town when there is another board in office, which is likely also to create more conflicts that she is trying to solve.
So we have a governor here directing ward administrators, usurping the functions of the County Public Service Board and now the Municipal Board. Does the law of this country allow the governor to set up parallel structures for running the county outside those known to the law?
No, she's not allowed. I think she operates on the paradigm that maybe she's the first governor, there are no structures, there are no laws. She's creating her own systems.
Let's go to the second cluster of allegations, which is the campaigns against other leaders. Starting with the minority leader, Have you placed any evidence before the Senate?
Yes.
To support the allegation of humiliation of the minority leader?
The video Annex 11, there is a video and there is Annex 11A,
11A,
which is
Chair.
a transcription of that video.
11A will be found at pages 86 to 90 of Volume 1. If we could play Annex 11.
No, kila speaker ingo karetie. Kwa kila speaker.
Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Ano kwa yonde. Lakini utaona chokora. Watu tichokera. Amurungu aregoro. Amurungu na kutikira kuna. Watu iranga banaria. Tuwe icha umachi onde.
Ikwe kobote kwa mawa. Nawe bora kote kwa umake yonde.
Igera nini?
Si akataka botano bale na evidence sioze huwa ibweko.
Deda botikira. Alwarenga bana to icho ndo waria. Waita ite. Not to number 1. Igera. Igera ni boire. No, ogera kawazore. Ogera kawazore.
Eto katete bunge niende, katete bunge.
So, Honorable DMK, in summary, what transpired at this forum as per the video?
Yeah, the governor had visited Meru, which is a small place in a Kithe ward where the minority leader of the county assembly comes from. And then the governor calls him up and tells him in front of she first of all incites the public by asking, should he come and apologize to me? Like she was lording over him. Come and apologize. Then she somehow, the public was saying no initially, but then she continued talking and asking the public, should he come and apologize to me? Then the minority leader is called up. Then she tells the minority leader, come and apologize to me. Then she gives him the mic, and the minority leader says, I'm not going to apologize for things I don't know about. Why you're telling me to apologize before you? Then the governor is prodding him, and the minority leader says, most of the allegations the governor has labeled against MCAs here are not true. Then the governor intervenes and asks him, can you tell this public which ones are not true? And then she goes on and tells him, just say sorry to me, don't worry, I'll protect you against the speaker. And then she doesn't also tell him what she is protecting against the speaker of the assembly for, and what dangers he was facing against the speaker that she was seeking. Then the minority leader says, I cannot apologize for things that I don't know I'm apologizing about. Then she goes and grabs the mic from him and tells him to sit down. Then she continued with her speech of putting him in his place.
Has the governor contested the accuracy of that recording in the video?
She has not contested it.
In her response, has she contested the accuracy of the transcript of that video?
She has not.
In her response, has she disclosed the offense supposedly committed by the minority leader that warranted the demand for a public apology?
No, she is not disclosing what he had done to apologize to her publicly.
Does our law permit governors to parade other leaders and demand public apologies from them for non-disclosed wrongs?
The Constitution and the existing laws do not permit it. They do not permit humiliation. Actually, the Constitution demands that you treat other people, not just leaders. This is a people's representative. Do not treat other people with respect. That is Chapter 6. It's a basic requirement of Chapter 6.
Does Chapter 6 forbid bullying?
Yes, it does. And even the Public Officer Ethics Act defines what bullying is and forbids it.
Let's go to the events revolving around the senator.
Chair, before council moves, Chair, because there was a specific allegation about the grabbing of the microphone, and I know we are constrained for time, will be beneficial for us to be able to see that for ourselves. I have not seen it on the video that was played, so perhaps we can see that video in its entirety because there was a specific allegation.
Maybe you can play it towards the end, Chair.
Towards the end.
Order. In fact, I have given you an extra 30 minutes. Your witness is now 4 minutes away from 1 hour. So organize your evidence so that you conclude it in these 4 minutes.
Okay, Chair will organize accordingly. The challenge, as I said, is we have very many allegations and we are all constrained for time. I would suggest we go to the video, if I have your permission, that relates to the Senator and the Cabinet Secretary, which is Annex 13. The transcript for that video is Annex 13A, which is to be found at pages 98 to 101 of Volume 1. If we could kindly play the video.
Baliwa kawela mwangaza kenda bamwetekeria ukuma kero tesaidi ya Ruto kawela mwangaza abaga ele dirikari nusu. Babu mkwenda kawela mwangaza ala ele ntore na kaduri dirikari nusu. Bokorea. Oto woge inga belele tokorea. Odia kwandokanya kaduli muronge na lentore nekane nina kawera bange dirikare yawe andike kabineti yawe anabaya kwenda kuandike yawe mwene nani wide kawera akwambia kurega kubaya dirikare bambia wega bitina katika kawera na Ruto lakini ane mbele kawera mwangaza atendo kana na Ruto basi kile moja kwa moja lakini lentore na kaduli kawera atebo waira dirikari na leo altobeto baua kesi kuisha
Gavana ni dirikari tegwa mukate nusu na tegwa mukate kwata mukate fundo kaya otamu dofike jambo ila kwa toromera kwa Mungu na watu wakula kwa hivyo ngekwa kweli kwa hivyo kuitela kwa uaminifu.
So in summary, Honorable DMK, according to this video, first of all, has the governor challenged the accuracy of the recording in the video?
No, she has not.
In her response, has she challenged the transcription of that video?
She has not.
But in summary, who are the people speaking in that video?
It's the husband who first of all opens by vilifying the Senator for Meru County, Honorable Kadhuri Murungi, and the CS for Agriculture, by saying that they are demanding that they share government between the three of them. Then the governor comes in and picks it up and says that the Senator and the CS are demanding that a share of my government, and I don't want to share anything. I will not give them mkate quarter, I will not give them mkate nusu, I will have the whole bread, and I'm not going to share any power with them. And then he says they are using that leverage to block her from accessing the president. And then she goes on to say that she will stay with the president whether the two of them like it or not.
Now, as Kawira placed, or rather, sorry, Chair, my apologies, as the Honorable Governor placed any material before the Senate to justify these accusations she makes against the Cabinet Secretary and against the Senator for Meru?
She has not placed any material to back up our claims of their demands.
As a matter of fact, has she placed any material from the videos we've played so far justifying the claims she was making against the other leaders?
She has not justified any claims she has been making, and the verification campaign she has been carrying on against other leaders.
Let's go to the MP Tigania East. Chair, the video for Tigania is to be Annex 14. The transcript is Annex 14A, which is set out in pages 102 to 107 of Volume 1. If we could play Annex 14.
Niseme nisiseme, Mpuru wa Bore SMS ile atumete na kampuni ile aretete thirikari ne account monkada iji aretete kampuni ciawe kampuni mwe kampuni 12 ndene account ya Meru obisine kawira Mwangaza na kampuni cionthe Mpuru icia kuici bati kweja wangu wecia kukuria barabara Meru nikenda bere ano akawira Mwangaza ibo kwenda huu tudhanie kawira Mwangaza dhanie Mpuru contract cia kaunti yonthe nikenda bawatanira na ndebo igwa getumage kuringwa na thenera rara Meru au ni onyongwe ruma au ni onyongoe bwaja dhatu dai tukwaria kawira Mwangaza otonya obisine ntukwembere Mpuru wa Bore na kethea ndari orongonete kotini akarario ntubugu ejire na barua ya pending bill ya milioni nkoroki ya 10 akiwa akawira Mwangaza ndabatere kurea TV ya Mpuru milioni nkoroki ya 10 ate thirikari county enera ndure nkoroki ya milioni 10 ya Mpuru ipo kwa watabu dai barua ya ofisi ya kawira Mwangaza ile Mpuru ajire neo akiuga TV ewe neritrete thirikari county ngugene ne muno abati kurewa nkoroki milioni 10 kawira Mwangaza auga ate amba kurea mbesa iu no monga ciambe itegerwe ichunguzwe imenyekane ingugire kusitete kumenyekethera milioni 10 ibati kurewa TV Mpuru kana milioni 10 ibati kweje kathomithia kana gatigania niseme nisiseme itoboe nisitoboe.
So in summary, sir, and we're really constrained for time, in summary, what was transpiring as per that video?
So the governor and the spouse were in a meeting in Tigania East, and then they went on a verification campaign against the local MP Mpuru wa Bore, claiming that the reason why there is a disagreement between the governor and the MP for Tigania East is that the MP has brought 14 companies so that the governor can award all of them county tenders. And then the spouse claimed that Mpuru has brought a pending bill of 10 million that is supposed to be paid to Mpuru's TV called Meru TV, and he cannot substantiate where these pending bills are emanating from. And then he is asking the public, should we give tenders, all county tenders, to 14 companies owned by Mpuru wa Bore, and then we deny the children of Tigania bursaries for school, bursaries for their kids, and the public of course knows no. And then when the governor rose to speak, she did not deny, she in fact picked up from there, she did not deny these allegations from the spouse. And it also goes on to explain why the spouse is at the middle, through these appointments that she has given him, in the middle of the county, affairs.
Now, as Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, in her response, challenged the authenticity of the video we played?
She has not.
Has she challenged the accuracy of the transcript of that video?
She has not.
In her response, has she attached the SMSs she claims Honorable Mpuru has sent him making these demands of 10 million?
No, there are no SMSs that have been sent where the husband is alleging that Mpuru had sent the wife, who is the governor, SMSs claiming to be paid money. So he did not acquire those SMSs from the governor so that he brings them to this house.
The letter she claims Honorable Mpuru sent her demanding the money, has she attached that letter to her response?
She has not.
Chair, I pray now we go to the Catholic Church. That would be Annex 15, which is the video. The transcript of that video is Annex 15A, which is to be found in pages 108 to 114 of Volume 1. If we play the video, Chair.
Wetu ambara mua gotumwa ne mbaraki. Erete okarumane.
Kwanza kila dakika wakiomba wanaomba amani. Na wewe ndio gavana. Kwani wewe hutaki amani? Na kama hutaki amani, naona umeanza kuchanganyikiwa. Na umechanganyikiwa, ungeingia kwa hii kanisa leo ulikuwa imevaliwa rent. Mam, ukijua rent inamaanisha nini? Kikatholiki, wacha anestimate.
Iwo na bagekera cia rendi kana cia papo kana cia pinki. Na meankie kathiorongwa. Bado itakuwa baraka.
Na wale advisor uko nao hawajasoma na wewe hujasoma, ndio unaona umeanza kuingilia hata mambo ya Mungu.
Ndio sababu unaona sisi tumevaa zile nguo za red, kwa sababu wale wako na shida na sisi. Hiyo maombi itaonyesha mambo.
Hiyo kanisa unasikia tukiitwa wezi nini? Ajue kama si Katholiki mimi singekuwa naongea. Katholiki ndio ilichukua walemavu, Katholiki ndio inachukua yule mtu mlemavu, inaweka wanakaa na yeye kwa nyumba moja.
Abiumia bire bikurukite nyuma ya battery bakanisa ya Katholiki batongetwe ni battery Lawrence Misheni. Uritamisa na nguo intune nyuma ya bokurwa n'ingabana Kawira ne bayete mudajura juri na ikarobia MYS. Kawira agichokia migambo iji.
Bagwatia meanki. Ndeuga nani nonto nembije maandiko. Muntu kalita murovyo gwetu ambara mua gotumwa ne mbaraki. Erete okarumane. Agererie gotumura kanywa kirumie ka kitharimo. Iwo na bagekera cia rendi kana cia papo kana cia pinki. Na meankie kathiorongwa. Bado itakuwa baraka kwa wenye haki.
Chair, I would want us to play this video with another one on the Catholic Church so that I take the questions together, which is Annex 21.
But as you do it, yes, I want you to be aware, yes, that this witness has done 1 hour and 4 minutes.
I'm conscious of that, Chair.
The remaining time is for all the other witnesses. You're conscious?
Fair enough, Chair.
Very good, very good.
Nonto mwathani uri murongo pathari me nonto nituije ni batethagia Meru County na nthi ingi mwanya bakareta masibitari bakareta kinya macukuru riu mbeca ici cigwitwo milioni 6 na 7 ni kidogo kirogo mwathani baringithie batucokerie nonto uri Ngai ibwaga tu batharima Murungu wetu na indene rietwa Jesu Kristo mwathani twaromba na gucokia Ngai.
So very quickly, Honorable DMK, what was happening in these events recorded in these 2 videos?
Yeah, so the governor has gone to war with the Catholic Church, even from our own submissions, saying that they stole the land at Igoji, where Igoji Boys is placed, and they elected a school there, Igoji Boys, which now was leased to the previous county administration by the church, where...
Chair, again, I am totally lost. Which page is that transcription?
For video 21?
The page, so that we can follow the transcription, please.
Page 108, Chair, of Volume 1 to page 114.
Yes, so the governor now was mocking the priests for wearing red apparel or whatever clothes they were wearing to do a mass. And they were doing this mass because the governor told them that they have stolen 6 million shillings from the county. So she was conducting a mock prayer against the church and saying they do good deeds, but they have stolen 6 million. May you, God, touch them to return that money to the county. So then she sees in video 21, she sees them off. As they left, the priest left the venue of the meeting after the governor and finished, of course, vilifying them to the public.
Has the governor lodged any complaint to the Land Commission to confirm the Catholic Church grabbed the public land in question?
I have not seen any complaint the governor has lodged with the National Lands Commission to establish the legality.
Chair, I really hate to do this, Chair, but Council, please direct me to the page of the transcript where she is saying the Catholic Church stole this land in Igoji. Just please, so that we can follow what is being said. On which page is that?
There is from page 108, Chair, and I think at this rate, Chair, I also crave for your protection, because even after I give the pages, my colleague still comes back to complain I haven't given the pages, and it's eating really into my time. I had indicated it is pages 108 to 114.
Chair, I think Council has misunderstood me.
Very well. Council, bear with us. Why we are bending all the way backwards is because we want to give you a chance to make your case.
Yes.
We don't want to make decisions based on what we think.
Yes.
We will make based on what we hear from you. And please, the stories of your colleague, those were your days. When you're here, he's the Senator for Nairobi, and you are the counsel for the County Assembly of Meru.
Fair enough, Chair. I'm just pointing out your answer to show I had actually given the pages.
Chair, he has given a range of pages, 108 to 114, which is a long transcript of the entire speech. There is a specific allegation that the governor is saying the Catholic Church stole land at Igoji. For that specific allegation, I want the transcription, the page where
it is at page 109, Chair. Page 109 of volume 1.
Maybe I have the wrong document, Chair, because at 109, I do not see that transcription.
Chair, I'd encourage you to see your page 109, the very last paragraph in English. I encourage you to see the second paragraph in page 109 about the religious apparel. And like I say, the transcript is for the entire video. If I had the time, if we weren't working with these crazy timelines, I have no difficulty. I will take all the time to take you through every comma and full stop. But I'm also conscious of your reminders that the time taken extra by this witness will be deducted from my other witnesses.
Yes, I understand your difficulty. What the senator is looking for is precision. The statement here is saying, because the land does not belong to my sons, it is not my land or my home. I am protecting wealth for Igoji children and the people of Meru. She has said that. But where she now says that the Catholic has stolen is missing in this.
I'm sure I can get it if I need to, like I said, Chair, it's all in the record.
Very good. So let me help you.
Yes.
Members, let's bear with him. He's trying to beat time. As you know, we are not going to believe everything that the witness is saying by way of translation. We will have a Meru expert who will also agree with you in this translation. It's not ending here. So during report writing, we will be able to verify what you're saying.
Much
so
obliged,
you
Chair.
Proceed, yeah.
So, Honorable DMK, in the response, has the governor challenged the accuracy of the two videos?
No, she has not.
Has she challenged the translation and transcript of those videos?
No, she has not.
Has she complained to the EACC about any land grabbing from the Catholic Church?
No, she has not.
Let's assume for a minute that the governor was right, that the Catholic Church had indeed grabbed the land, would that entitle her to make these utterances, given the emotive nature of land in this question, in this country?
No, the utterances are quite risky and dangerous, even endangering the lives of the priests who are there in that particular function. And also, it's likely to stir, because we have seen in so many countries where a region has been used even to wage wars against each other. We have seen the breakdown in Central African Republic. Sudan was divided because of a region. Northern Ireland, Nigeria, Biafra, or so many other countries where a region is an emotive issue that should be approached with caution, especially by people in authority.
Chair, the legal counsel is giving speculative information rather than the affidavits as shared, the transcript as shared, seeking the opinion of the witness is not in order.
Yes, Senator, the counsel is an experienced lawyer, and you know that you're doing that at your own detriment. The committee will not pay any attention to that opinion. So it's not helping you.
I'm guided, Chair.
Counsel.
I'll retract.
Let the witness spend his time, adducing evidence. But opinion, it just ends there. Opinion will not affect us. It will not direct us. We know where to get opinion from authorities. The witness has not all of a sudden become an authority.
Honorable DMK is organizing public rallies by governors, the official way of addressing large grievances in this country?
Of course not.
Let's go to the allegations about forceful entry into the assembly. That, Chair, would be Annex 16, and we'll play together with Annex 17. The transcript for Annex 16 is to be found at page 115 of Volume 1. The transcript for Annex 17 is to be found at page 116 to 121 of Volume 1. If we could begin with Annex 16. Let's play 17 so that we'll take the questions together.
That's not the video.
Annex 17, please.
That one.
Is still with the County Assembly of Meru. Unfortunately, our Kungoja, they barred me from entering the assembly, which I did by force, or by God's grace, and then immediately after kuanza kuongea wakatoka nje, na walipotoka nje wakaimba mapambano.
So in summary, what is transpiring here, sir?
Yes, it's at the County Assembly of Meru where there was a Gazette sitting. The governor was supposed to come and give her address. And when she came to the assembly, I think the day before, there was a communication to her that according to the way the environment is, she should avoid coming to the assembly at that particular point. But she came by force, like she acknowledged, and forced her way into the assembly. Then the members never walked out on her. They never listened to her during that day. And she acknowledged herself that she came in by force. She came with a crowd. And that crowd is the one now that started throwing stones immediately she left the assembly. After the members had left, she walked out because she was left alone with the speaker in the assembly. Then she walked out. The crowd had gathered at the gate. That's where she's speaking from. And after that, the crowd now, after all the speech she made, telling them that these MCAs are cartels, thieves, that's when now the stone throwing started happening towards the assembly.
Are governors allowed to go to make their maiden speech accompanied by crowds to the assembly?
No.
Are governors allowed to have their crowns force their way through the precincts of the assembly?
No.
Has she placed any material before the Senate to show that MCAs were members of a cartel, as she says on the video?
No.
Chair, we now propose to deal with the allegation on PFM laws and their breach. And for that purpose, we will play Annex 18. The transcript is to be found at pages 122 to 127 of Volume 1. Further evidence of that allegation, Chair, is to be found in page 128 of Volume 1. If we could kindly play the video.
Iri kwambiria kurekerwo thai bakana nja ciao tukweja na wiva kire aje pau imbangite guitanira ngugi na professionals. Ndauga professionals ikuga CS na chief officer bara tugatara no monka bedro baije betete kurita ngugi iriku na bare ariti ngugi ba thirikari kana bare ariti ngugi ba sibitari para bomba kwerewa mantu ja mwaje na mantu ja muriti ngugi unge mwenzao. Kwa ukire atongeria baere bara bakeja kisiasa, that is CEC and chief officer, lazima wawe madaktari. Itoko need welfare kana wellness ya ritingoge beto basibitari to na wellness center. Kenda baba baguita ngoge goko bokurukira a lot of stigma kuona antu baunekangi kuona antu baje tu bakariona nona bakethwa bena center ire inyabo bongwa bomba kwarirwa be madaktari betu bakaigwa bagacokanira. Bwana asifiwe. Wao daktari waome, maana wewe ndio chief officer wetu hapa na Mungu atakuinua, utabarikiwa na utapitishwa na assembly yetu. Naomba tuwe na wellness center ya wafanyikazi wetu. And that should be done very fast. Ndio wale ambao wanapitia mambo magumu tumba gutetheria ariti betu bangoge patika umie riraba kuona aje betu. Untu bombera brabo tumite sibitari cietu ciethwa itena ndawa kwina mbeca ici bure aga na aje nyingi wetare ukagitithwa mbeca iri kuthuranwa na mbeca ici ciuka gwige kirwa kire account nene kana bakajukia ba surrender kaire back to the county government igeta na ndi bakeja gucoka irua kairi kana bakeja kuthithagia na ndi budget kenda batetherua na kuma narua mbeca iria cikurogotwa ndene cibitari itebwiri gwita ge county government kairi ibwiri gukara within this level 5 or level 6 poka ibanga buingwa na ndawa cienu na ndawa na utethio bwa cibitari kenda cibitari yomba gukura gutesaga kana parastato yomba kwethwa ekele meta mbeca ciao to another body itobwiri kwethwa twena utaratibu bobwega kethira tugakuria cibitari cietu so bodi yetu na hata pia viongozi wa hospitali naomba pesa zenu ziwe ni zenu kama tutaongezea tukiwa county government tuongezee lakini zenu ni zenu tukugwatanira bau kwa ukiriria already be national tuibombete kuthurania hawa ni waaminifu na ni watu wazuri wamesanya average ya 30 million naomba kama milioni 20 itumiwe kuprocure madawa watu wakifika the day after tomorrow bedhere kuena ndawa.
In short, what is transpiring in this video, sir?
Yeah, the governor was giving waivers to patients at the Meru Level 5 hospital, and she was also directing the management of the Meru Level 5 hospital not to cease remitting the monies that they collect from the hospital to the county revenue fund and start spending it at source to procure medicines.
Does the Meru Level 5 have an independent management body?
Yes, they have an independent management body headed by the CEO.
Does the governor have any power under the law establishing the Meru Level 5 hospital to give the waivers she was giving?
No, the power is given by law to the CEC in charge of health and finance.
Would the governor's directive interfere with the free and independent exercise of the mind of the CEO and the board?
Yes, she is the CEO of the county, so our word is taken with the evidence it should be taken with.
Lastly, Chair, this is the last one. Let's deal with the misconduct under theme number 5 about nomination of CECs. The evidence, Chair, will be Annex 19, which is the video, and the transcript of Annex 19 is at page 132 to 137 of Volume 1. Further evidence is in Annex 20, the transcript of which is to be found in pages 138 to 139 of Volume 1. Again, in the interest of time, I would pray we play the two clips together, then we can take the questions.
Onakana ke tukache ngwani MC tukaugalie turamwathani kagitatia nuntu murango jumojo aingana murungu algura mirango mugwanja kwa untena wasiwasi ya kwamba I made the right choice kuojere goji na kiangwa kana getu kenda gapeperusha bendera ya Meru County kageta kwa waziri Chawekasti na bado sijakosa matumaini nembije gitare gakinya na gaka kana gapikaranja hapana huyo ako kwa serikali ndani kabisa kelala dogana gewa muingira ke waziri kuinga milango serikali ya mama ni kubwa sana akakarandene na kwanza nkamuleta ile ubwekeza na gyale aja wala dogana gia ni ukumenya muno Bwana asifiwe koyo mwaga shuri kirego juju leonde ena power na ndiye ndakuleta ororia ndendo mbaya mwathani gaka kana gaka mujumbe tiga kiti ya MCA atakuwa mjumbe. Andika leo andikaga. Kama na wenu ni kiholia atakuwa mjumbe. Na agikarakara tiga murango jwa ingana jo waziri wa county aka waziri wa national government. Bwana asifiwe. Leo kana buteka make ndaugite gojiri tano na wakuririkana kawira kandije gojiga ntokega lakini ngoma ni murongo. Ni murongo. Ne gojin kare gwatiro na kare kare.
What is transpiring according to that video, sir, very quickly?
Yes. Now, the transcript in translation to that video is the governor was at Igoji Westward, and she was trashing the process that was used to reject one of the nominees from that area where she was. She was the nominee for youth. And then she says that even if the MCA for this area led the process of rejecting her, I'll bring her here as an administrator so that they can be pushing each other from here. Because she was a contestant in the previous election against that MCA, then the governor nominated her. So the governor was directing that she's going to bring her into government and bring her right into that ward where she was contesting so that she can be able to deal with that MCA because of rejecting her to be a CCM member of the County Assembly of Meru.
What should the governor do if a CEC nominee is rejected by the assembly?
She is supposed to resubmit names with a fresh list to the County Assembly for consideration according to the County Assembly's Approval Act. Has the governor done that? No, she did not do that. Indeed, she usurped the powers granted to the CCM under the County Governments Act, under the County Governments Act, and she reduced the ministries from 10 to 6, that is 46 of the County Government Act, and she reduced the ministries to 6 and said she is not going to submit any new names. She just, the 3 who are approved out of 10, she gave them more departments, and the deputy governor one more department, and collapsed the department without the involvement of CECs who have been approved themselves and refused to resubmit fresh names for consideration.
Is a governor allowed to conduct public vilification campaigns against an assembly for rejecting a CEC nominees?
Of course not.
Now, very quickly, I'll show you the response by the governor to the motion before you. To the best of your knowledge, was the governor given the opportunity to defend herself before the assembly?
Yes. The assembly gave her a notice. I also gave her a notice according to the directions that were issued by the court, because I brought the first motion and it was quashed by the courts. Then later on, I brought this motion that is before this house, and then we gave her a notice to appear either by herself or her legal representatives, and she refused to do that.
Chair, that invitation is to be found at page 49 of volume 3, page 49 of volume 3 of the Assembly's documents. So these documents she has now placed before the Senate. Did the Assembly have the benefit of considering them now that she never responded to the motion?
No, the members of the Assembly did not have the benefit of looking at the various defenses she has put forth for the charges placed before the Assembly.
Let's go to page 2 of our volume 2. Chair, the volume 2 of the governor's response. You have opened page 2 of the governor's response. It's 2 in bold at the bottom. That document, sir, is dated 22nd of October, right?
Yes.
Would the governor with due diligence have placed this document before the assembly?
Yes, she should have brought it before the assembly.
Let's go to the document by Honorable Simon Kiambi at page 9 of the governor's response. Honorable Kiambi says MCAs were coerced and unduly influenced, paragraph 4 of that affidavit. Has he disclosed who coerced them?
No, he has not.
He talks of violence, harassment, and other things. Has he disclosed who was harassing them?
He has not disclosed, neither has he said that he reported to the police about this violence, physical violence that he said was meted on him.
He says MCAs feared being denied privileges at paragraph 8. Has he identified the privileges in question and who was threatening to withdraw them?
No, he said that the privileges granted by their parties is the deputy majority party whip, and that has not been denied or taken away by the party from him.
Let's go to page 12. There is a transcript of a video. Was this video available to the governor at the time of the impeachment?
Yes, the video was available.
Could she, with due diligence, have placed it before the assembly?
She should have placed it before the assembly.
Did she actually place it before the assembly?
No, she did not.
What about the video alluded to at page 24, the transcript? Was it available to the governor at the time of the impeachment?
Yes, by the date, this should have been adduced at the assembly.
Did she adduce it before the assembly?
No.
Let's go to page 27 of our response, in which she invites us to conclude is because she's a woman. That is why she has these problems, and she alludes this to show that the former governor, who was a man, equally appointed his spouse. Does that document refer to a decision by the former governor?
No, this is a decision of the County Executive Committee dated 22nd March 2018.
So does that document show that the problems the governor has is because she's a woman?
No, our problems do not relate in any way to being a woman.
This decision at page 27 cites a particular section of the law. As the governor in her voluminous response pointed a single section of the law permitting her to do any of the multiple things she has done?
No, she did not point to the laws that were permitting her to appoint the spouse to county offices.
Let's go to page 42. What's the date on that document?
31st October 2022.
Was this document available as at the time of the impeachment?
Yes, it was available and it was not adduced at the county assembly.
Let's go to the one at page 45. Was this document available to the governor at the time of the impeachment?
Yes.
By the date written there?
145, this could not have been available because it's dated 19th December. Oh no.
No, page 45. Page 45. My page 45, Chair, is the letter from the Speaker. I hope we're on the same page.
Yes, this is dated 1st November 2022.
Was it available to the governor?
To the governor, and she should have adduced it at the county assembly hearings.
But the last paragraph of that letter tells the governor to do something. What does it tell her?
It is asking her that she had got a consultative meeting of Meru leaders, and the speaker replied by telling her to consider postponing the scheduled meeting to another date because the members were not available at that particular date.
To the best of your knowledge, has the governor ever fixed another date?
She never fixed another date.
Is it therefore open to her to say it is the MCAs refusing to hear her or to hold consultative meetings?
No, she should have fixed another meeting by consulting with the speaker to see the schedules, when there are sittings or when there are likely training schedules for the MCAs. That's what she should have done.
Let's go to the document at page 51. What is the date of that document?
The date of this document is 23rd November 2022.
Was it available to the governor at the time of the impeachment?
Yes, it was available and it was not adduced to the county assembly.
Who has authored this document?
This has been authored by CPS, yes, Virginia Kawera, Acting Secretary stroke CEO, the County Public Service Board.
Has this person ever been vetted by the assembly as required by law?
No, the name has appeared the first time here in the replying affidavit. We don't know when she was appointed, and the name was never submitted.
Has this person sworn an affidavit before this Senate?
No, she has not.
Has she sworn a witness statement before this Senate?
She has not.
Let's go to the document at page 52. What is the date on that document?
This is dated 19th December 2022.
Is this before or after the impeachment?
It's after 14th December when the Assembly approved the impeachment motion.
So is this a document made before or after the event?
This was made as an afterthought after the event. That's when it was written.
Let's go to the document at page 53. What is the date on it?
This is 22nd November 2022.
Was it available to the governor at the time of the impeachment?
Yes, this was available.
Was it placed before the assembly?
It was not placed before the assembly.
Who has signed it?
It has been assigned by Angelo K. Gitonga, the Acting Chief Officer, Legal Affairs, Public Service Management and Administration.
Is this a member of the County Public Service Board?
No.
Would this person therefore be competent to speak about the illegal appointments?
No.
Has this person, after all, sworn any evidence by way of affidavit or witness statement before this Senate?
No.
Let's go to the document at page 54. What is the date on that document?
The Tuesday, 22nd November 2022.
Was this document available to the governor at the time of the impeachment?
Yes, it was.
Was it placed before the assembly?
No.
Let's go to the document at page 64. When is this document sworn?
The 17th day of December 2022.
Is that before or after the impeachment?
After the impeachment.
Is it a document made after the event?
Yes.
Or before the event?
After the event.
Could this document with due diligence have been made earlier and placed before the assembly?
Yes, they could have sworn the affidavit when they were called upon to produce their evidence, the replying evidence at the assembly, and they did not.
Chair, that answer applies to all the documents up to page, so that I don't take more of your time than is necessary, to 67. Let's go to page 67 of the governor's response. What is the date?
It's dated 22nd November 2022.
22nd November 2022. Was this document available before, or rather at the time of the impeachment?
Yes, the document was available. It was not adduced at the county assembly.
Let's look at the bottom. Chair, my interest here is directors, because the illegal appointments were appointed at the directorate levels. At page 67, at towards the bottom, item 3, what is the number of years of experience required to be appointed director of protocol and events?
5 years.
At page 69, at the B, Roman 1, what is the relevant experience required for persons to be appointed at that directorship?
A bachelor's degree from a recognized university in
Yes.
specialized discipline.
Let's read B, Roman 1 at page 69. 69, item B, Roman 1.
Roman 1 is 69.
Page 69, Roman 1 and
Requirements for appointment.
Yes, requirement for appointment.
Served in a comparable and relevant position for a minimum period of 5 years.
At page 70 for the Directorate of External Affairs, towards the bottom, B, Roman 1, what is the experience required?
Served in a comparable and relevant position for a minimum period of 5 years.
At page 71, again towards the bottom, B, Roman 1, how many years?
Five years.
To the best of your knowledge, sir, the illegal appointments complained in the impeachment motion, does any of those persons have the experience of 5 years in public affairs? Hilary Sandi, Muzungu, and the others.
The one I'm aware of is the Hilary Sandi, who was appointed the Director of Communication, who does not have the relevant experience.
The governor says she was entitled anyway in her response to appoint Hilary Sandi because it is one of the political appointments of the staff of the governor. Now let's go to page 76 of the governor's response. Under item 12, what is the advertisement made there?
Vacancy number MCPSB, dated 12th November 2022, Public Communications Officer, Officer 2.
Is that the job Hilary Sandi occupies?
Communications Officer 3, yes.
Would the governor or the county public service board be advertising this position if it were true that she was entitled to appoint Hilary Sandi just like she's entitled to appoint her chief of staff?
So I think Hilary was appointed the Director of Communication. So these people would be reporting to him. So he was not qualified, and I don't think they have advertised his position even though.
Was impeachment already in the looming when these advertisements were made?
Yeah, the appointment had been made, and the advertisement was done before the motion.
Let's go to page 79. The governor claims that this letter from the Intergovernmental Relations Technical Committee as an advisory on the basis of which she appointed Hilary Sandi. Is there anything in the content of that letter telling her that she can appoint people like Hilary Sandi to those positions?
Of course not. I've read through it. There's nothing like that.
As a matter of fact, sir, does the Intergovernmental Relations Technical Committee deal with issues of county appointments and their staffing?
Of course not. This one deals with the relationship between the county governments and the national government.
She cites a letter at page 81 from the Transition Authority as the basis for these illegal appointments. Would that justify the illegal appointments?
This one cannot justify them because the Transition Authority was established after the 2013 elections to oversee the transition to the new county government, and there were no officers in the county to do this, and they were given only that period of transition to be doing that. It was not a blank check to do that for anybody who comes into office.
At page 105, she is an affidavit by Edward Bundi Geoffrey. Is that affidavit at page 106, is it signed by the deponent?
No, it's not signed.
Is it signed by the Commissioner for Oaths?
It's not.
She has attached at page 112 a lease of the land the Catholic Church is alleged to have grabbed. Is the very existence of a lease consistent with the allegation of land grabbing?
It's not consistent.
Has this lease been terminated to the best of your knowledge?
It has not been terminated.
At page 113 of that lease, under item B towards the bottom, what does it say?
The landlord has caused to be erected on the same plot a building known as Diocese of Meru, registered trustees Egoji Boys School, hereafter referred to as the property.
Would that investment justify the payment the Catholic Diocese was receiving from the county government for use of those developments?
Yes, that would justify it because it has been acknowledged as the custodian, as the trustee for the land.
Let's go to page 137. Where does this document emanate from? 137.
Office of the Governor.
So is this a document from an independent source that can be taken seriously on its contents?
Point of order, Chair. Chair.
Senator Tobiko.
Chair, I'm just probably wondering aloud this line of questioning by the council on this particular witness, you know, on the documents by the governor. What does it have to do with this particular witness? If we can be guided.
Yes, in fact, I was having the same discussion with the clerk, but we have permitted him on the grounds that probably they are trying to rebut the evidence by the governor. And since the governor is coming, they will know how to handle this. It doesn't in any way force us to take a position in their favor. It will depend on what the governor will say. Yeah.
That's precisely what we are doing, Chair, because this is the move of the motion. He has to address you on the response to the motion. Page 137, sir. Who has authored this document from the top there?
The governor.
Does this document have a date?
This appears not to be dated.
It is not dated.
Yes, it's
is
not.
Is it a document from an independent source or from the person accused of the wrongdoing?
So it's a document used for self-defense.
It's a document used for self-defense. Let's look at page 156. That's a transcript of a video. Was this video available to the governor when the impeachment took place?
Yes, this video was available and was not adduced at the assembly.
Would the same apply to the video transcribed at page 159?
The same should apply.
What about the video at page 158?
The same should apply.
Let's go to the document at page 161. The governor's case is that Meru level 5 is autonomous. Are the directives we saw in the video giving consistent with the autonomous status of the Meru level 5 hospital?
Of course not.
Let's go to page 178. What is the date of the document?
24th October 2022.
Was this document available at the time of the impeachment?
Yes.
Was it placed before the assembly?
Of course not.
What about the one at page 179?
Yeah, this document is dated the 5th of July 2022. It was not produced at the assembly.
Lastly, sir, the governor says the reason she never availed herself of the opportunity to defend herself is because your motion was against a court order. Is that correct?
That's not correct.
Chair, the court order is reproduced in the Assembly's Volume 3. Volume 3 of the Assembly's document. At pages 170 to 171. We have also produced it elsewhere, Chair. I'm just trying to confirm. But we can make do with page 171 for now. Please read to the Senate the terms of the order that the High Court issued. From page 170, Chair. last part with the order, sir. Read it for the Senate.
The impeachment motion dated 21st November 2022, scheduled for debate by members of the first respondent on the 30th November 2022 at 10 a.m. is flawed and it is quashed.
Does that order relate to the impeachment motion before the Senate?
It does not relate to the impeachment motion before the Senate.
Is the claim, therefore, that the reason the governor refused to defend herself, it is because the matter was in court valid?
That stance by the governor is invalid.
Chair, that's all for purposes of examination in chief of this witness. My sincerest apologies. I suggest when we get there in the future, you may need to expand the time. It's completely impossible to do a good job.
Very well.
And the reason I changed the chair is I started suffering muscle pulls. I'm not used to sitting on these expensive chairs.
I thought the Meru people are very athletic. The way you drive your Nissans when you are carrying a Meru, you are very agile. Anyway, thank you very much, Council, and thank you, witness. The work you have just done is not easy. You have put in a lot of industry, and I hope you are happy that you have presented your evidence. Before we go to the second part of your matter, allow me to acknowledge the following colleagues in the House. Senator Samson Kirara K, the Senator of Nandi, he just stepped out. Senator Julius Mwendwa Kataya. Hey. Senator Alexander Murungi. Oh, Kataya, you're there? Thank you, thank you. Senator Hamida, I saw her. There she is. Senator Andrew Okoit Omtata. Senator Betty Mondet. Senator Mariam Sheikh Omar. Senator Hezena Nemeletian stepped out. And then finally, we have the Senator of Meru, because of the respect that we give him as the Deputy Speaker, and also the fact that he's the Senator of the county whose matter we are handling. I'll allow him to say his own name and greet you, but not make a contribution on the proceedings. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Chair. As you have just runded, my name is Kaduri Murungi, the Senator for the great county of Meru, and the Deputy Speaker of the Senate, this House we are in. I thank you.
I had allowed you to greet them. If you are coming from where I come from, you would have said Murega. But because you are not a Kikuyu like me, you have not said it.
Honorable Chair, I know you can greet them and also sing for them the royal songs. Therefore, I want to send Jambo to both the parties, the party representing the governor for Meru County, Her Excellency Kawira Mwangaza, and the party representing the Meru County Assembly, and both the majority and minority sides. I welcome them to the Senate, and Senate, I hope and I am sure Senate will dispense of this matter to the best of their ability. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Council for the County Assembly. Our feel is that this is your key witness. So we want to conclude him completely before we allow you the other ones. Are you comfortable with that?
Chair, I'm comfortable.
Very well. Then in that case, I want to invite Counsel for the Governor to now cross-examine this witness.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. Just as a way of guidance, I note that the witness has taken 2 hours in the examination in chief, apart from the, there was He was allocated 40 minutes. He has taken 2 hours, 8 minutes shy of 2 hours. So I'm wondering what time we allocated for cross-examination, considering that they have taken that much. We surely cannot do 20 minutes.
We would like you to proceed, and we want to assure you that we shall do justice.
Most obliged. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah.
Thank you. Honorable DMK, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
I'm glad to see you here today. I have been interacting with you through your documents. First of all, confirm to this committee that you are the second time MCA representing your ward.
Yes, I am.
That is correct. Confirm that you have been elected under the popularly known as Mbas party in Meru.
Yes, I have been elected under the DAP or BAS party.
Thank you. Also confirm that you generated the report on public participation that you placed before this committee and which is contained in your bundle of documentation.
I cannot confirm that because the report is prepared by the clerks of the county assembly. I could not have been in the 16 stations where public participation was done so that I can come and report. It's the clerks of the assembly who were in those areas, together with the unsent records that they gathered from the hearings of the public and from the speeches that were made, who prepared the report, who brought together all the views that came from the 16 stations. But since I was the mover of the motion, I ran the report in the assembly.
Let me refer you to your own bundle of documents, and I'm referring to volume 4 at page 7. Kindly read the title of that document.
Can I get a copy of volume 4?
Page 7 of volume 4.
Yes?
Can you read the title of that document that appears from page 7?
It's the report of the public participation on the motion to impeach the Meru County Governor, conducted at various sub-counties in Meru County on the 13th of December, 2022.
So that is a report?
Yes.
And that report goes on from page 7 to page 16. Am I right?
Yes.
And at the bottom of page 16, your name appears, Honorable DMK Kiogora, Member of County Assembly, Abogeta West Ward.
Yes.
And that indeed is the end of the report.
Yes.
So this is your report, Honorable MCA.
In that regard, it is.
It is, thank you. Did you have an opportunity to peruse through and analyze the memoranda
Order, Counsel. Witness, are you withdrawing your earlier remark that this was not your report?
Yes.
And substituting it?
I'm withdrawing my earlier comment that this was not my report and substituting that this is my report.
Why the sudden change within a space of very few seconds?
So according to what I understood, the question you had asked before going into the report was whether I am the one who went to all these places. That's the way I understood the first places, hearing the opinion of the public, and then I did the report myself. But I own it since I was the mover of the motion, and there is no provision for any other person in the assembly other than the mover to read the report together with the motion that they are moving.
Counsel?
Thank you, Chair. My question was very specific as to whether he generated the report, not whether he collected the views. We shall address that issue at the closing point, Mr. Chair, but thank you for that.
There is a difference between generation and delivering the report, and that's what I want. I understood generation of the report. That's why.
Honorable MC, I have not asked a question. It is cross-examination. You strictly answer the questions. You do not give remarks unless you're called upon to do so.
Through the chair, was replying to the chair's question.
Order, witness. You will not chair this session. You will respond to questions. you are risking messing your case by volunteering information. Stick to the things you are asked for.
I hear you, Chair.
Thank you. So, Honorable MCA, it is on record that you have a particular hatred for the governor of Meru. Is that true?
That's not true.
That's not true. Have you made any utterances or statements that confirm that you think the people of Meru made a mistake electing this governor? Are you on record saying that?
I have not made any remarks saying that the people of Meru made mistake by electing the governor.
Have you at any point said that the governor of Meru is incompetent, illiterate, and so on?
Maybe during the campaigns.
During the campaign. So you confirm that during the campaigns you uttered utterances to the effect that the governor was incompetent and illiterate.
And I still uphold that view.
Thank you very much. So you still uphold the fact that the governor is illiterate and incompetent.
Those are the words of the campaign and they are still my words.
Thank you. That conviction then led you to believe that the only solution available is for the governor to be impeached. Isn't that the case?
No, it doesn't matter my convictions. What matters is the evidence, is the actions of the governor to prove me wrong.
To prove you wrong.
Yes, through our actions.
Let's go back to the public participation report. Did you analyze the various views and memoranda presented by the people of Meru as you allege?
Yes.
You did?
Yes.
All of them?
Yes.
Thank you. Have you noted that all the memorandum were received by the County Assembly on 13th of December? Have you made that confirmation?
Through the stamps.
Through the stamps?
Yes.
And the stamps indicate that that is the day when all the memorandums were received by the clerk?
Yes.
When was the advertisement done for the people of Meru to present their memoranda?
7 days prior.
7 days?
Yes.
Precisely, that was on 7th of December, isn't it?
Yes.
That is when the advert went out.
Yes.
And there is no member of Meru community that presented their memorandum until 13th. All of them suddenly presented their memoranda on one day, on 13th.
Yes, the forum was open for oral presentations or written memoranda, so that those who brought memoranda and never spoke, the memoranda spoke for them or briefly talked about what is in the memoranda and sat down, and others who gave their oral presentations.
Talking about the written memorandum, was there any memorandum received prior to 13th?
I cannot deny or confirm that because I'm not party to the people who have access to the emails of the county.
You have your report and it's on record and you have it with you. Can you peruse through the written memorandum and show me any memorandum that was received by the clerk before 13th?
The likely truth teller for receiving memoranda could not just be the stamp also by the date the memoranda was sent. If they were to be printed straight from the emails, they can show directly when those particular emails was received.
Yet there are no emails that have been produced before this house. Are there any emails produced before this court, this committee?
I think we are subjecting ourselves to the report of the motion.
It's a direct question, DMK.
And going by the fact that some of the supplementary affidavits that you have brought at the moment, if requested upon, they can be submitted together with other materials like the chair directed about the supplemental materials.
Let's move on to the next question. Do you also note from your report that all the memorandum against the impeachment of the governor are handwritten, yet those that are in support of the impeachment are printed? Can you confirm that fact from your own report?
I cannot confirm that.
Cannot confirm. You have the report with you. Why can't you confirm? I put it to you that all the memorandum, written memorandum, that are against the impeachment are handwritten, confirming to the originality. But all the others are computer printed. Is that the case?
No. I even have one on page 396 of your volume, whereby Someone by the name Jacob Idhali, ID number 13525495, reads, if I can read this correctly, mimi nikiwa mkaaji wa Naadho Ward, na sema
Mr. DMK,
Kawira Mwangaza ameshindwa kufanya kazi na viongozi wengine.
Confirm that you're reading from page 396.
Yes.
Is that document handwritten or computer printed?
This document is handwritten.
It
just
is handwritten.
photocopied.
Period. That's what I wanted to confirm. That any memorandum not in support of the
But this one is in support of impeachment. Can you read it?
No, you're answering your own question. I am saying, is there any written memorandum against the impeachment that is computer generated? Or they are all handwritten?
You're confusing me, Counsel. You're saying the memoranda...
Order. Counsel, reparaphrase your question.
Yes.
We want to be clear. We want the witness to know what he's responding to.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Reparaphrase, please.
Honorable DMK, I'm asking a simple question. Is there any memorandum that is not in support of the impeachment that is computer generated? Am I clear now?
In a memoranda?
Yes, in your report.
That is not in support of the motion.
Yes.
Which means any memoranda that is in support of the motion that is computer generated. That is the question.
It's a direct question. Why are you paraphrasing? I am asking you, have you come across any memorandum that says the governor should not be impeached that is computer generated?
I've not gone through, so I cannot confirm that unless we go through them. There are thousands of them.
Yet you generated the report.
Order witness. Witness, this is your evidence. So if you cannot convert your own evidence, you are saying the document before us is not yours.
Yes, this document, Mr. Chair, is mine. Yes.
And respond.
To be fair, Chair, through the Chair, to be fair, I don't think it's the witness alone who is confused by what counsel is asking. I am also confused. What are you asking the witness? Because he has read to you a document that is handwritten that is not in support of the impeachment. That's what he was reading at 139, I believe. So I am also confused, Chair.
That's why I said I gave him an opportunity to reparaphrase. You start afresh and go slowly. Don't rush. Once you use not and not twice,
it's positive.
Many people get lost because English is not our language anyway.
Thank you, Chair. DMK, a very direct question. Have you come across any memorandum by members of the public asking the governor not to be impeached that is not handwritten?
A memorandum supporting impeachment that is unwritten, right?
No. A memorandum that is not in support of the impeachment. Let me put it differently. Curiously, DMK, all the memorandum that are in support of the impeachment are computer generated. And all the memorandum that are not in support of the impeachment are handwritten. Am I right or wrong?
You're wrong.
Show me one that is not.
Because you are saying they are computer generated.
Yes.
What is computer generated, Counsel, according to what you are asking? Because if I wrote my memorandum using a computer, or I went to a cyber and typed it and printed, I brought the memorandum, somebody else wrote theirs, it was photocopied. All of them are supposed to be admitted as a memorandum because some people went to the cybers, they wrote their memorandum and brought them. Others wrote them by hand, then they have been photocopied using the computers.
Through the Chair, Counsel.
You are confused?
We have the bundle. At page 189, there is a document that is typed.
189.
189. It is typed, which what you're calling computer generated. It says, I humbly pray to support the impeachment motion of impeaching Honorable Bishop Kawira Mwangaza. It's a typed document supporting the impeachment. At page 390, there's a handwritten document. It's not typed.
Yes.
And she is saying, whoever it is writing, saying, for the following reasons, I request the Honorable choose to impeach the governor. Saying the same thing. So what is your point, Council? Because you have lost me.
Let me go straight to demonstrate my point here.
Yes.
Let's turn to page 175.
175.
Are we there? Can you read the first paragraph, the first two paragraphs?
I am a female adult of sound mind, of ID number 32692985, a citizen of the Republic of Kenya working and residing in Abodhogochi West Ward, Immense Central Sub-County, Meru County. I wish to support Honorable DMK's notice of motion dated the 21st of November 2022 intended to impeach the Honorable Kawira Mwangaza by stating the following. That on the 3rd October 2022, Murega Baichu, and goes on to state other reasons.
Can you read the next memoranda?
Which page?
Page 177.
Yes. Can you read the first three paragraphs?
That I am a female and daughter of sound mind, ID number 39, 337718, a citizen of the Republic of Kenya, and a resident of Abodhogochi West Ward, Immense Central Sub-County, Meru County. I wish to support Honorable DMK Kyogora's notice of motion dated the 21st of November 2022, intending to impeach Honorable Kawira Mwangaza by stating the following reasons.
Are you looking at paragraph 1? Is it similar to what appears at paragraph 2 at page 175, verbatim? Word for word?
Appears similar, but is not the same.
Same. Can you kindly read 175, paragraph 2? First of all, tell us who is the author of that memoranda.
175.
175.
Felicity Kinanu.
And the one appearing under page 177?
Betty Gasheru.
You confirm those are two different people?
Yes.
Can you read what Felicity says at paragraph 2? Compare that with what Betty Gasheri says at paragraph 177. I'm rather page 177, page 1.
The point number 1.
Yes.
That on the 3rd October 2022, Murega Baichu, husband to Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, after visiting Yegoji MOS Center, Governor on her Facebook page without tangible facts declared the owner of these facilities as thieves and refused to pay the pending bills. Number 2, that I watched Meru TV on 7:30 p.m. news and saw county workers denying access to Dr. John Toiti, the general manager to Meru County Revenue Board offices at Makutano, which was against the court orders issued as it was reported in the news bulletin.
Have you seen any similarity, word for word, with what those two say?
It's not, because if you look at page 177...
Order witness. We are not going to spend the whole evening.
It's not.
On the same point. The point the council is making is that either these documents are doctored or it is a case of copy and paste. Somebody was working for these people and telling them to append signatures. Just sort it out, we proceed.
Thank you, Chair. May I demonstrate one more?
Yes, please.
Because of time.
Yes.
Can you go to page 153? Tell me which citizen of Meru presented that memorandum. 153.
Duranira Salesio Mutuma.
Duranira Salesio Mutuma.
Yes.
I am sure you know who Salesio Mutuma is.
Yes.
He comes from Bori Ward. Is that true? Bori constituency.
Yes.
Compare that with page 211. Who is the author of that memorandum?
Page 211 is a continuation of page 210, and the others are many listed there.
I want you to read paragraph
up to 129.
Read paragraph 2.9, appearing at page 153. Read that paragraph. Yes.
That on the 25th of October 2022, Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, while in Abogeta Westward, South Imenti constituency appointed...
No. Do not. Please read what is written.
Page 153.
It is not appointed. Read what is written there. There is a word there. You've just said appointed.
It's appointed.
Appointed. You believe that is a typo, right?
Yes.
Good. Can we go to page 211? Paragraph 5. Paragraph 5.
That on 25th October 2022, while in Abogesta Westward, South Imenti constituency appointed alternative MCAs.
So is it possible that two different people in two different locations are making the same typographical error?
What you recognize, Council, is that Salesio Mutuma might come from Bori, but is a resident of Imenti South. So there is a possibility, and is very active in politics, that these people might know each other. So it doesn't have to be because they come from different places.
Order, Mr. Kiogora. You are on oath, and your counsel will advise you that there is an offense called perjury.
Is it possible, and you've not answered that question, that two different people presenting their thoughts on the impeachment are making the same typographical errors when presenting their views?
It's not possible.
It's not possible.
Yeah.
Doesn't it then confirm that these documents were prepared by the same person?
I cannot confirm that.
From your assessment?
I can't confirm that.
But do you confirm that the
forensic audit?
Do you confirm that the contents therein are appearing word for word, including making the same typographical errors?
Yes, they appear word to word as the motion.
Let's go to 177 again. Paragraph 1. Compare that with what appears at 189. Paragraph 1. Read the contents. 177.
Chair, I think Council should be advised that your point has been made. You do not need to belabor the point. You are presenting before a committee of people who can tell what is going on. You have had the warning that the chair has read to the gentleman. I think your point is made. Move on. We don't have the time.
Thank you very much, Honorable Senator, for that. So I put it to you, lastly, that indeed all the written memorandum were done by people who are seated in a room and keen on ensuring that the governor goes home, and they usurped the role of the people by purporting that indeed the people of Meru wanted the governor impeached. What would you say?
That's not true.
That's not true.
That's not true.
Thank you. Let's go to the illegal appointments. Let's first of all look at the illegal appointment of the first gentleman. rather before I go there, in your oversight role, have you at any point summoned the governor to appear before the county assembly or before any committee to answer to any of the allegations that you seek her to be impeached for?
No.
You have not. Don't you think that the first point of call would be to summon the governor or any other office holder to shed light on the allegations before you proceed to the very last resort of seeking to impeach the governor?
According to the veracity of the issues that are attached on motions, it would have called us to summon her to many committees because she was committing offenses around different areas. It's technically impossible.
To do what?
To summon her to so many committees to answer to so many charges. She has 62 of them.
But there has been no attempt to summon even to one.
There hasn't been an attempt.
There hasn't been any attempt. Was there anything that preventing you from doing that?
Nothing that I can speak of, but the veracity of the number of offenses committed in the short period, and also the fact that in the timing of the formation of the committees of the county assembly, the time they have been elected, forming them and having chairs in place, so many things have been done that culminated to this gross misconduct, whose cure, according to the Constitution, is impeachment. So I think even being summoned at the assembly and refusing to come is audience enough that she ignored.
Thank you. You have alleged that the governor is guilty of nepotism and illegal appointments, specifically the appointment of a spouse in a county office.
Yes.
Which county office was the first gentleman appointed to?
That of the patron of the Meru service.
Is that an office under the county establishment?
It's inexistent, so it was being created and an occupant declared the very moment.
So you confirm that indeed there was no such office established by law?
The governor created it.
Do you have any instrument of that creation?
The governor herself, she's supposed to be taken seriously with her words, and it was played here.
Are you also aware that first gentlemen and first ladies of various counties have various roles they play or initiatives that they spearhead within their respective counties?
I'm aware of that, and those are programs, normally programs that are of CSR in nature.
Thank you. So they are corporate, CSR means, I believe you mean corporate?
Social responsibility.
Thank you.
Yes.
Did you take time to establish whether this appointment was under corporate social responsibility?
It was not, and it was not gazetted as such.
Did you take time?
I took time to interrogate it. The creation of an office in a body already established by an act cannot be taken to be CSR.
What was the nature of your investigations?
Inquiring into the law, first of all, the Constitution itself about the creation of county offices, about the creation and the way public service is supposed to be run, the County Governments Act. I also inquired about the County Assembly's own act, whether it has given the governor any mandate to expand the organs that were created by the Meru County Service Act.
In the clip that you played here, the governor specifically says that this is a voluntary job and it will not attract any salary. Is that true or not?
That's what she said.
Is there any public office that is done voluntarily or without any pay?
The one she was creating, she is creating presidents.
Is there any public office?
That was the first that she created.
She created. You were in the previous government as an MCA. Are you aware that the first lady of Meru then, Priscilla Moronge, was appointed by her husband to a public office?
I'm not aware that that was a public office. It was a program that was called CSR, and I think you adduced an attachment of a gazette notice where the CCM sat down and created the Taweza program, akin to what the First Lady of the country and created the Zero Beyond Zero, such a CSR body was created, not body, rather, a CSR activity for the First Lady.
So there was gazettement of that office?
Yes, and it was created on an act.
Private offices usually gazetted?
Private offices?
Yes. Corporate social responsibility offices, are they usually gazetted?
Was that an office? It was not.
I'm asking you.
It was a program. I'm not saying that the previous governor did not create any office. And in any regard, he is not under trial here.
Did you at any point question the governor of Meru then, Honorable Kiraitu, on the appointment of his wife to spearhead that program?
There was no need for questioning.
There was no need for questioning?
Yes.
Why is that so?
As I said, this is a CSR program that was created. It's not like you create a county office in an existing semi-autonomous body whereby you create a patron. When you put someone as a patron of an organ that exists, you are giving them mandate even to summon that organ because they are the patron. And that's what the spouse started doing.
You confirm that establishment of new offices is under the mandate of the County Public Service Board?
Yes.
Was this done through the County Public Service Board?
No.
Did you at any time try to
Which one now are you talking about? The one for the current governor or the previous governor?
The one by the current governor. Did you?
She did not create it on the County Public Service Board.
Where was it created then?
She created by a speech that she read that was played in the very house.
Did you at any time confirm with the County Public Service Board whether indeed that office was ever created under the county?
That is immaterial because the governor of the county is not a comedian. Our ones are supposed to be taken seriously.
Order witness, you cannot do that. When a question is put to you, you answer either in the affirmative or not. You can now not become opinionated and start saying it is immaterial. Don't, please.
I'm guided, Honorable
For
Chair.
the respect of the people of Meru.
I'm guided, Honorable Chair.
This is a very emotive issue.
Have you sought information from Treasury Meru County whether the first gentleman is under any pay using public money?
I have not, and there was no need because the governor clearly said that he will not be paid. So there was no need to inquire.
So you know that he was not supposed to be paid?
The governor said he will not be paid.
Then what is your accusation against the first gentleman? It's not a public office.
I'm not accusing the first gentleman. I'm accusing the governor.
Of doing exactly what?
Of creating an office and an organ that was created by an act of the county assembly, calling it the patron of the Meru Youth Service, and appointing the spouse there. And we know the work of Meru Youth Service, the kind of budget that service has.
Let's move on. You've also accused the governor of usurping the role of the municipal board.
Yes.
And to that effect, you have produced a clip showing the governor appointing members of the public to a committee.
Yes.
So the question is, was the governor appointing members of the municipal board, or was she appointing a committee to deal with a specific issue?
She was appointing a committee to deal with matters that are supposed to be left to the Meru Municipal Board. And the board has been mandated to deal with the issues she was appointing a committee to deal with.
Have you summoned the board to shed light on whether indeed their roles and mandate have been taken over by this committee?
We have not.
Have you looked at the terms of reference of this committee?
Yes, from the speech the governor gave. But we have heard the terms of reference that she gave them.
But have you sought from the governor or any other public office?
Yes, we sought the governor to come to the county assembly on the 14th of December to explain these charges, and she failed to come.
Do you understand the function and establishment of the municipal board?
Yes, I do understand.
What are they? What are their functions?
The board is supposed to oversee issues that have to be done around the Meru municipality.
Pardon?
The board is supposed to oversee functions, issues that are supposed to be dealt with around the municipality.
You're supposed to be guiding us on the specific functions, and that's what I asked.
Am I allowed to
What are
refer
those
to the law?
functions? Go ahead. Because you've accused the governor of usurping the role of the municipal board. I would expect you to know the functions of the municipal board. Specifically, which functions did she usurp?
I would like to request council for the county assembly to supply with the Meru Municipal Charter.
I am amazed, DMK, that this is your motion and you have no idea what the functions of the municipal board are, yet you are accusing the governor of usurping those functions, that you have to seek help of your council to do that.
I'm not a lawyer, so forgive me, please. And there are so many illegal things she has done for me to grasp all of them.
Yeah, kindly, you can share with the witness.
Perhaps, Chair, as he shares, he should also refer to us on which pages we can be able to follow those on their bundle.
Chair, that to be volume 2 of the Assembly's documents, at page 56. And it also goes to page 57, pages 56 and 57.
Yes, the board is supposed to exercise the executive authority as delegated by the county executive, that's the governor, ensure provision of services to its residents, as the residents of the municipality, impose such fees, levies, and charges as may be authorized by the county government for delivery of services by the municipality or the city, promote constitutional values and principles, ensure the implementation and compliance with policies formulated by both and the national and county government, make bylaws or make recommendations for issues to be included in the bylaws, ensure participation of the residents in decision-making, its activities and programs in accordance with the schedule to this act, exercise such other powers as may be delegated by the county executive committee.
Do you know of the specific issue that the governor was addressing?
Yes.
When he met the warring groups of the taxi drivers?
Yes.
What was the issue?
The issue was about squabbles regarding parking spaces and some people who had taken over a site known as the G4S area, and one person had taken over the area and was deciding who would pick passengers from there. Then there were the issues of leadership emanating from various taxi operator organizations that are within the town.
Did the governor then try to look for an homegrown solution by asking volunteers from the two warring groups to form a committee and present a formal memoranda to her?
No.
Is that what she did?
No.
What did she do?
She appointed them, appointed our chairman, appointed the treasurer, appointed the vice chairman from the people who are there.
What were the mandates of that committee?
To go and investigate as to what are the issues that are being raised in the town, then to ensure that people settle where they are supposed to settle, especially those who are picking passengers, to pick them from where the committee will designate them to pick passengers from, which is a mandate of the board.
Of all the people who are appointed by the governor to be in that committee, has any of them drawn any benefits from the county coffers?
They have not drawn any benefits that I'm aware of.
Have they in any way benefited from taxpayers' money?
They have not benefited from the taxpayers' money in any way that I'm aware of.
The people who are appointed by the municipal board, are they usually paid or appreciated by way of allowances?
I would answer to that because...
It's a yes or no question. Are they usually appreciated or draw salaries or allowances from the county?
No.
Are you sure about that?
I'm not the payroll manager to know, but these people, this is an autonomous body that is not supposed to be paid.
Have you tried to seek information from the payroll master on whether these people are being paid by county coffers?
I have not, and if they were paid, then it's a duplication of functions by refusing people who are paid to do the job they are paid for.
Thank you. Let's go to the other roadside appointment at Timau. And here you accuse the governor of appointing firefighters.
Yes.
What are the names of those appointees that were appointed as firefighters?
They are being pointed there from the evidence that we have where the governor is asking.
What are the names of the appointees?
I don't have the exact names.
You do not have the names
Yes.
of the appointees.
Yes.
Do you know if those people who were presented to the governor were eventually ever recruited or hired to serve as firefighters?
That is immaterial.
Order, Mheshimiwa, kindly
I'm
take
guided, Honorable Chair.
Just a minute.
Yeah.
I'm here to help you to win your case. Okay? The lawyer is destroying your case. Answer his questions slowly and to the best of your knowledge.
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Chair, perhaps extend some courtesy to him by offering a bottle of water. He can relax.
Yeah, be given some.
I have some.
Nobody's going to fight you here and whatnot. You know, when you allege, the law is very clear. He who alleges must prove. So when you refuse that burden, your evidence becomes garbage. So take time, don't rush, and prove. And for God's sake, for the final time, if you will consider any question as being immaterial, we will declare you either a hostile witness or a witness who is not cooperative. That is not our intention. Please.
Point taken, Honorable Chair.
Chair, can I crave your leave? I think, Chair, we have been constrained to point out, there is nowhere this witness in the impeachment motion has alleged that that committee or any of the people drew salaries or benefits, so that although the question may be relevant, it is unfair for him to be asked a question and told if he alleges, he must prove, because although the question is admissible, he has not actually alleged anywhere in the motion that these people drew salaries or benefits and those sort of things. So I'm saying let's also be fair to the witness. If he has alleged anything and he must prove it to the four corners of his allegation, but things he hasn't alleged, he will of course struggle to answer questions about things he hasn't alleged, and it is imputed that he has alleged them.
Counsel. I'm told you are a classmate of Edwin Sifuna. It therefore means you have practiced law for a while. And you know that at the end of this exercise, we will give you an opportunity to do what you are attempting to do. So could you hold your horse? Yes, hold your horse. Unless you want to take the witness stand.
Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, we had intended to raise that issue the Chair has raised, that throughout the examination in chief, even when the counsel for the Assembly offered opinions and answers to be confirmed by the witness, we did not object for the sake of time. And the Chair is good and we appreciate that you confirm. Let us not be interjected. We are flowing very well with this uncooperative witness until the counsel stood. Let him allow us to struggle. We resort to Chair for guidance. Let us not be interjected. Thank you for protection.
Thank you. And then, my dear counsel for the governor, we are managing time. I've already given you 45 minutes. So know how to use your time. Or are you competing for the 1 hour?
No.
Don't hang too much on small print and fail to tackle the big issues.
Thank you, Chair. I am on to my last two questions. Then I usher in my learned friend to proceed with the rest of the cross-examination. DMK, of all the alleged roadside recruitments, have you gotten any confirmation from the County Public Service Board that indeed any of those nominees was eventually recruited?
No, I've not.
You have not. Has the County Public Service Board ever complained that their roles and mandate is being usurped by the governor?
I've not seen such a complaint anywhere.
You have not seen any. Lastly, in all the rallies, Timau, Kobo, Kianjai, and the Meru stage, were you present?
I was not.
You are not.
Yes.
So you cannot confirm the context under which those pronouncements were made.
I can confirm from the videos and the TV because I follow TV. I can confirm from the videos and from the speeches, and it was clear as to the intentions.
Do those videos cover the entire event from beginning to end?
Of course not. They are very long.
They do not. So you are not aware of the actual context under which those statements were made?
I'm aware of the context. I'm aware of what I have adduced as to the intention of hiring that the governor has done.
Yet you confirm that none of those people were ever eventually hired or recruited?
I've not seen any.
Thank you.
From the service board.
Thank you. I usher in my brother to proceed.
Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Mr. DMK, how are you?
I'm very fine, sir.
Please put your name on Hansard, sir.
My name is Manassas Mwangi. Manassas Mwangi, appearing for the Governor of Meru County, Her Excellency Kawera Mwangaza. DMK, you're serving the people of Meru for the second term?
Yes.
Have you been employed in public service?
Yes.
What capacity?
I was a loans officer at the Higher Education Loans Board.
What was your probation period?
The probation period was 3 months.
3 months.
Yes.
In a public service, also in certain position, the probation period is 6 months.
Yes.
Thank you. In the videos that you played to this house, were you present during the events covered in the video?
No.
Did you know any person who was present in those videos?
In some I know.
In some you know.
Yes.
About how many? Roughly?
I'll need time to count so that I can give the correct answer.
Very well. You have produced how many videos in total? You can't remember.
Supposed to be 17.
17.
Yeah.
Thank you. Did you ask the persons who were present to avail you with any statement confirming the statements and the photos you saw in the video?
Yes, in at Egoji and at Mweronkanga.
And you were provided with the statements?
Yes, the statements are part of the testimony.
Were they statements in the county assembly motion consideration?
They were not in that.
They were not. So in giving your evidence, you have given a lot of explanation on those videos, and you have also referred us to the transcripts. Now that you are not present where the video was captured, do you want this committee to rely on the transcripts that you have provided?
Yes, and like the chair indicated, they are going to call an expert in Kimeru to see about the transcriptions, whether they are right.
They are going to watch the video with an expert.
Yes.
So they should disregard any matter outside the transcription that you stated in evidence. That's correct?
That is up to the committee to decide.
Very well. I want to refer you to the video you showed at Igoji Secondary School. You were not present.
I was not.
When was the video, when was that event held? Would it be 24th of October?
Yes.
And there were another video of chaos. Honorable Chairman, the video at Igoji Secondary School was Annexure 11. And the other video I'm referring to about the chaos is Annexure number 17. In Annexure number 17, that is a video when the governor had attended the county assembly
to offer her address.
Yes.
And that was on 19th of October.
Yes.
The day before the governor's address on 18th of October, there was a press conference by all the MCAs. Do you recall?
Yes.
The Speaker of the Meru County was also present.
Yes.
And he also counted himself as the 70th MCA of the County Assembly of Meru. Do you remember that video?
I don't recall that
You
particular
don't recall.
Yeah.
We refresh your memory later. But you remember there was a press conference.
Yes.
And the members of the County Assembly said they are not able to work with the governor.
The members
of the County Assembly in that press conference of 18th? You can't recall. Let's go to the video annexure number 11.
Council,
yes.
We would like to hear his answer. Don't answer for him. What is your answer?
Because I never spoke in that particular press conference myself, but I don't remember the members. The members, they may have stated that there is an hostile working environment in the county.
Do you remember the speech by the Speaker himself?
No.
You don't remember?
I don't remember the specifics.
Were you present?
Yeah, but at the very behind, because we are 67 of us, so it's like 3 maybe who spoke and I was at the very back.
You couldn't hear?
I have seen maybe some of the videos that have been adduced from your side.
You seem not to remember, Honorable Chairman, what transpired. I was referring to the events of 19th October to relate to the video annexure 11 and to indicate that the matters that the Wananchi were asking Mr. Mwenda Ndhiri to apologize about were the events of 19th October 2022. Is that correct?
I would not answer in the affirmative because the governor in a request for the apology did not indicate that.
No. Were you present in that meeting?
The 19th one?
No, the one for 24th.
The one at the assembly?
No. The one where Mwenda Ndhiri.
No, I was not there.
You are not there?
Yes.
That's why I'm asking, would you be able to tell whether the subject of apology were the events of 19th October 2022? You tell me whether you know or you do not know. You do not know. So the matters in that video you cannot verify?
I can verify the fact that the member was asked to apologize to the public. And he said, I'm not aware why I'm apologizing, so I will not.
But before that video at that point, you do not know what had transpired before the member rose to speak?
The governor was beginning a speech with him.
Okay, very well. Chairman, I would kindly request to play a video which is annexure number 11. What was played was annexure number 11A, and it is the same content, but number 11 is a little longer, and it has very crucial information, Chair. I'll play on it for about 10 seconds.
Vice Chair, please approach the chair. Please come. Please come over. Thank you, Council. Council, it required that you do an application, but we are doing it a bit faster. Instead of you going through the formalities of applying for that, we will allow you, because we also didn't restrict the county assembly when they are requested for videos to be played. And secondly, you are not introducing anything new. You are playing the same video, only that you are playing it longer.
That's true.
So you are allowed.
And it's theirs.
Yeah, yeah.
Annexure 11, there's 11 and 11A. I'd like to pause at that point. I'd like to pause at that point. In their own evidence, the mover of motion has produced evidence that says the MC Akithi Ward, Mwenda Adhiri, refuses requests by Mwana Inchi to apologize and work together. It is their own evidence. They supplied to us, they supplied to this committee, but it was deliberately not played.
Chairman,
but he says he was not present at this meeting.
Chairman,
He has confirmed that.
Chairman, perhaps Council can confirm to us
Yes.
whether that caption is exactly what the governor is saying. Is it a translation of anything that is happening there? It's a caption.
It's a caption.
So how is it related to what the governor is saying or what actually the crowd is saying?
Honorable Chair, this is a video we will also play when we are giving our evidence in chief, and it's their evidence, and it's their own caption. And actually that is what transpired. The honorable member for this ward, Mwenda Idhiri, arrived late during this meeting. It was a developed meeting.
Chair, I think now Council is giving evidence, and I don't think that is
I was giving context to this video, and I was saying...
allow the context to come from your witnesses and the witnesses that you are cross-examining. I don't think it's proper for you to do that.
Thank you very much.
Council, you are not losing anything. We're going to protect you when it comes to your time to present the evidence of your side,
very well,
to do what you are doing. Let's not look like we are allowing you to give evidence during cross-examination. That would be unprocedural.
I understand, Chairman, I'm well guided. I only feared they may say we did not avail that video during their time, when it was their time to answer. But we will deal with it now that we broadcast it. Let's go to the events of 24th of October.
Chair, sorry. Thank you for the intervention of Senator of Nairobi. We can skip that as long as they will be given a chance to cross-examine the same witness about this video. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, I'm guided.
Proceed.
The events of 24th of October, these are events pursuant to the standing orders of the County Assembly. Is that correct?
Yes.
Order number 20. That the governor is required to give an address at the opening of the assembly?
Yes.
Or was it any other ordinary address?
It is at the opening of the assembly.
At the opening of the assembly. She was formally invited by the Speaker for that purpose?
Yes.
The invitation was formally gazetted?
Yes.
The governor came and found the gate closed. In the video that you broadcasted, annexure number 17. Is that correct?
That's correct.
The governor actually walked from outside the county assembly into the premises and precincts of the county assembly. Is that correct?
Yes.
We saw the governor walking.
Yes.
The governor then went to the assembly hall and began giving her speech, and everyone walked away, all the county assembly members. Is that correct?
There were events before that.
No. Did the MCAs walk away when
Yes.
the governor was standing and giving an address?
Yes.
Regardless of the reason?
Yes.
Thank you. Did the speaker caution any of the county assembly members walking away as an unparliamentary conduct?
None
Do you
that I've
remember?
seen.
Yeah?
None that I've seen.
None that you have seen.
Yeah.
Then after that, the speaker drew the attention of the governor to the empty house
Yes.
and asked the governor to leave the podium.
Yes.
And the governor walked to the precincts of the parliament where the cars had now been allowed into the parliament, the county assembly.
She went with the speaker to his office.
Then eventually left the premises.
After the meeting with the speaker.
After meeting the speaker?
Yes.
Were you at the meeting with the speaker?
I was not.
You were not?
Yes.
She boarded her vehicles inside the premises of the assembly?
Yes.
And drove out of the gate in her vehicle?
Yes.
You said that the governor came with a huge crowd and subdued any force, and they opened the gate.
She came with a crowd.
With a big crowd?
Yes.
This would think was a crowd supporting her, mobilizing her, rallying her, or what kind of a crowd was it?
They were chanting.
Yes.
Our name.
Yes.
And singing. Yeah. Outside the gates of the assembly.
So you're also saying that the governor has a following in that county?
She has a following.
She has a following?
Yes.
It's not all the county residents who require the governor out as undesirable?
Yes.
It's not all of them?
Yeah, it's not all of them.
Thank you very much. When she was leaving at the gate, again, the mob and the crowd that had come with the governor demanded an address from her. Did you see that?
I didn't see them demanding because she went out on top of the car.
She went out on the top of the car?
Yes, when she was leaving.
But she gave an address outside?
Outside the gate, yeah.
From the videos you saw, the governor pelted with stones?
From the video we played, actually, I saw stones flying and some were flying.
From inside the premises of the county assembly?
When the husband was shouting,
No.
MCs are throwing stones, I was seeing people,
No.
crowds inside.
Mr. Witness, once you answer my questions as yes or no, we are able to move quickly to the next one. And you have an opportunity for the examination.
Yes.
Your counsel will come and allow you time and guide you to clarify and
Yes.
give a story.
Yes.
If you have an alternative fact. The governor in the course of the address was pelted with stones.
Yes, I saw stones flying.
The stones were emanating from the premises of the county assembly.
No.
The governor was outside the gate.
Yes.
Where did you see stones coming from?
From the followers she was coming with.
She was from the followers.
Yeah,
Were they inside or outside the county assembly?
Since they were scattered everywhere, so
Yeah.
they were just coming into the assembly. the
We'll
stones.
still play the videos and we see where the stones were coming from.
Yes.
At some point, the police had to use tear gas to quell the violence.
Yes.
At that point, did you hear the governor says, even if we are pelted, we are not going to fear? Did you hear that from the video?
She was not talking about being pelted. She was saying,
Yes.
I'm not a coward.
Did you hear her saying she is not going to fear?
Yeah, she said I'm not going to fear.
She said it.
Yes.
Thank you. When you look at the standing orders number 20, the county assembly has so much power, oversight, as well as legislative, and they can even invite the governor to answer to any question in a special address. Do you understand that power of the county assembly?
Yes.
Do you remember the county assembly of Meru exercising that power at any point to invite the governor to address all the issues you are lamenting in your from the county assembly asking the governor for any explanation on the things you have lamented about?
Yes, during the impeachment motion.
And before then, before
No.
the motion?
No.
Yourself, did you ever write to the governor complaining about what she was doing as a citizen of Meru? Because you said you have brought this motion as a public-spirited Marian.
I did not
did you write any
anything.
letter?
No.
You did not?
Yeah.
You did not even seek to visit the governor for a courtesy call for that purpose?
I did.
Did you meet?
No, she was not available. I called her.
You called her?
Yes, she told me she's going to Egoji, so I should go there to meet, to tell her what I want there.
Or she had a program?
Yes.
And she informed you of the program?
Yes.
Did you, since you had time you were looking to meet her,
Yes.
did you go to Igoji?
I did not because I had other duties. I wanted to meet her in town.
You had other duties.
Yes.
But you had time to meet the governor that day.
Yes?
You had time to meet the governor that day that you had called. That's why you had called her.
I wanted to meet her at the assembly because the activities were around the assembly. For maybe 30 minutes, I come back. Our office is just opposite of the road.
On the sidelines of the assembly.
Yes.
Okay. You've talked about verification of leaders. And you've talked about the current Honorable Minister for Agriculture.
Yes.
Did you have any conversation with the minister that he ever felt verified by the governor?
So I gave him some calls and they went unanswered.
The calls went unanswered.
Yes, by him, yeah.
Did you ever write to him and inform him, even you are bringing this motion and he's a subject?
No.
No. Have you seen the many photos on the Twitter and Facebook of the governor of Meru County and the CS for Agriculture having courtesy calls and enjoying coffee?
I have seen them.
You have seen them?
Yes.
Chairman, that's a very important statement. You have also seen the governor of Meru County launching the tree planting exercise with the CS for Agriculture and the Honorable Member of Parliament, Rahim Dawood.
And also MCAs were present.
Even MCAs were present?
Yes.
Which MCAs do you remember were present?
The speaker was there.
The speaker was there.
The majority whip was there.
The majority whip
and
was
several
there.
others were there during the launch of the tree planting exercise at the invitation of the CS.
Oh, very
the
well.
CS who had written to us.
Okay.
Yes.
Did you see any animosity between the two?
Between?
The CS and the governor? The CS for Agriculture. Did you see any animosity?
From the recent pictures?
In those events that we attended together with them?
Personally, I was not there, but
you
from
were
the
not
pictures
there?
I've seen,
Yes.
there was no animosity from the pictures.
In fact, all attendants were very happy. You can see Rahim Dawood laughing.
I've seen pictures. I don't know you can date happiness and what somebody was laughing about on a Facebook picture.
Yeah. But you can see them laughing, whether you know the reason or not.
I've seen such pictures.
You have seen such pictures. Very well. There is an allegation that the county governor of Meru has decided to control all institutions, including the sagas. You broadcast to us one video of the governor talking about the Meru Level 5 hospital. Do you recall?
Yes, but it was not all.
It was not
like
all.
you have put it.
I'm interested in just what you broadcasted.
Yeah, we're talking
for
about
this
the Meru
committee.
Level 5 hospital, not all the sagas.
Meru Level 5 hospital.
That was the subject.
Actually, that's what I want us to discuss. In that video, the governor talks about the mental health of the health workers. Do you remember?
Yes.
She says there is need for wellness for the health workers.
Yes.
And she asks the management to think about the wellness of the health workers.
Yes.
In that statement, even where she's commenting about the money the hospital raises, do you hear her mention the word budget?
The word budget is not mentioned directly.
Is it mentioned indirectly?
Yes.
Good. It is your understanding that semi-autonomous government agencies are self-accounting and they have their own budgets?
Yes.
You understand that?
Yes.
So they can prepare a budget and they factor all the concerns the government the governor thought are good to be addressed on behalf of the health workers?
Yes.
And they be factored in the budget?
Yes.
And that would be legal and proper?
Yes, if the money is requested through the normal
let's
channels.
go step by step. We are coming there.
Yeah.
That would be legal and proper.
Yes.
To the best of your knowledge, has any budget so far been prepared on behalf of that saga?
On behalf of Meru Teaching?
Yes.
None that I'm aware of.
None that you are aware of?
Yes.
So do you know whether the programs the government proposed during that meeting are going to be implemented and whether they will be implemented legally or illegally?
We would know
Would
if we
you tell?
saw them in our budget. You can't tell.
No. They have
You
not
can't
happened.
tell.
They have not happened. Can you tell?
No.
I can't tell.
Yeah.
There is another very emotive issue that you have raised. I don't know why you decided to bring it, but it's about the church. You remember you played 2 videos that affect the church. There was one that had persons with red robes. That's the clergy. I think that was annexure number 10. Annex number 10.
Yes.
That you prayed for us. You saw a gentleman who was in a pale green sweater giving a warning that we do not know what the color red means in church. Do you remember?
Yes.
You remember. You also saw another person who is able differently. I think he's called Macarena.
Yes, I saw him.
You saw Macarena?
Yes.
Is that his proper name? Or that's
I think that's a nickname.
That's a nickname.
Yes.
But you remember him talking about the curses?
Yes.
And saying that the governor doesn't know what he's praying with, and his advisors, I don't know whether Mutuma was envisaged, are not educated.
I saw him saying that.
You saw him say that. Do you agree with him?
That is his opinion. I don't agree with it.
You do not agree with him?
Yes.
It's important that goes on record. His witness do not agree with the content of that video.
Not the video, but the content of the speech.
To that extent. I've said to that extent.
Yes.
Then in the prayer that you say is a prayer of mockery, before you go there, the governor responds to these statements by the individuals I've referred to. And she says that whether she is cast, whether they wear pink or purple, there will be blessing upon her. Do you remember her saying that?
Yes.
She says it doesn't matter what she's doing is good, and whether the priests are wearing purple or pink, there will be blessings. You remember that?
Yes.
You also remember that she refers to a passage in the Bible and refers to a character in the Bible called Barak.
Yes.
And what does it say, Barak, what happened to Barak? Was it Barak or Balaam?
I think it's Balaam.
Balaam.
Yes.
What happened to Balaam? He was sent to go and curse people of God, but he was tongue-tied.
Yes.
You remember that story in the Bible?
Yes.
So when the governor is likening utterances by Macarena, which you do not agree with, to that story of Balaam, is she really mocking the church, or she's just giving a scenario for the church to learn from, or for the people to learn from, like Macarena?
In my evidence, I'm talking about the mocking of the video, the mock prayer, not
No. I'm coming to that one. I'm coming to that one. But to that extent, do you think there was anything wrong with the governor citing a story in the Bible and correlating it?
There was nothing wrong with that.
There's nothing wrong with that. Thank you very much. There was also the mock prayer. This was at Igoji Secondary School.
Yes.
And do you know the history of the foundation of that school?
Yes.
Do you come far away from the locality of that school?
No.
How far away?
It's in Imenti South,
And
in Igoji West, in Igoji East Ward,
Yes.
and I'm also in Imenti South, Abogeta West.
Okay.
So it's these 2 wards that separate us.
2 wards apart.
1 ward actually.
So this school is a Harambee school.
Yes.
Harambee school means that citizens, private citizens, contributed pieces of land to bring up 1 parcel of land to become a school.
Yes.
That's the meaning.
Yes.
So this school was created out of the efforts, of the Harambee efforts of the community.
Yes.
And they brought land.
Yes.
And they initially built a school. Initially there was a school. Whether or not the church, I'm coming to the construction by the church.
Yes.
Initially there were classes.
I cannot confirm
You
who
cannot
built,
you cannot confirm.
Who built, because the church was given as a trustee, so they built the school there. They were given the land and built as a trustee and built the school.
But were they given terms on how to manage the school?
So whenever land is given to a trustee,
Yeah.
So the trustee puts in, like it used to be in that time, probably the principal to oversee,
Yes.
funded by the trustee, or the trustee is involved somehow in the selection of the management committee, and a representative of the trustee is there to oversee what is happening.
Thank you. This was a Harambee school.
Yes.
It is registered as such.
Yes.
So by the time the church is being given the school,
Yes.
it's already a going concern, or it's a running school, by the time they are being made a trustee. Or was the church given empty land?
The church was normally what used to happen when these lands were consolidated,
No.
they were given a trustee so that they don't get grabbed
Yeah.
or disappear.
Yes.
So the church was given as a trustee
Yes.
of that land
Yes.
when it was consolidated from the public.
Okay, thank you. In relation to this particular school, would you know whether the community had any concerns about the school? Management or otherwise?
I wouldn't know because
wouldn't.
somehow
Yes.
The trustee was running the school and they closed it down. So it has been running closed for quite some time when the county came in to lease the facilities around it.
Thank you very much. The school has been closed.
Yes.
Approximately from when?
I cannot speak to the time, but
Was it
the school was closed.
Before COVID?
No, that school could have been closed maybe 2010 or thereabout. A long time ago. The classes have just been lying there.
Oh, over
with the
10
trustee
years.
doing other things in the compound.
The trustee are doing something else in
Yes.
the compound. Thank you very much. So, did you know about the functioning of this school, or what the trustees are doing, or why the county assembly has leased, the county government has leased back the school?
I would know that the county government leased the land
First of all,
from the
tell us
trustee.
whether you know or you don't, so that you know whether we move on to that question.
Whether I know why the county leased.
Yes, and under what terms?
Yes, I know the county leased the hospital.
Yeah?
They leased the classes for use by the Meru service.
They leased the
Yes,
classes.
from the trustee.
Okay. What is it being used for now by the county?
To train youth under the Meru service, whereby once they are recruited,
Yes.
they go there for discipline training and so many other things before they are posted to various colleges.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Was that leasehold a subject of discussion or debate in the county assembly, whether in the current one or the previous one?
The previous one I was there, it was not a subject of discussion.
Yes.
It never arose.
Yes.
The current one, the matter has not yet come to the assembly.
So if it was not debated in the county assembly in the previous assembly,
Yes.
I saw the lease was entered in 2019.
Yes.
Honorable members, I'm referring to a lease agreement in the governor's bundle of documents, volume 2, and it commences at page 112. So when that list was entered in 2019, it is possible there are even so many MCAs who do not know what are the nature of operations in that premises.
Yes.
It's true.
It's true.
If MCAs who are the leaders do not know, it's also possible that the citizens may not know.
It's possible.
It's possible.
Yes.
It's also possible that the governor, since she was not the governor in the previous government, she may not be aware the terms of engagement of those facilities. Is that possible?
It's not possible.
Why?
Because she went there knowing very well with documents,
did you
with
ask-
requests for payment. So I believe she was briefed by
No.
advisors.
I want you to answer
Yes.
to matters of personal knowledge,
Yes.
not belief.
Yes.
Give us what you know. And you tell us, I know the governor knows because there is this letter where she inquired and she was informed by this house or by this office.
Yes.
Do you know of such communication that makes it peremptory, the knowledge of the governor?
I do not know.
You do not know.
Yes.
That day, the governor made a prayer,
Yes.
the famous prayer.
Yes.
And the prayer was also played here.
Yes.
In that prayer, the governor starts by exalting and appreciating the role the church has played.
Yes.
Do you remember?
Yes.
Do you have a problem with that?
No.
But she also says that whatever the church has done wrong, God to enter into them and do right thing. And whatever is not theirs, they return. You remember
Yeah,
those
she
statements in
said.
the prayer?
Yeah, she said that in the prayer. They returned 5 million.
They returned 5 million.
Yes.
Very well. And that was the mocking statement, in your view.
Yes.
That is what is deemed vilification of church leaders.
Yes.
So when I tell you that the governor made an inquiry later, and she understood that land had actually been leased, and these persons were trustees, would you say that that is not accurate, or she was already in view of the knowledge? Based on your personal information, personal knowledge, would you know?
I wouldn't know.
You wouldn't know.
Yeah.
Honorable members and Honorable Chair, there is a report that the governor sought on the status of this land. And as you've said, you've had this report is at page 107, bundle of documents in support of the governor's answer, volume 2. At page 107.
Yes, Council.
Yes, and at page 143 that follows, there is a document from the church. And you can see in that document, the church explains what it understands is the nature of that land and the two public institutions operating on that land.
Through the chair.
Thank you.
Chairman, I do not want to question my colleague's style, but wouldn't it be better if he led these documents during the taking of his own witness and use his time to put questions to this witness about the things that he has told this committee?
I think, Council,
yes,
the senator has a point.
Yes.
But I don't want to take away anything from you, yes, because even the guidance the senator is giving you, yes, you are still within the framework, yes, because what you are asking arose when the Council of the County Assembly was making their case. But the senator we are requesting you, that which you can reserve for your time tomorrow, yes, do so, and here just highlight. It don't look like you're prosecuting your case.
Very well.
Yeah.
I understand. I'm aware of it.
And for information,
yes,
the County Assembly did 1 hour 45 minutes, yes, and you have now done 1 hour 10 minutes. And in usual practice, yes, your side cannot be given the same time. You're just supposed to, or am I out of?
No, Chairman.
Your time is supposed to be shorter.
In
really.
a quarter of an hour,
Yeah.
I'll wrap up.
Yeah. Quarter of an hour.
Quarter of an hour.
Very good.
Thank you very much.
Members, you okay? Very well.
There is one last charge on verification of readers. There was an MP called Mpuru.
Yes. Peru Aburi.
Have you talked to him about this motion?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive any statement from him?
I did not take any statements from him.
You did not take any statements from
Yes.
him. He's a leader in Meru County.
Yes.
If he fails, despised, he has ways of also approaching the governor or the relevant authorities.
He also has ways of complaining on his own.
He has also ways of complaining on his own.
Yes.
And you have not seen the honorable member petition the county assembly?
No.
No. I'm going to the one issue which also rotates to the issue of the Igoji Secondary School, the appointment of the first gentleman as a patron of the youth. What is that position?
Patron of the Meru Youth Service.
Youth Service.
Yes.
In that video where that appointment was purportedly made by the governor, she followed with another appointment of the first gentleman as the ambassador of the hustlers for Meru.
Yes.
Do you remember?
Yes.
These hustlers, would you call them or classify them as mostly the youth or the senior citizens in the county?
Hustlers are maybe the people who are struggling.
People who are struggling.
Yes.
They are mostly the youths without jobs.
It's not really the youth who are struggling in this country.
Mostly. I've used the word mostly.
We can say that.
We can say that.
Yeah.
You do not agree, or do you agree?
With the term hustlers.
In your understanding, I've by the way, really admired your eloquence and appreciation of the English language. I'm very impressed. Yeah. In your understanding of the English term patron, what do you understand it to mean? In the ordinary language.
Patron is like an overseer, someone who oversees what is happening in a particular area.
Let me put it otherwise. A patron is a ceremonial office. A patron is invited for ceremonies when a club or an organization or a group have a ceremony or an event. Patron people go for advice. They go to seek sponsorship. They go to seek connections with sponsors. And that's why even persons who frequent the watering holes, we are patrons to those bars. That's correct?
That's correct.
Because we support them.
Yeah, that's correct.
So if I tell you that the understanding of the term patron is not a creature of a county office, but a ceremonial office for that purpose only, would you refute?
In this context?
No, in my context.
In your context, I will not
say
refute.
Yes or no?
In your, from
No,
the definition,
answer my question so that
I don't refute.
You do not refute.
Yes.
So you do not refute.
Yes.
Okay. There was the issue of the county order. I mean the order from the court, the conservatory order.
Yes.
When the motion was quashed,
yes,
you sought the advice of your counsel for interpretation of that order, as the governor did, on the purport of that order.
Yes, we did.
And
I
you were
did.
advised?
I was advised.
Yes.
And I also read the court order.
No. I want to hear that you were advised that nothing stops you.
We were advised that the court order has quashed
Yes.
the motion dated 22nd November
Yes.
that was supposed to be debated on the November 30th.
Thank you very much.
And that was the...
So when you sought advice from your counsel, you also expect the governor sought advice of her counsel?
Yes.
Would you charge her or verify her for following the advice of her counsel?
I cannot.
You cannot.
Yes.
You received a letter from her counsel explaining why they do not intend to appear, because they do not want to violate their own orders that they got in their own favor. You saw that letter?
I saw it. It was read by the
Would you
speaker.
verify the governor for following such an advice and communicating to you?
I cannot verify the
You
governor
cannot
for
verify
following the
governor.
advice of counsel.
Thank you very much. We are coming to the other issue of public participation. About how many people participated?
Roughly in the region of 3,000, by if you count
in the region of 3,000.
the attachments, yeah.
And about how many approved the motion? How many approved the motion?
It's difficult to say exactly
Roughly.
the number
The
because
same you have estimated roughly.
you can say 60 to 70% of the respondents were approving the motion. because of the circumstances of the day.
60 or 70 people? 70%?
No, I'm saying 60-70% were approving the motion.
70%
Yeah.
were approving the motion. So 70% of about 3,000. And the registered voters in Meru are 879,000. That correct?
That's 810,000.
810,000.
Yes.
Thank you for the exactitude. So in advertising for this motion, you put out radio adverts and newspaper adverts.
Yes.
In your target audience, how many read newspapers? In your estimation, in terms of percentage?
I don't have that statistic, so
Estimation.
I'll be lying
You
if
have
I
formed
give any
so many
number.
opinions, Mr. DMK. How many?
How can you tell how many
You
people read
cannot
newspapers?
tell. Did you advertise that motion in any formal gathering like a church?
The motion was advertised on newspapers and radio.
no.
A formal
I'm asking,
gathering like a church?
Did you advertise in the church?
No.
No. Did you sponsor a road show to advertise the motion?
No.
Did you understand the implications of this motion to overturn a whole election of a governor simply because she was undesirable to you?
I understand the implications
You understand the
of impeachment
Thank you.
as provided by law.
Thank you very much. So you only did 2 advertisements. The other question I want to ask is, were you in the Windsor meeting that was convened, coordinated, and presided over by the chair of the County of Governors?
Yes, I was.
You was?
Yes.
And it was a meeting between the governor and the MCAs?
Yes, and a select team of governors.
And certain team of governors?
Yes.
And you agreed on a way forward?
Yes.
There's also a letter where the governor wrote to the county assembly asking for a consultative meeting to the assembly.
Yes.
All of you had gone to the grassroots. You remember?
Yeah.
Or that's the response the speaker gave?
Yes, yes.
You also remember that in your motion you lament that the governor is going to the grassroots alone?
In the motion, I have not indicated anywhere about the governor going to the ground alone, and that's not a crime.
You've not indicated anywhere?
Yes.
In that, when the county speaker said that you people are not available, was there any follow-up on the part of the assembly to propose dates when you could be available to meet the governor?
The burden was on the governor to select
the burden is on the governor.
To select another date.
How will she know what is convenient a date for you?
By calling the speaker and talking, because the correspondence was between the two.
Did you inform her that she has a burden to call the speaker and arrange a date?
I think she should have read the letter that the speaker wrote.
No. In that letter, did you see anywhere she's told to call?
Yes, the speaker has mentioned that the governor can select another date.
No. I'm talking about, you
Yes.
said a phone call to the speaker to arrange and agree which date is convenient to the MCAs. Is there such a statement in that letter?
There is no statement like
There's
that
no
in his letter.
statement.
Yeah.
You, in the course of examination, cross-examination, you have also admitted that you made certain attributes about the governor that may not be very happy. Would you also like to be prosecuted for those utterances?
Which utterances are these?
That the governor cannot read 1 billion shillings, the governor cannot manage 63 million, the governor is illiterate, the governor
I don't
is
think
not elegant, the governor is not flamboyant.
Council, I have not made all those allegations in my speech. It was about mathematics in that speech, and I do not wish to address issues that you have handed to what I said in that particular video, because my talk was all about the numbers, and it was a campaign speech anyway before the elections, and the matters before us are events that have happened after the elections. There are so many matters that happened before the elections. If you are going to do campaign speeches,
yes,
you are going to hand even charges to the governor.
You have said that the governor has violated the Public Finance Management Act.
Yes.
Has the governor expended any money without the approval of the county assembly?
No.
Has he expended any money without a budget?
No.
Has the county lost any money?
None that I'm aware of.
None that you are aware of?
Yes.
Has she paid any ghost worker who is not on the payroll, to the best of your knowledge?
I'm not aware of the payroll in the presence or absence of ghost workers.
You're not aware of?
Yeah.
When the governor came to address the county assembly on 24th of October,
Yes.
and there was a crowd, and then she was pelted with stones, would you ascribe that day as a governor's meeting where she organized a riot, or she had come to address the county assembly?
I don't think she had come in peace.
No, she had not come in peace.
Yes.
But you cannot say she organized riots. Did you see her organizing
If I come with a crowd of goons, you know, by the way they dress and everything, chanting, I think you would be the one who has mobilized them, because there's no way they could have known you are coming so that they come at the assembly.
But the previous day, the county assembly, MCAs, including the speaker, had given a public address.
Yes.
Remember?
Yes.
So could the members have also been incited by that public address?
The members of the public,
Yeah. Would you know whether they were incited?
I wouldn't know.
You wouldn't know.
Yeah.
But it's a possibility.
I don't think
That
there were
the
incitements
MCAs
from the members unless you pin them out that this was inciting and could have read the crowd coming to the assembly chanting.
But you expect members of the public had that? There was a misconduct in respect to CECs.
Yes.
Has the governor gazetted the number of CECs who will serve in her cabinet?
She gave the list in her speech.
Yeah.
She gave a speech from her office.
She gave a speech.
Yes.
But you don't know any cabinet position she has gazetted that she has violated. Do you know any?
Reframe your question.
The way a cabinet is constituted in the county level, the governor decides how many ministers she will have, and she gazettes those offices. Is that correct?
She doesn't gazette, but she writes to the assembly saying she has nominated these members of the county executive committee member.
Is there a time limit within which she must do that?
There is no particular time limit.
Is there or there is not?
There is no particular
There is-
time limit.
There is no particular time.
Yes.
So she's still within her time.
I wouldn't say that because
No,
she,
no,
would,
no,
she
no,
would
no.
have left the names as 3, as they were.
She should
Not,
have left-
not trying to go around the law.
Then there was allegations that on the day that the motion was coming up, all of you dressed in uniforms, black ties, white shirts, and red ties, and black suits. Is that correct?
That's how the members were dressed. It's parliamentary attire.
Or it was a happenstance or coincidence?
It's a parliamentary attire.
Or it's parliamentary?
Yes.
Okay. The members also danced outside the assembly.
Outside the assembly, that particular day, no.
Another day they had danced.
Maybe before that, but on that particular day, the members, the motion took too long because it ended at night.
And,
so the members left going home.
On 24th October, they also chanted outside the parliament building.
Yes.
Yes. That's all, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. You've done very well. I want to congratulate the witness. This latter phase, you have behaved like a good witness. Congratulations and thank you. Counsel, you have completed your examination in chief.
Yes.
So I just want you on this score, your re-examination to be really light.
It will, Chair, and it should not take long. I will only ask 2 or 3 questions.
How many minutes do you want?
If you give us 10 to 15 minutes, it should be enough.
I will give you 10.
Okay.
Just some guidance. I was thinking probably it would be neater if council was to take the re-examination after the questions from the senator, so that the senators...
That he combines?
Correct. So that he won't have to come back to tie loose ends that may be loosened by the senator's questions. And perhaps, Chairman,
Sorry, Senator for Nairobi, I must rule in the negative. The reason being the tradition has already been set in the other 6 impeachment processes that have taken place in Senate, and also we can easily switch the minds of the witness, not in line with the prosecutions that they have done. So let them finish, because you are taking up the matter, it's more global. You are free to ask the things they have said here and ask even more. So let's give them, and then also members, to manage it slightly better. The witness will not be useful to us unless I replenish his glucose. So he will need a break, take tea, then come back when he's recomposed. Probably the bladder is full now, he's even not able to.
Most obliged.
So it's 10 minutes, sir.
Yes, and we'll share the 10 minutes with my learned friend, Mr. Jacob Ngwele. I will only ask a few questions. Chair, I'm referring to volume 4 of the Assembly's document. Sir, please look at volume 4 very quickly. Page 16. Let's begin at page 10, the very last paragraph. Does it show the number of people who participated in the public participation? By way of overview, does it show at page 10, the very second last line?
Page 10?
Second last line.
Yes.
It says how many people gave their views orally?
1,300.
Let's go to page 16. Again, the last paragraph. Who does it say conducted the public participation? Can you read your last paragraph very quickly?
The mover of the impeachment motion, the Honorable DMK Kyogora, is particularly grateful to the offices of the Speaker, the Clerk of the County Assembly, members of the County Assembly of Meru, staff, members of the public for facilitating the public participation on the 13th of December 2022 in accordance with the law.
Does this show that it is officers of the Assembly who are in charge of this exercise?
Yes.
Let's now go to page, still on volume 4. A suggestion was made to you, sir, that all the memoranda opposing the motion are handwritten and the others are typed, and therefore they must have been computer generated. Do you recall that line of questions?
Yes.
Now let's go to page 535. Is that a view? First of all, is that an email? Because a question arose about emails.
Yes, this is an email printed from the...
Is that email handwritten?
No.
Page 36, is it an email?
Yes, this is an email.
Is it handwritten?
No, it's not handwritten.
Page 537, is it an email?
Yes, it's an email.
Is it handwritten?
No.
Page 538, is it an email?
It's not. It's an email.
Is it handwritten?
It's not.
And we could do that up to page 539, correct or incorrect?
It's correct.
Are those emails in support or in opposition of the motion?
Actually, some are supporting, but the majority are opposing the impeachment.
Majority are in opposition. Let's go to page 540 very quickly. Is that a handwritten or a typed memorandum?
543.
540. 540, sir, of volume 4.
This one is typed.
At page 541, and even at page 540, the title, is that a memorandum in support or in opposition to the impeachment motion? The heading, the last part of the heading on page 540?
This one is opposing the impeachment.
Is it therefore correct for you to be asked whether all the memoranda in opposition are handwritten?
It's incorrect.
Let's go to page 542. That's yet another memoranda. Is it in support or in opposition to the motion? You can look at 543. It's actually written in bold at the bottom of
I hereby do not support the impeachment motion for Honorable Kawira Mwangaza.
So this memorandum, is it handwritten?
No, it's typed.
The last question from me before my colleague Jacob Ngwele takes over is about whether the husband was receiving a pay. And I'm referring, Chair, to volume 1 at page 60. Do you have volume 1 with you, sir? Volume 1 of the Assembly's documents. That is a letter from the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. What did the commission say about whether the husband was receiving?
Sorry, Council, which page?
Page 60 of volume 1 of the Assembly's documents. From the bottom, Chair, it is the 5th paragraph from the bottom of page 60. Please read for us what the Ethics and Anti-Corruption said about the issue of whether the governor's husband was receiving a salary or not.
While the information within our knowledge is that Mr. Murega Baisho will be performing his duties without pay, we find this inconsistent with this provision because the office he occupies is a public office within the meaning of this article, whether or not it draws a salary. Section 59 of the County Government Act 2012 provides that the functions...
We can leave it at that, okay, sir. Chair, I will donate the remaining minutes to my learned friend, Mr. Jacob Ngwele.
Mheshimiwa, I'll be very brief, just seeking some clarifications from your end. The issue of illegal appointments, you've said you've been asked.
Mr. Ngwele.
Yes.
We know you, but the answer doesn't know you in this case.
I'm sorry.
So please put your name.
I'm sorry, Chair. My name is Jacob Ngwele. Just that I was rushing because you had 5 minutes. Maybe you can add me as another 2 because you know me. Okay. You've been asked a question relating to why did you choose impeachment instead of inviting the governor to appear before the committee. Was it evidence that impeachment is only cure?
Is it?
Impeachment was the only option in view of the charges brought forward. Impeachment was the only option.
Impeachment was the only cure, like I said during the previous cross-examination.
And there's no legal requirement on which steps you should choose?
Yes, it's up to the Assembly. It's up to the move of the motion to convince the Assembly.
And the issue of the patron, can you confirm that a patron of a public institution exert influence on that institution? Does he have influence?
Yes.
He has influence on that particular institution. There's the issue of municipalities, the issue raised about municipalities, and that the committee which was formed.
Yes, I can hear an objection. Well, I just hold.
As I mentioned earlier, we constrained ourselves on the approach by counsel to suggest answers to witness, and the witness confirms. At this juncture, we have no option that to really oppose that line of examination because we do not have any other opportunity. Once the answers we have already received from the witness have been changed due to the suggestions by counsel. Let the council give a background and ask open-ended questions for the witness to narrate his story. It is the movers of the motion story. It's not the story of the council. Let answers come from the witness, not the council. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Council, you're perfectly in order. I think Edwin Sifuna will agree with me that, Mr. Nwele, you are now engaging in leading questions. And therefore, that objection is sustained. Anything that you have attempted to ask through leading questions will not amount to any contribution before this committee.
I stand guided, Chair. Mr. DMK, Mheshimiwa, was it your evidence that taxi and parking, they are preserve of the county government? They are function which are preserve of the county government. That was your evidence?
No.
The issue of parking, taxi and parking spaces, that is a work
It's
of the
the preserve of the county, the municipal management board to designate taxis where they're supposed to operate them, or affairs regarding the operations in the municipality. So
creating another committee will be contravention of that particular function?
Yes.
That was your evidence? The other issue, the issue of the videos, we have been asked a lot of questions about videos here. Was it when my lead counsel, Mr. Dr. Mudomi, was asking you a question, did they object? Have they objected to the veracity or authenticity of the videos?
I have not seen any objections.
So nobody has raised any objections on that, on those videos?
Yes.
Back to the assembly, when the assembly stones were being thrown to the assembly, during your evidence, was it your testimony?
Your time is up, but I'll give you 3 minutes. Your time is up, you can see the red light.
Thank you. Was it your evidence that the governor, in one of the clips, admitted that she forced herself
Yes.
to the assembly
Yes.
by force?
Yes.
That was the evidence you gave?
Yes.
And you stand by it?
I stand by that.
The issue of a hospital, was it also your evidence that using own source revenue, what was your evidence about it?
That the Constitution does not allow that any collections by county bodies should be remitted to the county revenue fund, and then they should request the money through various the channels that they use to request money. Then the
that is a complaint.
The fact that the body is being told to retain money, it means they have not been retaining. There have been submitting the money to the county revenue fund. So if they were retaining the money, they needed not be directed.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nwele. Members, Mr. Nwele is a long-serving member of this parliament and is later on the county assembly of Nairobi. So he's gone into private practice. I don't know why. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are taking a break of 15 minutes to allow the witness to recharge. Members, when we resume, it is now your time to seek clarification. When we are taking tea, we shall agree on a few issues of modus operandi. Thank you, everybody. Back to your holding zones. Tea is served. We now wish to resume, and could the witness take the witness stand once more? As the witness comes, members, we are going to proceed in the manner that we have agreed. I'll keep on seeing, you'll keep on catching my eye in the usual manner. Honorable Kiogora.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
In your witness, in your evidence, you have spoken to appointments.
Yes.
You have mentioned that the first gentleman was appointed to non-existent position. Is that true?
Yes.
I would like you to confirm if you are aware that official government positions are usually signaled by a letter of appointment. Is that true?
No.
When you get official appointment, do you receive a letter of appointment?
Yes.
In your evidence, do you have any piece of evidence you have forgotten in form of an official appointment of the first gentleman?
No, there's no letter.
You have none. If the official, not the official, the first gentleman was not drawing a salary, what detriment would it visit the county government of Meru?
Yeah, the fact that when you appoint someone to an office where there is established an organ that is supposed to be taking care of that a particular area, for example, the Meru Youth Service Act has created a body that is supposed to be overseeing whatever is happening with the Meru Youth Service. You bring in someone, they come with the influence, especially this person being the spouse of the governor, and the influence is seen because is first of all seen when it comes to the Goji land tussle. He was the first person to arrive there as a patron, then complained about it, brought the matter to the governor, and then after maybe 2-3 days, came back there with the governor in his capacity as a patron to now raise all these other issues that also emanated from the vilification campaign against the church. So it's not a matter of just drawing the salary that constitutes the illegal nature of that appointment. The very first thing that, even without that letter, Mr. Chairman, the fact that the governor stood and appointed him and saying that he will be reporting to him means that he has been handed a mandate of a body that has been created by the law, that is the County Government Act, the Meru Youth Service Act of 2018, about how that body should be functioning independently with the various office holders that law created. So that undue influence, considering that this body also has a big budget in the zone of 100 million shillings every year, means that as a patron you can direct procurement, you can direct so many things without any accountability whatsoever.
You've made your point. The following questions, just say yes or no.
Thank you.
You are not the secretary of the County Public Service Board.
I'm not.
You are not the county secretary.
I'm not.
You are not the senator of Meru.
I'm not.
You are not the minister for agriculture.
I'm not.
And you are not Honorable Mpuri Apuri.
Yes, I'm not.
I put it to you that all your evidence appertaining to all these officers and individuals is nothing but hearsay.
It's not hearsay, Mr. Chairman, because of their nature. On the verification campaign that the governor held, it should not be held that they should be the complainants, or that I should be holding brief for them, and that I should be given affidavits or official complaints from them. The Constitution has mandated me to see wrongs being committed by the governor of Meru County that are likely to breach peace. She
So,
is
so that I help, you have had time to say those things.
yes,
We're just seeking cleaning the rough edges.
yes,
What you have told us is hearsay. You've confirmed that the Senator of Meru has not asked you. The Minister of Agriculture has not asked you. You are not the spokesperson of the county, therefore the county secretary. You are not the secretary of the service board. You've just given yourself a responsibility without hearing it as instructions, and therefore it is hearsay. You are familiar with Article 207 of the Constitution?
yes,
Yes, we can remind you. It's about how you handle revenue in the account. You have told us that the governor directed that the money should be spent at source
yes,
in the hospital.
yes.
But I've listened to the video. I've heard the translation. The governor actually gives a percentage through her own mouth that should be at the hospital. She does not in any way, Mr. Kiogora, Honorable, direct that banking into the county revenue fund should be stopped.
That's incorrect, Honorable Chair.
Can I, sir?
Okay.
Yes. Can you tell us the piece of evidence which should convince me that when the governor said that 30% should remain at the hospital, that she didn't mean that once money goes to the county revenue fund, 30% is appropriated back into the hospital? Can you convince me?
That's illegal in the first place. What you are alleging that she said that a certain percentage, not even a coin, a dime, is supposed to be left. They're supposed to bank everything for accountability purposes. Because when you tell them, retain 80% and bank 20%.
Answer my question.
Yes.
What you're saying is a constitution.
Yes.
But I want you to convince me that in her speech, she didn't mean that if 100 million shillings has gone to the county revenue fund, she didn't mean that when now appropriation is being done, they should ensure that 100 million, 30 million of it should come back. I want you to convince me in the
That's not what she said. She said,
yes,
you retain this percentage, 80% of the money, then you remit 20% to the county revenue fund. That alone should not be done. That alone should not happen anywhere. They're supposed to deposit 100% of the money that they collect to the county revenue fund, like they have been doing. So if she suggests that a certain percentage, just 20% should be brought, then they retain the rest of the money so that they can buy drugs, they can do things that they're supposed to do there at the hospital, is again giving them the wrong directions, because all revenue.
Thank you.
All revenue.
You have answered your question. My final one is, are you aware that the governor is a bishop?
Yes, I'm aware.
Is it, or let me put it this way, is a bishop out of order if, or would it be surprising if a bishop, either in speech or in prayer, was heard to be casting out demons?
I have not seen the governor casting out demons in the prayer, but if she was praying in the church, not in a public rally, or if she was conducting a crusade, encouraging people who should be casted demons out, because normally how they do it, they call people, come forward, I cast demons out of you. I have not seen that anywhere where she called people who have demons so that she can cast them out. Or where were these demons?
Thank you. I now invite Senator Edwin Sifuna to make use of your time. Sorry, members, I've spent 4 minutes, but that's it.
I thank you,
Honorable
Chair.
Chair.
I thank.
With your kind permission, Honorable Chair. My name is Meru, appearing together with Dr. Modomi. And with your very kind permission, Honorable Chair, there is one very simple issue that I want to address. And it pertains to the issue of hearsay evidence. And it relates to the conclusion that you've drawn that whatever the witness is evidence as regards the MP, Mpuru Waburi, the Senator, and the CS Agriculture is hearsay. With all due respect, Honorable Chair, my understanding of hearsay is that hearsay is indirect evidence, and the evidence presented by Honorable DMK would be hearsay evidence if it relates to assertions that are made by another person other than him who is testifying. All this evidence relates to the assertions that are made by the governor. It is not evidence relating to assertions that are made by the MP, by the Senator, or by the CS Agriculture. If he was testifying to assertions that are made by the MP, the CS Agriculture, or the Senator, then that would be hearsay. But in this case, he is testifying to statements that have been played on video, statements made by the governor. So it is for the governor to disprove. So to that extent, Honorable Chair, with due respect, our opinion is that it is not hearsay evidence.
Thank you. Hansard has recorded you. Hansard has followed these proceedings. It is up to Hansard to make a conclusion.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, Senator Sifuna.
Thank you, Chair. First, I want to start by reading to the witness the definition of a public office under Article 250. Chair, 260. Chair, the definition, public office means an office in the national government, a county government, or the public service, if the remuneration and benefits of the office are payable directly from the consolidated fund or directly out of money provided by Parliament. Having read that to you, Mheshimiwa DMK, is it still the position of the Meru County Assembly that the position of Ambassador of Meru Hustlers is an office in the public service? With that definition in mind, is it still your position that the office of Ambassador of Meru Hustlers or Patron of Meru Youth Service, drawing no salary from the consolidated fund, is still an office in the public service? Yes or no?
It's still my position that it's...
You do understand that the Constitution is the supreme law. What the Constitution says is the law is the law. Is it still your position, even with that knowledge now of what the definition of public office is, that this position of Ambassador for Meru Hustlers is a position in the public service?
No.
Thank you. Now, you had told us, or you played a video of this first gentleman speaking at some rally on the question of messages or SMSs from Honorable Mpuru Waburi, the allegation of 10 million. Why is a speech by this first gentleman forming the basis of allegations against the county governor? What is the nexus between the things that a spouse says and their spouse? How does it attach to the governor?
So probably the video was not played in full, or when I was making that particular translation of the video, the governor came because she was in that meeting and continued and picked up from where he had left about the same allegation that the husband made.
But can we at least agree that spouses can have their own views, points of view, and ability to comment, freedom of speech, to speak about matters within their knowledge and purview?
But when the speech makes things that are touching on the governor...
Just say yes or no.
No.
Is it possible you and your wife can both speak on an issue and not be, you be dragged through a recall process in the assembly?
Depends on the nature of that speech my wife would have made, and as to whether I was there or I confirmed it.
Thank you.
Yes.
Now, you also... Yes.
You are making a very important point. Honorable Kiogora,
Yes, Chairman.
God forbid, if your wife stole, would you be charged with the offense of stealing as the spouse?
Of course not.
So what Edwin is asking you, or Senator Sifuna is asking you, is how does the offense of the first gentleman constitute a charge against the governor?
If you listen keenly to what or the transcript, what the spouse said is, Mpuru Aburi has been sending messages to the governor, who is my wife. So we believe him because they live together, that he should be paid 10 million shillings. So the governor has not refuted it by saying there are no SMSs or there are SMSs between Mpuru Aburi. She has not even attacked it in her replying affidavit to deny that those SMSs the husband is alluding to are with her. And that the MP for Tigania East has brought pending bills to be paid and 14 companies to be given tenders. Does the spouse of the governor give any tenders? Is he the CEO of the county?
You've made your point. You've made your point. But my brother, in the interest of justice, if all of us were to be held responsible for what our spouses do, prison would be full of innocent people. You see, in this particular case, and the lawyers are in this room, the offense committed by the first gentleman was slander against the various parties, character assassination and slander, right? So how would you charge the wife with character assassination and slander that was committed by the husband?
Yes, Honorable Chairman, that is one video, assuming that we do not charge the governor, like you have alleged, because of the mistakes of the husband. Let's go to the other video, where now the husband is alleging that these people, and inciting the public against two leaders who are popular in Meru, that is the Honorable Senator, and the CS, actually in the home turf of the CS, and alleging that these two people, the spouse speaks in the other video. Let's cast aside this video. There is this other video now. The spouse speaks that these people are demanding a share of the county government so that they can take the governor to the president, so that they can allow her to have access, or I don't know to who, to the powers that be, according to the spouse. And the governor comes and confirms, picks it up from there, and continues in a similar manner. Do we adduce that previous video that Senator Sifuna is talking about, the governor picked up from where the spouse left. But because it's not here, we can address ourselves to this video, whereby the governor has picked up from the husband and continued the same verification campaign. So when your spouse makes allegations, then you pick from there.
He is now testifying, he's not answering questions. And you were very clear, you told him to answer yes or no.
No. You've given your evidence. I'll protect you, Kiogora, because you must win your case. That's why you have come here.
Perhaps, Chair,
Senator Sifuna?
Out of that inquiry, I can ask a question. If somebody calls me a thief today and makes an unsubstantiated allegation that I'm a corrupt person or I am a cartel, the normal recourse is for me to sue them for defamation. Have any of the people who you have said are complaining about this vilification filed any cases against the governor and the spouse on the basis of criminal or even civil defamation? Yes or no?
None of them has.
Okay, thank you. Now, there was a question of the so-called vilification of the Catholic Church, and maybe some of the things that you are alleging were lost in translation, because you took us to the transcripts that start at page 108. I am lost. Can you show me with exactitude where the governor says the Catholic Church stole land in Igoji? I am struggling to find it in that translation. Can you point me to the page where that is?
I think
is there a page? Just give me a page. If you don't know where it is, you just say you don't know where it is. Where in the transcript can I see the translation of the governor saying that the Catholic Church stole land?
Counsel, you are free to assist him. Counsel,
it was one,
you're free to assist him if there is such a page.
Chair, I hope you'll pause my time. Thanks.
During evidence, you referred us to page 109.
Yes.
So I don't know whether you are still on that page.
If you look at the last part where it's translated,
Yeah.
because that land does not belong to my son, the land in question now in Negoji, it is not my land or home. I am protecting the wealth of the children and the male and Meru people. And even
So
in
no,
our
no,
own
no.
evidence.
Please, Mheshimiwa, in this document, the
Yes.
one you have filed, this is your own document.
Yes.
There is no place where there's a translation of the governor uttering those words. Maybe it exists somewhere else, but not in these documents. You agree with me?
What is the context that you are speaking
The
in
context
page
might not be
109?
here. That's what I'm saying.
It's
in
there.
these documents, the one that you filed, you can't point me to where the governor is saying those words from her mouth. They are not there. Let's move on. The video on this question of a forceful entry to the assembly, the video that you played actually stops where the governor has reached at the door of the assembly. Do you have video of what happens before she gets into the assembly? Is there video?
There must videos.
There is that
of
video.
What was transpiring outside the doors.
No. After she got, you showed us her walking with a team of people
Yes.
until the door, then the video cut there.
Yes.
Is there video of what transpired at that door? So that we can see that forceful entry, because we didn't see it. Do you have the video?
The video can be obtained.
Thank you.
But the forceful entry also comes live from the gate.
Just a minute, we'll just go together. There's no problem.
Yeah.
You told us that there was a communication the night before that it might not be desirable for her to come, even after she had been formally invited to officially open the assembly. Is there that communication in your bundle of documents? Which page can I find it?
There is no communication
There
there,
was
but
no
it has
communication.
been provided for in the videos.
There is a video of that communication to her?
No, where the MCAs, the previous day, where the MCAs and the speaker were addressing the median and requesting the governor, due to the atmosphere that we have in, it's not appropriate to proceed with the planned
So
address.
there was no formal letter to the governor telling her that, yes, ignore that initial invitation, the atmosphere is not okay. There was no such letter.
I've not found out from the speaker whether there was one.
Okay, let's go to the question of the waiver of the bills. You said in your testimony that this is something that has to be done by the CEC of Health. At the point the governor was making that pronouncement, who was the CEC of Health?
There was none in
There was
office
no
at that
CEC
time.
of Health at that particular point.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Under Section 30 of the County Governments Act, whose mandate is it to structure the county government in the manner that she or he feels desirable to,
It's the county executive committee.
Are you sure? Because
Yes.
you can read that section for me.
Yes.
Mr. Mheshimiwa DMK.
It's the County Governments Act.
Mheshimiwa DMK.
And I can read. Yes.
At the national government, the president forms government once he wins the election. In the counties, the governor forms government. Anything else is wishful thinking. Edwin, continue.
My last question, Chair, so that I yield time. There was a notice to the governor to appear for these proceedings that you showed us on your bundle of documents.
Yes.
How was that notice served on the governor? Was that notice served on the governor?
Yes.
How was it served?
I took one copy. The clerk took the other to the governor's secretary.
So you have a copy with an acknowledgement stamp that you can show this committee?
That the governor received the motion?
Yes.
The fact that she went to court the following day because
Just a minute.
they refused to stamp it, the secretary, but the rules of service state that even you can serve electronically or you can leave
Mheshimiwa DMK,
at the door.
I am a lawyer. I know
Yes.
the rules of service. That's why
Yes.
I was asking you, how was it served? So you
Yes.
can tell us it was by WhatsApp, it was by email. Just tell us how was it served.
I took one copy to the governor's office and found the secretary together with the clerk. And the secretary refused to stamp, received, but she took the documents and the flash drives containing the evidence.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. I yield my time.
We shall manage. All of us shall have a bite at this cherry. Tobiko.
Thank you, Chair. I'll move very fast on my questions, Chair. Chair, I want to state again that the EACC letter is asking the governor to respond to allegations. EACC, at least as per the documents provided, is yet to find the governor culpable. There is no evidence here to show us anything to the contrary. It's asking the governor to respond to allegations. Chair, in these purported recruitment public forums, because that's what it has been made to look like, were there any appointment letters that were issued? It's simple, yes or no?
No. None that I'm aware of.
All right. The municipality or the people who are alleged to have been appointed to the municipal, the people who are lined up, and you have confirmed that these are not members of the municipal board, yeah?
Yes.
Therefore, it then amounts to a nullity. If they were not members of the board, you will not have said that the governor interfered with the functions of the municipality.
She did interfere.
How?
By appointing a committee to do the work that they do. You have two bodies now doing the same job, likely to draw more conflicts within the county when there is a body that you could have easily summoned and given them and told them or even have them in that very meeting because they were gazetted.
Is there a gazetteman or something showing that this team that were paraded in a public baraza have been appointed?
It's the governor's
Whereas there is another
declarations.
team in office? Yes or no?
There is no gazettement.
There is no gazettement.
Yes.
Now, I think just to follow up same question that Honorable Sifuna has asked, this man, Morega Mbaisho, is he on trial in this Senate today?
He is not.
All right, thank you. On the County Assembly bundle of documents, volume 2, page 57, and if we can just look at it very fast, page 57, powers of board of cities and municipalities, that is Article 21A. It says the municipality exercise executive authority as delegated by the county executive. So it is actually the county executive that delegates power to the municipalities. Yes or no?
That's correct.
So then the county executive is supreme. They can delegate whatever powers they want to the municipality, at least according to this article. Now, you have also confirmed that the governor has not expended any public money. The governor has not passed any budget. The governor has not paid any ghost workers. Would we then say that this is a wild goose chase?
No, we cannot say that, and at no point did I say the governor is... The question that I was asked was whether the governor is operating within a budget, and I said yes. She does have the budget that was passed during the previous government that she has continued to work with, to give tenders, to pay for services and such, and pay salaries. The budget of the previous government is the one that she is using.
Chair,
So-
my last question.
Yeah.
In cross-examination, the mover of the motion suggested that the governor should not reorganize the executive. Is this the true position? Because my thinking is that the county governments are like the replica of the national government at a lower level. Today, the President of the Republic of Kenya can reorganize his executive as long as that is a way to give better service to the people. Are you saying that this is not the case at the county level?
It's not because of a law that was passed by this parliament that the governor is supposed to follow. It's called the Public Appointments County Approval Act of 2018.
What does it say?
2017. It says as follows, number 10, rejection of nomination. Where the nomination of a candidate is rejected by a county assembly, the appointing authority shall submit to the county assembly the name of another candidate, and the procedure for approval specified in this act shall apply accordingly. 2, a nominating authority shall not resubmit the name of a candidate whose nomination has been rejected by the county assembly unless the circumstances relied upon on the rejection of the appointment of the candidate did not exist or cease to exist at the time of rejecting the nomination of the candidate. Therefore, that is what she should have done.
So if today I'm the governor of Kajiado and I decide that my cabinet will not be 10 CCs, it will be 6, I will be out of the law?
No, you are right to do that as the governor before bringing the names to the county assembly. Actually, you can even have 5, even though the law has given you the power to have 10, a maximum of 10, for example, you can bring 5 to the assembly. But if the assembly approves 2 names out of the 5 that you brought, it doesn't mean you go and now do what you should have done if it assumed you knew what the assembly will do. And you are circumventing the requirement of this act to submit new names to the assembly. Reorganization should have been done when you're bringing the first list in the first place.
Okay, I just wanted yes or no. Chair, my take is that the information should be verifiable data. There is a clip, and I think Senator Sifuna has spoken to it, a clip of Morega Mbaicho speaking and saying his own things. I don't think that can be held against the governor. There's in another clip, I don't know whether it's the same clip, that the governor says she has full bread, not mkate nusu. When she says full bread or mkate nusu, you know, we cannot start concocting what she meant, because she could as well have meant bread in her house, bread in the kitchen, that she's not ready to share with any other person out there. Yes or no?
Honorable Senator, I don't think they were discussing breakfast in that forum.
But we cannot start adducing things that may not have been meant by the governor. Thank you.
Honorable colleagues, our 2 senators have done 14 minutes. So I want us to stick to clarifications. Maruma.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I will ask questions out of the 5 counts on 2 counts. Count number 1 on nepotism and illegal appointments. You have alleged that the governor made appointments without following due procedure, that is appointing through County Public Service Board. The questions that have been asked by my colleagues, you've answered them, so I'll not ask them. That is, have you cited appointment letters? Contracts, have they signed contract letters? You said no. Have they earned? You've said no, or you're not aware if they have earned or not. But my question at that point would be, why do you think the mitigation of the attempt by the governor to break the law or to violate the law, the mitigation should be by way of removal of the governor by way of impeachment? Convince me as the member of the jury that that is the best way.
Thank you very much, Honorable Senator. The Constitution has put forth a mechanism of stopping lawlessness, and I think the Supreme Court in the Sonko case pronounced itself as to what is impeachable and what is not. And it's up to the County Assembly and the Senate to see what is impeachable and not. The courts are tied to the process, whether the due process was followed and the fair administration of justice was done. If you look at the, sorry, I have seen your consulting.
No, just go on.
Yeah, okay. So, so if you look at these particular charges that the governor has done and the multiplicity of them, there are 62. You don't know where to begin if you are to summon or when the lawlessness will end. when the governor starts doing roadside appointments, and you have seen she has done she did 3 of those roadside appointments. We don't know when next she will stop doing it. The vilification campaign, when will it stop? Because in one of those videos, she had started appointing, she had done the appointments in 4 wards, appointing the people who came runners-up number 2. Assuming the president goes to your county and appoints the person who came number 2 to you as a senator, and they're saying, this senator does not like me in the Senate, I will empower this one so that I can keep him busy in his ward. So there are so many things that she was doing that are leading to a multiplicity of charges that is leading to gross abuse of office. And when the governor has done the gross abuse of office, the cure that the Constitution has created is removal from office. It is laughable that within a duration of 100 days, just 100 days, someone has done offenses of this magnitude that we have seen in those videos. What if you gave her 2 years?
Thank you.
We can come with a big volume here.
Thank you, thank you. Number 2 is on count number 4, on violation of PFMA or attempt by the governor to violate PFMA on waiver to patients. That was a roadside declaration. And then her edict that the revenue at Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital.
It's Meru.
Or Meru Teaching and Referral Hospital. We have the funds collected, spent at source. Was the infraction complete? Was that money spent at source? Was the waiver to the patients effected at the MTRH?
Now, when the county executive gave the orders to the CEO to waive and release patients who are at the hospital because of bails, that the first instance she's not supposed to give such orders. Even though the CEC was not in office at the time, they could have waited for CEC to come so that they do it. Just because the office holder who is supposed to gazette an appointment, for example, appointment to boards in the national government, the president directs the cabinet minister to be the one named as to have appointed those names, because he's the one held responsible for appointing them to board. So in this case, the directives themselves are very wrong, that you retain the money at all.
Affected?
They should have been affected by now.
No, do you have evidence that they were affected? No or yes?
I don't have any evidence that they were affected.
Thank you.
But I expect they were.
Lastly, Chair, there seems to be differences in the county government, both arms, the executive and the assembly. Have you had an attempt to solve these differences through TDR or ADR, that is a traditional dispute resolution mechanisms or alternate dispute resolution mechanisms up to now, and which are they?
Yeah, there have been various attempts, but I wouldn't want to treat this motion as a dispute between the governor, because we have placed charges against her on various grounds like abuse of office, gross misconduct, and breaking the Constitution and national and county laws. So I don't know how you now be able to mediate so that somebody stops something that they're not supposed to do. That is one. Assuming that there were those disputes now, there are forums that were called.
There are several ways.
Yes.
Through forums now that we are about to mention. You can go through the church.
Yes.
You can go through elders. Have there been any attempt, for my records?
So there have been attempts to hear out what is going on in Meru by the Council of Governors. They convened a meeting at Windsor sometime in October. The House leadership attended and the governor. There were attempts. Then the governor herself, first of all, the assembly was the one seeking to have a sitting with her. I did a call myself. The speaker was doing calls. They went unanswered. The governor now started calling us when we started the process of impeachment. Oh, come, we sit down. Before, she was ignoring all of them and going to radio. She was on radio saying, these people want to keep me busy in hotels, drinking tea and mandazi. They don't want me to be at Mashinani working for the people, discussing irrelevant matters about their Catholicism. She was resistant against it. At one point, I called her myself and told...
You've made your point.
Yes.
You've made your point. Maruma, very good. Senator Tangwa.
Thank you very much, Chair. And unlike my colleague here, Sifuna, who is a wakili, Mheshimiwa, myself, I may not argue on the basis of the law, but I will ask you questions from the experience, owing to the fact I could have gone through the same process that you are going through now. So you have to convince this committee. For us, we have no emotions. It is facts and facts only. I would have wanted to ask you what a motion is, but you are a second-time MCA. So I can ask you, other than this motion, have you brought to the Meru County Assembly any other motion of whatever nature since you are elected?
Yes, I've brought many motions to the County Assembly.
You can mention two or
Yes.
one.
I've brought a motion seeking to revise, actually it went through to revise the finance laws that were guiding the county, that is in the previous County Assembly. I have brought a motion to the County Assembly seeking to lower the money that youth were being charged to have their businesses trained with the county. That is, young people are supposed to pay money so that their companies can be allowed to get tenders from the county.
Okay.
That is in the previous County Assembly, not this one.
I was talking about this one.
Oh, this one, this was my first motion.
So your first motion is to remove somebody from office. Is the motion passed at the Assembly or in the public?
The motion is passed in the Assembly.
In the Assembly?
Yes.
From the document I've seen,
Yes.
I've seen members of the public supporting your motion in the purported public participation. So would you say the members are supporting the motion, or they were supposed to bring the memoranda of any kind in support of the removal of the governor, other than supporting whatever you have already drafted?
The members of the public are not bound to anything. That's why it's called public participation. Someone will wake up to their house, from their house, and come and say what they feel. You are not supposed to dictate to them what they should say. There is no textbook or any law that prescribes what the members of the public come to do or come to say, how they should say it. You give them the forum. They can even talk about matters that are not being discussed there, and give their memoranda and go.
But from the documents that you have, most letters are saying we are supporting the motion by Honorable DMK. So you are executing your motion to the public.
The advert
or
that
wrong?
went to the newspapers is there is a motion in the assembly that you're supposed to react to. So it's not wrong for a member of the public to say, I am supporting that motion that is under this public participation because of 1, 2, 3 reasons. Maybe the reasons that I have given that they think this is not what government should be doing, or reasons that they themselves feel are not even part of this motion but are impeachable. So you cannot dictate to the members of the public what to say and what to write.
Chairman, I think it's good for this committee to note that that is tantamount to having a local referendum. This document that have been presented to us, which is true, is given by the County Government Act, Section 90, but need to be carried out by IEBC. Another question is, it was said here that the 67 MCAs cannot be wrong, right?
Yes?
They cannot be wrong. But you also know that mob justice is illegal?
I don't think MCAs are a mob. They are elected representatives of people.
To avoid being accused of calling them mob, that's why I'm asking for this kind of evidence. We have agreed here that other than the video evidence that you give here to this committee, video evidence, there is no other document purporting the hiring of those roadside declarations, the pay slips, letter of appointments. So we agree your evidence is only based on video evidence.
No, my evidence is there to support the post that the governor wrote, doing some of the appointments via Facebook. Then there are the videos. There is the signed affidavit about the sourcing of the evidence that I brought to this very house. Then there is also evidence from the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission that is supposed to enforce Chapter 6 of the Constitution. I don't think our CEO of the EACC that has been mandated by the Constitution to look at breaches of Chapter 6 can sit down and write something on hearsay. So we also relied on that letter as evidence.
The letter that was talking about allegations. I'm a Catholic. Are you a Catholic?
Yes, I am.
And you know, we do have liturgical colors.
Yes, we do.
It is mentioned here that the issue of red, and I wish this issue was not here because I wouldn't want to discuss my church. But you know, red is a symbol of passion. It is only worn in church when we are celebrating martyrs. Those people who have been prosecuted without committing crime.
Yes.
So could you say that you misinterpreted the colors to mean something different?
The church was being prosecuted by the governor for committing no wrongs.
Okay. Finally, Mr. Chairman, we need to bring in the role of a speaker. Do you know the role of a speaker?
Yes.
From the assembly.
Yes.
He's supposed to be impartial.
Yes.
It has been mentioned here that he himself has been saying, or is quoted in media, saying that the governor must go.
Has that evidence been adduced here?
It was mentioned here on the meeting of 18th.
I can regard that as hearsay because I never saw any evidence of the speaker saying those words.
Okay. Do you know that a government entity with the right legal framework can collect money and spend at source? For example, the water companies. So do you know with that they can spend money at the source, even hospitals?
Hospitals?
Yeah.
But what does the Constitution say about?
No, I'm saying with the right framework.
With the right legal framework here.
Yes. Do you know that can happen?
Yes, yes.
So has the County Assembly of Meru tried to pass such a law?
No.
They haven't.
Yeah.
That's all, Chairman.
Thank you, Senator for Kiambu. We now listen to the Senator of Machakos.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to follow up with what Senator of Kiambu has just asked about the red attire in the church. If I say that the governor was responding or responding to the video that I've seen here, saying that they are wearing the red attire and they are going to pray bad prayers for her, will I be right?
You'll be right.
I'll be right.
Yes.
She was responding to what they were saying. 2, if I may ask you, because you said demons are only cast in churches and in crusades, your own words. Where is it maybe written in the Bible or anywhere we can refer to that one can only cast demons in church or in crusades?
In this motion, there is nowhere we have mentioned governor was casting out demons.
No, somebody asked that question and then you answered.
It's the practice that I've always seen from evangelicals. I'm not one.
It's only what you have seen people do.
Yes.
There is nowhere written that you cannot cast out demons in any forum.
What are demons?
Well, you mentioned it yourself.
Order,
I'm only questioning you about what you said in this forum.
Okay.
So you should tell me what are demons. Because you said it, and you say they can only be casted out in church or in crusades.
I said that there is a setting for church services that includes praying for those who are demon possessed, according to what I've seen in practice. And that was not the case in the motion. There was no demons that were being cast, or someone being told, come here, we cast out your demons. I've not seen that anywhere.
That's what you said, and I just wanted you to clarify or substantiate.
Yes.
If it is true, those demons can only be cast out in church or in crusades or anywhere else.
Whether
they can only be cast out in church or on crusades.
In my understanding, yes.
in your understanding?
Yes.
I can say that you are wrong because a prayer can be made anywhere, even here in this forum. A prayer can be made. Okay? Then
There's a difference between prayer and casting out demons.
this video, yeah, a prayer, you can pray and you can cast out demons as you pray. You can. It is possible.
Okay, Honorable Senator, I'm lost.
Yeah, because what you don't know, don't indulge into it because it will cause you problems. So one, the governor was responding in that clip to the sayings of that they are wearing red and the prayers that they can pray against her can harm her. So according to me and according to the video, she was responding to those, but those were not her words, she was only responding. Two, the 10 million for Ward Development Fund that you talked about, was it executed and given to the MCAs, and did they implement any projects in their wards, the 45 wards, before coming to demand for more? Are those 10 millions over already?
Thank you, Senator. At no point did I talk about Ward Fund. The entire period that I've been here, I never mentioned it anywhere. It's not in my affidavit. Ward Fund does not exist. And it's counsel for the governor who mentioned it during the day I was following on TV and saying that the governor has disbursed 10 million to MCAs and there is nothing like that I've done. And if the governor does that, it's illegal.
Well, there's somewhere we read about that, and it was, I think your counsel was guiding and asking question about the 10 million and the Ward Development Fund, and that the MCRs differed with the governor.
It's the governor's council who was saying, who had indicated that the governor has released money to these people, 10 million per ward, and the dispute is they are coming for more so that it gets to 20 or 25. Those were his exact words because I was following, and there is nothing like that anywhere. Okay. And Ward Fund is not a contest before this house.
Okay, all right then. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Roba.
Thank you very much, Chair. In the process of questioning, there is one issue that was mentioned, and for the record, it was inappropriately captured. The issue of whether the governor has a leeway to decide whether he can operate with 5 CEC, 6, 7, or 10. Article 179(3) it states that the structure or the number is 1/3 of the MCAs, total number of MCAs up to a maximum of 10. And as such, there is no leeway. It's not discretionary. That is just for the record. Now, my question. And I will go straight. Allegation E, misconduct relating to nomination of county executive committee members. And of particular interest to me is this is, impeachment of Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, the governor of, Meru County. And as such, every allegation that has been leveled, the committee and this house must be able to make sure that every information in it is gotten with clarity. And as it relates to E of that misconduct, reorganizing her government to 6 departments and 3 CEC members after the rejection of some nominees instead of submitting names of other candidates to the county assembly for approval. Now, before I go to the question, for purpose of just clarity, because I just want yes or no at the end. Article 179, 1 and 2 says the executive authority of the county is vested in and exercised by the county executive committee. The county executive committee consists of the county governor and the deputy governor. That is in as far as Article 179(2). Then the County Government Act, Section 30, which Senator Sifuna talked about, and is of particular interest to me, 30E, which is 30 deals with the functions and responsibilities of a county governor. E of 30 says constitute the county executive committee portfolio structure to respond to the functions and competencies assigned to and transferred to each county. Then when we go further to, when read together with Section 46 of the County Government Act, A, B, and C, that is 1A, B, and C, which states, for the record, the County Executive Committee shall determine the organization of the county and its various departments, and for that purpose may establish, continue, or vary any department, and determine the object and purpose of the department. Determine the number and nature of departments or at that decentralized unit. Abolish any department, or determine or change the name of any department. Now, number 2 of the same E says the executive committee shall take into account and be guided as needed to organize its department and other structures in a flexible way in order to respond to the changing priorities and circumstances. Now, I will come to the question. That has been listed as an allegation. Is it the governor exercising constitutional mandate and legal mandate as given, looking at the circumstance that she has a county government to run and the executives have been rejected and she has 3. So, legally speaking, what do you find wrong in the actions of the governor in assigning more departments with the number of the CECs that has been approved or she's left with, if this is the provision of the law? Over to you, and that's my only question.
Yes. The governor is within a mandate, according to the Constitution and the County Governments Act, to reorganize the departments to be suitable to what she feels, what she wants, and how she wants to execute our government, which she did. She did exactly that, came up with 10 departments and appointed 10 CECs and brought them to the assembly. Now, there is a County Government Approval Act that directs what happens in the approval process of appointees of the governor. Then the governor, she should have reorganized them to 6 and appointed 6 CECs.
Just because I've read and belabored in going through all these sections of the law for purposes of, and I've taken this because you're second-term MCA. You know, you've been there before. The question becomes, the County Assembly has rejected 7, approved 3. Okay?
Yes.
How do you propose for the governor to run the functions of the county government for which he is legally mandated under the circumstance and, you know, in accordance with priorities and circumstances, which gives her, the law gives her the legal mandate? What do you find wrong? Because you've cited that as an allegation against the governor for, you know, just executing her mandate within the law.
Honorable Senator, through the chair, would I be allowed to, I would like to seek your permission, Mr. Chairman, to see whether I can ask a question to the Senator regarding the same.
Very well. You will not do that.
He will answer, then ask if he wishes.
Okay.
No, the
chairman has directed. Yes.
The chair has refused.
Thank
We
you.
shall not change the process.
Thank you.
Otherwise, a high court, one of you might go to court if
Yes.
you will not be satisfied
Yes.
with what we have done today.
Yes.
And if the process is found faulty,
Yes.
that'll be it. We will have wasted time.
Yes.
So you will not ask a question at this stage.
Yes, so my issue would have been with the County Government Approval Act that provides for what happens when the names are rejected. Is it a law that should have been followed? Yes, I would answer that the law should be followed when she is supposed to reorganize the government. That is simply by looking at the reasons for rejection and not going to a rally, verifying the rejection and saying those MCAs, like she has done in those videos, acted in bad faith. These were good people. She should have looked at the reasons for rejection, just like Parliament rejects some names. I don't expect the President to go verify in Parliament.
Mheshimiwa, I'm avoiding a statement of premeditated commitment of the execution of the governor before, because the processes of the law does not assume there will be vacuum anywhere. Okay? The circumstances within which the governor operated,
Yes.
under the circumstance.
Yes.
Because the only thing
the circumstances,
that you are, by what you are trying to justify is your expectation as an assembly, because you've rejected 7, is that the governor should have been grounded completely.
No.
Whereas the law and the sections I've read allows the governor legally to execute that mandate within the law, as she sorts out the other issues that you're mentioning of going back, identifying other CECs, resubmitting, or resubmitting with reasons if the assembly has given her reasons for rejecting, which is able to be addressed by the governor.
The county government, the County Assembly's Approval Act has told the governor what to do so that there is no vacancy, like you are alluding, Honorable Senator, that she should seek fresh names or even bring those names if the circumstances have changed.
Okay,
so,
Chair.
Unless you say that this law is invalid.
Mheshimiwa, asante, I'm finished, Honorable Senator.
Thank you, witness. Take no offense. This will help you going forward.
Thank you.
Senator Folam.
Thank you, Chair. My questions will be very brief. I just want to know, in your own opinion, if someone appoints a spouse in a volunteer position, would that be nepotism?
Depends on the nature of the volunteerism. It depends on what they're appointing them to do.
Okay. Question number 2.
Can be nepotism if they were appointing them in a nepotistic way.
Sorry? I've not understood.
I'm saying, you have asked me whether it can be regarded as nepotism. I'm saying it depends on the nature of appointment. So if it was nepotistic, whereby the spouse is given, where there is a competition somewhere and the spouse has entered the competition, where the governor has powers to decide who gets what and gives the spouse, that could be nepotism. So I'm addressing myself to the circumstances of this appointment, whereby the governor expressly appoints the spouse to an inexistent office.
Question number 2. Is there any position that Her Excellency the Governor created in total disregard of the Public Service Board?
Is there what?
Is there any position that Her Excellency the Governor created and drew public funds in total disregard of Public Service Board?
The governor created the positions that she appointed the person of the husband to, but I'm not aware of any funds. Like she said herself, the position is not supposed to be remunerated, but it's not about remuneration like I've indicated before.
Question number 3. Why do you think that it was very important or it was necessary for the governor to forward the name of the husband for approval, or rather for the vetting and subsequent approval to a position that seemed to suggest that it was a volunteer position?
If you look at the positions that were created by the County Government Act, the positions of the board to the Meru Youth Service, all those appointees are supposed to be submitted to the Assembly for vetting and approval. Now that she has created an office and appointed somebody, she needs to follow the procedure and bring this person. Then that way we could also be able to look at the law where it is instead of filling the office directly. Most of the offices of boards, like this one is a patron of a board, are supposed to be brought to the assembly for vetting.
Thank you, Kamau. Senator Wakenyori.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Kiogora, in the spirit of comradeship, because I know you are a student leader like me, allow me to ask you a few questions to guide this committee in providing sound and good decisions to the people of Meru. One, what's your opinion in the duty, if any, of a first gentleman? And is he expected to shy away from any duties at all? Maybe and if you reason with me, maybe the governor was just complimenting her husband. You know, you can call your spouse darling, honey. Maybe she was calling him in the patron of Meru youth to allude to his youthfulness, or the ambassador of hustlers at least to show his hustler credentials. So would you therefore say that the governor's spouse is bound by Article 10 of the Constitution regarding national values and principles of a public officer? Yes, Honorable Kiogora. That's my first question.
Yeah, I would not support your thinking, Honorable Senator, that this might have been done because of love. You can easily kill someone because you have found them with someone that you love. And you say, I did it because of love. Does that mean that the judge is going to forgive you because you did it out of love? You're going to be jailed for manslaughter if you did it out of passion. Now, if the governor was breaking laws out of excitement, out of love for the husband to give him various portfolios in the government without following the due process, then that is very unfortunate. And I don't think the other 46 governors of this country are unromantic so as to appoint their spouses to county offices by creating offices for them. In fact, we have 6 other female governors. Do you want to tell me they don't love their husbands?
My second question, can you confidentially, in confidentiality or confidently confirm that any of the roadside appointees are currently holding appointment letters?
I cannot confirm that.
My third question and last one, can you tell this committee that the motion of impeachment is not fueled by personal vendetta because the members had hardly known each other? Yeah.
Yes, the motion could not have been fueled by personal vendetta, either from the mover myself or from the members. Because on August 9, 2022, only 9 members out of 45 were re-elected. So there is no way these other people who have come in as new could have been having any vendetta with the new governor because they are new. Out of 23 female MCAs in the county assembly, all of whom approved this impeachment motion, only 5 were renominated. All the other female MCAs are new. So it cannot be a personal vendetta from them. It can also not be a personal vendetta against me because I have to adduce evidence to whatever I'm bringing to the county assembly, and there are safeguards, constitutional safeguards against personal vendetta and politically motivated impeachment, whereby the Senate itself is sitting here as a neutral arbiter today to hold a trial for the governor. So there is no way I could have brought myself here without knowing that laws have been broken, the office of the governor has been abused. So it can't be personal vendetta that the governor committed all this wrong. And don't think there is anything personal in this motion. And there are safeguards to that.
Point of order, Chair. The witness has severally referred to the female MCAs. And I do not understand particularly why he would want to box the governor to the female corner. I mean, is there something very particular about the female MCAs?
No, there's nothing. I was giving data of the nominated MCAs who came back, either by election or by nomination, to say that these people could not have ganged up to have a personal problem with the governor, because only 5 were nominated, and then the most, other than one woman who was elected, 44 out of 45 are men.
It's not the first time this...
The question was about vendetta from the MCA, so I was trying to demonstrate that, Honorable Senator.
Chair, I would want him not to pursue the gender card, because we have deliberately avoided the gender issue. Otherwise, we would then say she's being persecuted because she's female.
It is so directed.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
Thank you, witness. You've done very well. We are about to go through. Senator for Migori.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, DMK, for the time and the insights provided to this committee. I want to quickly address myself to about 3 issues. The first one is the allegation number 4, which is mostly on the PFM Act and the violations thereof, therefore, which are predominantly based on Meru Teaching and Referral Hospital. The PFM Act is anchored mostly in the Constitution under Article 207, and I'm going to only read one for you because it's a very serious allegation. The Article 207, Subarticle 1, says there shall be established a revenue fund for each county government, into which shall be paid all money raised or received by or on behalf of the county government, except, and I want to underline that word, except money reasonably excluded by an act of parliament. Article 1, Section 109 of the PFM Act, and I'm only going to focus on subsection 2B. Subsection 2 says, the county treasury for each county government shall ensure that all money raised or received by or on behalf of the county government is paid into the county revenue fund, except money, and that's where I'm going to B, that may, in accordance with other legislation, this act or county legislation be retained by the county government entity which received it for the purposes of defraying its expenses. Honorable DMK, my question is, can you confirm, absolutely for the record, that there is no county legislation that allows for retention of funds by the Meru Teaching and Referral Hospital?
There is none.
There's none. Can you also confirm or share with this committee if there is any bill or any proposed laws under the County Assembly of Meru on this matter?
There is none.
There's none. Thank you so much. My second question will be on public participation, and it's a question with options. Who carried out public participation, in your view, in the Assembly with regard to the motion that is here? Option A, members of the County Assembly of Meru. Option B, a committee of the County Assembly of Meru. Option C, a single member of the County Assembly of Meru. And option D, a staff of the County Assembly of Meru.
I don't think any of your suggested answers applies here, because the public participation was carried out by the County Assembly here. So it cannot be a staff, because
it was carried by
the County Assembly of Meru.
By the County Assembly of Meru. That's,
yes, because it's the one,
all.
it's the clerk who had advertised.
That's
actually the
all.
public participation, and then it's the staff who are there in numbers, because one staff could not have done it.
You have answered.
Yes.
You've answered, don't worry.
Yes.
I get you, my friend.
Yes.
Do you find it concerning in your own way for you having signed the public participation document?
I don't find it concerning.
Okay. Last question.
From a debate whether where the governor said she will go to that assembly whether they want it or not. So
Thank you.
that Kamukunji was called urgently so that the members can decipher what the governor had said in the radio.
Thank you. And since the meeting, or rather since the press conference after the meeting, up to date, have you interacted with the press conference?
Myself?
Statement? You
Yes,
have,
I
right?
have.
Was the content of the press conference similar to your expectation of the agenda before you attended the meeting, in your understanding now?
No.
Okay, thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you. Before we migrate to the next point, I'll allow Senator Thangwa, who has something, just to wrap up.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair, for this opportunity. It is on a question that I asked, and the same question has been asked by Senator Fomigori, Senator Eddy, on the issue of whether there is a legal framework that allows the Meru County Referral Hospital to spend money at source. Mr. Speaker, there is an act, and it is called Meru County Teaching and Referral Hospital Board. A board is established, and if I can read to you section 14 of that act, it says, after a board is established, the board will have funds, and the funds of the board shall comprise such monies as may be appropriated by the county assembly. So the county assembly put the money into that fund. Such sums as may be realized from the board's business. So that is the amount that they charge at the hospital. Monies earned or arising from any investment of the funds. Such grants or transfers as may be received from the national government. Grants and donations received from any other lawful source. Such monies received as user charges, fees payable, or insurance. And Mr. Chair, the board has a director, and they have a CEO who at least 3 months before the commencement of each year, financial year, the board shall cause to be prepared estimates of the revenue and the expenditure of the hospital for that year. So maybe we go back to the witness, Honorable DMK. Are you aware of that act?
I'm aware now of the act, but it does still not permit for monies obtained to be retained and spent at source. Actually, I've been listening to what you are reading, Honorable Senator, whereby they have to prepare a budget, the money has to be appropriated by the assembly, and sources are from business that they can do as a hospital. And you cannot say that the money that is charged from patients is part of the business of the board. The board is a board corporate that is allowed to
do its own business. Let me read for you section 14.3. The board shall open, and remember you said there was no such act, right? You were not aware.
I'm not aware. Yeah.
You were not aware. Yeah. I'm informing you about the Meru affairs. The board shall open and operate bank accounts into which monies received shall be paid solely for the purpose of managing and administering the funds received. So that means what the governor was saying, that when they're managing the affairs of the county, of the hospital, the law itself permits that.
Remember what the governor was telling them to use the funds that they remit to the revenue fund. The fact that she was telling them to retain.
Order.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
We will not proceed with altercations. You started by saying that you are not aware, and now the law has been brought to your attention. You've put your case. The senators will use what you said and weigh it against the provisions of the Act by the County Assembly of Meru.
Point of information, Chair, with your permission.
1 minute, please. Yes, I think, point of information?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
You want to inform who?
I want to inform the House that indeed we have annexed.
You want to bring it to the attention of the House?
Yes, on the question on the floor.
The House is very informed.
Thank you,
Yes,
Chair.
yes.
We want to confirm to the House that we have annexed that particular act that the Honorable Senator is talking about. It is appearing at page 161 of volume 2 of our bundle of documents. That act is in existence. It has been supplied to the House and to the County Assembly. Thank you.
County Assembly Attorney?
Chair, we also wish to inform you by section 14.4 of that same act as annexed. It says the revenues of that board of the Meru Level 5 Hospital shall be spent in accordance with the Public Finance Management Act.
Very well. So I want now to request with thanks and congratulations, our witness to step down from the witness stand.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Yeah. It's been a very long afternoon, but that's how justice goes. Next witness.
Our next witness is Lucy Mukaria. She will be examined in chief by my learned friend, Mr. Eric Muriuki.
You sacrificed her time for the sake of the star witness.
We
So
are guided, Chair.
how much time would you like us to give you?
Mr. Muriuki tells me he should take no more than 20 to 30 minutes with this witness.
The way we agreed. It will be 12 minutes because there is 40 minutes to share. So that is 12. See how best you can do it, Council.
Yes, Honorable Chair of the Special
Just
Committee.
hold. Let the witness take oath.
Would you like to affirm or take an oath?
I can take an oath.
Take an oath.
Yeah. I, Lucy McKenna Mukaria, do solemnly swear that the evidence that I shall give before this committee in respect of the matters before this committee shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Slight improvement. 13 minutes, not 12. 13.
Yes, Honorable Chair of this special committee, Senator Dr. Boni Khalwale, honorable members of the House, my name is Eric Muriuki. I am an advocate and I will be conducting the examination of our second witness. So kindly introduce yourself to the committee.
Thank you very much, Council, Honorable Chair, Honorable Senators. My name is Lucy McKenna Mukaria. I am a nominated member of the Meru County Assembly, where I am nominated and I'm serving my second term as a nominated member. Honorable Chair.
Nominated by what party?
I am nominated by DEP party, popularly known as BAS. Honorable Chair.
Yes, through the chair, how long have you served as a member of the County Assembly of Meru?
Honorable Chair, I have served, I'm serving my second term as a first loaded two. I first came to the County Assembly in the elections of the year 2017. But before then, I had served as a councillor, a nominated councillor in the de facto county councils, where I served in the Meru Municipal Council, Honorable Chair.
Are you familiar with the impeachment motion that is now before this House?
Yes, I am familiar with the impeachment motion because I voted to impeach and I have been following the proceedings thereafter.
So tell this honorable House about any encounters that you have had with the governor, and perhaps speak to our relationship with other leaders.
Honorable Chair, as I said earlier, I served in the Second Assembly as a nominated member, and that is the first time I had an encounter with the governor when she served as the women rep representing Meru, the county MP for Meru. And at that particular time, I was serving as the chair of the Women Caucus in the Assembly. So that is the first time I very, very briefly interacted with her when I approached her to be the patron of the Women Caucus in the Assembly, which she did not take up. And from that time, I have just known her to be the women rep of Meru County, and also now as the governor of the Meru County Assembly.
So are you aware of any pronouncements made by the governor regarding nominated female MCAs?
Honorable Chair, I remember maybe mostly during the campaigns and shortly before the campaigns of 2022, when actually she used to refer to the nominated member as having been elected through the blankets, whatever that meant, but the connotation was that we did not get the nominations because of merit. We had other favors. And Honorable Chair, this was repeated again on the 19th of October when she forcibly came into the Assembly, where I witnessed her also again refer to some of the women MCAs and told them to go look for votes, not to always expect to be given seats through, again, the blankets. That is literally to say what she said, but this was not in good connotation, Honorable Chair, and that was actually demeaning the position of the nominated member of County Assemblies, Honorable Chair.
Okay, now that you've mentioned the 19th of October, let us go to that date. What happened on that day?
Council, on the 19th of October 2022, we were all the MCAs were in the county, in the premises of the Assembly, and we were busy electing chairs of the committees in the chambers. And I remember while we were still there, and actually we were waiting for the governor's address that afternoon, but before then, and while we were still at the chambers electing members in different positions, I heard a rowdy crowd coming into the Assembly, and we all rushed out to see what was happening. And only to see that the governor, followed by a crowd of around 40 to 50 people, coming into the presence of the Assembly. And actually, even before I could go out completely, I was caught up at the reception. And the governor was there actually coming forcibly, wanting to get into the chambers. And she had all these people around her. And actually, there was quite a lot of commotion caused at that particular time, Honorable Chair.
While you were there, what did you hear the governor say?
She actually came and got past me into the chambers, but then just in time, the sergeant at arms closed the doors, and so she had to come back from the chambers, because the arrangement of the chamber is that it is quite behind the main entrance. And from there, when she came back, she found all of us, now everybody was alarmed, and we had all gone out, and most of us were crowding the reception there, and she started actually like exchanging and shouting to the MCAs and asking. I remember I personally asking her, Your Excellency, you don't have to do that. You just need to walk to the speaker's office, and the speaker will gown up and bring you to the chamber, because anyway, we are expecting you. But then she started shouting now to the other ladies, asking them, well, you should go out there and look for votes. You don't always expect to be given seats under the blankets, like Honorable Chair said earlier. And before I realized, she had started walking up the ladder, up the staircase to the speaker's office. And before long, I could hear commotions at the speaker's office. And I heard actually the secretary begin to make noise because I think she was alarmed. Or so later I learned that she was alarmed. And the speaker came out. Because the speaker had already gone out, he went up to the chambers, and the speaker gowned up, and the sergeant at arms escorted the governor to the chambers. Shortly before that, the sitting bell had already rung, and we had all gone into the chambers. Honorable Chair.
Yes, we are constrained for time. We only have 5 more minutes to go.
Yeah.
So what was supposed to happen in the assembly that day, very briefly?
What was supposed to happen, the governor was supposed to give a county address, the opening address.
Did that address happen?
She was escorted to the chambers, and all the preliminaries were done. And when she took to the podium, the MCAs got out of the chambers.
And briefly, what was the governor's reaction to that MCAs walking out?
I may not know the reaction, but I think there was no quorum to address the assembly, and so she was escorted out, where she went to the speaker's office, and shortly after that she came out, got into her car, got up the sunroof of her car, and she went to the gate where she was applauded. She was being applauded by a round crowd at the entrance of the county assembly. Honorable Chair.
Now, being a female member of the county assembly of Meru yourself, you must be aware of how many female MCAs are in the county assembly.
Yes, the number of the women MCAs are 23, both elected by universal suffrage and those that are nominated by political parties.
The governor, in her affidavit by way of response to this impeachment motion, in paragraphs 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15, alleges that her impeachment is an issue of gender, or rather she's being targeted because she is a woman. What do you say to that?
Honorable Chair, we cannot, we cannot say that the governor is being embattled because she's a woman. No, otherwise all the 23 women MCAs would not have impeached her. And we cannot reduce the unrest in Meru right now to just the issues of gender. There are serious governance issues that are being raised, and since morning, Honorable Speaker, we've been demonstrating that. And really, this has nothing to do with the fact that the governor is a female. Honorable
Thank you.
Chair, there are very
The
serious
time is up.
issues.
2 more minutes.
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Honorable Chair, we cannot reduce that discussion, that conversation that is really keeping the Meru people awake and that has kept this House, the honorable senators in this chamber since morning, to just the issues of gender. No, the Meru County Assembly is raising very serious issues of governance. And what we feel is like, personally, I feel like the governor has lacked in the area of using her soft skills to manage the county government. And by soft skills, I mean, Honorable Chair, the lack of proper communication. We have been seeing...
So let me stop you there because you are constrained for time.
Yes.
Which of the 62 specific violations leveled against the governor have been leveled against her for the reason that she is a woman, to the best of your knowledge?
None at all. None at all. We have not been complaining about the governor being a woman, no.
And my last question to you, what latitude does being a woman afford the governor to breach national and county laws or provisions of the Constitution of Kenya?
Honorable Chair, the Constitution of Kenya really doesn't care whether you are a woman or a man when it comes to, you know, doing your functions as the governor at any level, or even as a public officer at any level. The Constitution does not really care whether you are a woman, whether you are a man. You are entrusted by the people of Kenya through the Constitution and other laws to be able to act according to the laws set, regardless of whether you're female or male, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I think that concludes my exam in chief for this witness. Asante sana.
Very good. Yes. Somebody's question?
I didn't want to interfere because of time, and but I just want to caution the council from both sides. When you bring witnesses, they are here to help us with evidence. You've been cautioned time without number on the issue of asking witnesses to give us opinions. You will be disadvantaged. I just wanted to reiterate that, Chair.
Thank you. The Council for Governors, cross-examine, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. Honorable Lucy Mukaria, good evening.
Very good evening, Council.
You have told this honorable committee that the governor has accused female MCAs of being nominated through the blankets.
Yes.
You have.
Council, yes.
That was not an allegation that was brought in the impeachment motion, was it?
No, I was just giving, laying a background of why I personally did not go along with her.
Okay. So you voted to impeach the governor because of an allegation that was not contained in the impeachment motion?
No.
But you did not get along with her because of those sentiments?
No, I said, Council, that I did not get along with her because of all the allegations that we have been showcasing throughout the day, Honorable Chair.
You have talked of the events of 19th of October 2022.
Yes.
Confirmed to this committee that indeed that was a gazetted day when the governor was supposed to appear and give a maiden speech to the county assembly.
Yes, it is.
Were you expecting the governor to show up?
Yes, we were expecting him in the afternoon at the 2:30 sitting of the 19th of October.
At what time did the governor enter the county assembly compound?
Way before 1 p.m., sorry, I repeat, way before 1 p.m., all around 1 p.m. We
What-
had not prepared to sit for the 2:30 p.m. sitting.
Let us look at paragraph 9 in your witness statement. You have accused the governor of accosting one Honorable Frida Naito.
Counsel, through the chair, perhaps you could share with us the page of the document you're referring to so that we can all follow.
Thank you, Honorable Senator for Nairobi. I'm referring to page 9 of volume 5 of the County Assembly's documents. I'm looking at page 5. It is the witness statements contained at volume 5 of the County Assembly's documents. Her statement appears from page 8 all the way to page 13. So I'm referring to paragraph 9 of her statement, which specifically appears at page 10. So on that page, paragraph, you accuse the governor of accosting one Frida Naito, a nominated MCA.
Yes,
correct?
Counsel.
Again, there has been no allegation in the impeachment motion of the governor accosting any member of County Assembly, specifically Frida Naito.
Yeah, I was narrating the
It's a yes or no
occurrences.
question. It's a yes or no question. There is no specific allegation in the impeachment motion where the governor is being accused of accosting any member of the County Assembly.
Yes.
There is none. And the said Frida Naito has not in any way filed an affidavit or a witness statement to that effect that she was ever accosted by the governor.
No, this was my witness statement.
There has
so it
been-
is me who saw that.
It is you saw that.
Yes.
But the person who was accosted has not taken time to accuse the governor of that.
Yes. She's not a witness in this case.
You also confirmed that you were not one of the witnesses presented before the County Assembly to support the impeachment motion.
There was no requirement for witness at the assembly.
You did
and
not.
The answer is no.
The answer is no, thank you. Look at paragraph 10 of your witness statement again. You accuse the governor of scaring off the secretary. You've actually told this committee that you sensed that there was some cause for alarm at the Speaker's office.
Yes.
Again, the impeachment motion did not contain any allegations of the governor ever threatening anyone at the County Assembly, specifically the secretary of the Speaker.
Again, Counsel, this is my witness that I have sworn under oath. So these are the occurrences that I saw, and so the answer is no.
Has the secretary filed any notice, any affidavit or witness
Not that I
statement?
am aware of,
Not
Counsel.
that you're aware of. You've also claimed that your car...
Order. Order. You've made your point. You've made your point. Take your seat. Counsel for the County Assembly. Procedure rule number 20. Why have you brought here Mrs. McKenna to speak to a matter that is not in any of the charges? Please, if you have a similar witness coming, serve us the time. We don't want to appear like we are blocking you, but you can see clearly the things she's speaking to are not before this House.
We are guided, Chair, but if you read the impeachment motion, you note that it says the specific matters listed are just illustrative examples of a long-going campaign of vilification and humiliation of other leaders. And if we had sought to prove all of them, we would have brought to you a litany of hundreds of incidents. Our thinking, which we may be right or wrong, was that having clustered the allegations, we only needed to illustrate to you by the examples stated in the motion. But the governor had noticed from the motion itself that the matter, the specific incidents given are expressly indicated as illustrative examples of a long-ranging campaign against other leaders. But I can confirm, Chair, the other witnesses won't even delve in that direction.
Yes, that is a good assurance. Poor us. How do we convince the governor that he's going through a fair process? If your witness is giving an account of when the governor was a member of the National Assembly, what has it got to do with these proceedings? Please take your seat, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. Chair, maybe to help the council, because the process of removing a governor from office through impeachment, first they go through the motion. After the motion, the assembly forms a committee to investigate all the allegation, to investigate what was illustrative, as he mentioned. So that means that's when those people who have been mentioned should appear or could have appeared before the committee. So the question is, did they? Did Honorable Lucy, and for a moment I thought the Honorable Governor was giving evidence against herself. They somehow look alike. But what I wanted to mention is that did they appear before that committee? If they did not appear before that committee, Chair, then this is a goose chase.
Yeah, he did not. He has even said it from the witness stand. We were just being patient. We don't want to look unfair. So, Madam McKenna, thank you so much for making time to make the presentation you just did. You are now free to step down.
Chair.
From the witness.
Chair.
Honorable Chair.
Just a minute, members. We will hear the council there, and then I'll come and rule.
Chair, please don't release her. There's something I want to.
Yes. Honorable Chair, I also want to make a similar submission that the witness is testifying on the other ground of forcible entry into the assembly. It is not purely the issue of the vilification of nominated MCAs. And to respond to what...
You're saying the next witness?
No, this witness is also if you read a witness statement, it also speaks to the allegation of forcible entry into the assembly. So it is not true that the witness is only testifying about the issue of vilification of nominated MCAs.
Okay,
that is one.
Point is made.
I have a second issue that I want to raise, Honorable Chair. In response to what Senator Karungo Dango has said, you will note from Standing Order number 65 of the County Assembly of Meru Standing Orders, there is no committee that is formed to investigate or to consider the impeachment motion. So there was no committee before which all these witnesses could appear before to investigate the impeachment motion. That is not the procedure. The procedure is that once the motion is tabled, it undergoes public participation, and finally, the House in plenary considers the impeachment motion. There is no committee at any stage whatsoever.
Thank you. So going forward, let me help you. When the County Assembly of Meru is sitting in plenary, it's a committee. It's called the Committee of the Whole. So that is the committee to which this witness would have appeared. To be fair to both of you, she did not appear before the Committee of the Whole. Yeah. Yes, Edwin?
Chair, with due respect, you know, she is a member of that committee that you're talking about. It would be tough for her to appear before herself. But the guidance I wanted to give the committee, we are already at an advanced stage with her. The cross-examination was just about to end. I don't think that, yes, just a minute, Chair. We as a committee will determine the value of the testimony that he has given. But at the stage at which we have reached, I think it's only fair that if he has concluded, we allow council to re-examine. Then, Chair, we have a few questions we will pose to her. One each, not too long.
Council, are you concluding?
I have two more questions, Honorable Chair. One is that...
you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Were you present when the governor sought to address the County Assembly on the 18th of October? Were you present at the chambers?
On the 18th of October?
On the 19th, sorry. 19th of October.
I was present at the assembly, yes.
You were?
Yes.
So you were part of the team that walked out on the governor, protesting?
Yes, I walked out.
You walked out?
Yes.
So you were protesting against the governor. Have you brought any evidence as to why the MCAs were protesting against the governor?
Come again with that question.
Have you produced any evidence of your grievances that caused you to walk out on the governor?
I must say that that was spontaneous. It wasn't planned at all. When the governor walked into the precinct of the assemblies forcibly and there was all this commotion around that, the reaction was we just could not continue with that. We could not pretend that all is well and just wait there. And I think for me, that's what I felt like, oh, I don't think I need to be here. So yes, I walked out.
Are you aware that the previous day, the Speaker of Meru County Assembly and other members of County Assembly had threatened not to listen to the governor unless she addresses the issue of the ward fund?
Nothing about the ward fund, but I think when the Speaker told us at Kamukunji that the governor has not been picking his calls and that he has really tried to get the attention of the governor. And I think, again, the governor was to address the assembly the following day, and this is now, we have waited for more than 2 weeks for the governor to have a conversation with us, and he was not able to do that. She was not able to do that. And the Speaker had reached out to her several times, and when the Speaker, so frustrated, told us the governor is not picking her calls, and whenever he goes to the office, he was not meeting her there. I think, again, spontaneously, people lost it and went out, singing. It was evident that we did that.
So there was a Kamkunji to discuss the governor's maiden speech and to discuss whether she should be allowed to deliver that speech or not.
The Kamukunji was not about that. We were also concerned that the governor is coming to address us, and we have been asking her to, plan what is it that we want to, do as both arms of the government. And she had promised to come and talk to us. We were, we wanted to discuss with her. It is only fair that when you are leading an institution like a county, you will sit together with the other leaders to discuss issues moving forward on how you want to govern together in unity and collaboration. But when that failed to happen, then I think spontaneously, again, we went out. That's the time Kenyans saw us going out singing. But again, we had no idea of what she was coming to discuss in the assembly, so we could not sit to discuss or preempt whatever she was coming to say.
Thank you. So you did not know what the governor was coming to present through her
we did not.
Maiden speech?
Yes.
You would have wished the governor to discuss the content of her speech before it was presented. That is what you're saying in the committee?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
But you were not aware of the content, therefore you would not allow a chance to deliver that speech. That's what you've just said.
No, I said it was spontaneous. Nobody had planned to preempt what the governor was coming to say.
Final question.
Yes, sir.
You say that the Speaker called for that Kamkunji to discuss that issue. Does the Speaker speak for elected members of County Assembly?
The Speaker convenes. I think it's a practice in Parliament that a Speaker would always convene people together. It's normally called the Speaker's Kamukunji to discuss emerging issues. And so that's exactly what was happening. No pre-plan.
Did anyone petition the Speaker to call for that Kamukunji on the emerging issues, as you call them?
I am not in the leadership, but I think there was this pressure to really sit and discuss things.
That is all for this witness, Honorable Chair.
Tobiko.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, you know, we have, through these proceedings, tried, and I said again, to deliberately keep off from the gender card. But what I'm seeing coming out from the side of the county assembly is a way to drag us into the gender issue, which now brings me to a thinking that, you know, could the guilty be afraid? Because I do not understand the evidence of the honorable member who is on the witness stand. But I want to ask her one or two questions. Yes, Chair. She said that the governor has severally referred to the nominated senators, the nominated MCAs, as nominated through the blankets. Does she have a clip or evidence to that effect? Yes or no?
Right now, no, but if need
All
be,
right,
I can present it to this House, Honorable Chair.
It is a no, for the record. She doesn't have it.
Chair, we have that clip. But it is not presented as evidence in this particular sitting, Honorable Chair.
And then, are you trying to incite the nominated members of this honorable House? I mean, that the governor says nominated members, whether of whatever house, are nominated through the blanket?
I'm not trying to incite Honorable Senator, but severally she has said
Are
that.
you engaging in what we call in the women's circles PhD, pull her down?
No, Honorable Senator. I have been in the movement, the women empowerment movement for close to 20 years today, and it was always about, my quest was always about building other women.
It has always been said, you know, out there that women are their own enemies. Are you really trying to prove this, to have come and taken that stand today?
No, Honorable Senator, I cannot do
I have
that.
no further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sifuna.
Yeah, I had hoped that we would allow council to go first because that's the tradition we had established. But
since we are already there,
I can proceed.
You finish, then we shall give him an opportunity.
I'm very happy, Mheshimiwa Makena, that you've said that you've been in the women movement for a very long time, and that basically makes me confident that you know all the things that have been said about women in leadership and the challenges that have been faced. I want you to tell me, is it the position that in fact women cannot exercise gender bias against their own fellow women? Is that the position of a gender movement or your position? Is it possible, given our own historical and cultural problems in various communities, is it possible for a woman to exercise bias against another woman because she's a woman?
No, that would be wrong judgment.
Is it possible?
I don't think we've come of age as women movement really, and we are looking into issues and never the gender can't.
But you are aware in certain communities, in certain places, just Senator Tobiko has expressed it herself. It has been said, and surely as a person in that movement for all that time, it has been said, and I'm sure you've heard it, that women are sometimes their own worst enemies. When that is said, isn't it evidence that in fact in certain instances it is possible for me as a man to exercise gender bias against a fellow man just because he's a man? It is possible.
Honorable Chair, Honorable Senators,
Just
I
yes
think-
or no. Is it possible or not? I'll move on.
I don't think it is possible right now. We
Okay.
have come of age as a as a society,
Thank you.
and I think
My
it's
last
about
question
time.
to you. You know, I wear many hats. I am also the SG of a party. What do you understand to be the role of these nomination slots? What do you understand? Why did we come up with these nomination slots? What purpose are they supposed to serve?
To give a gender perspective and voice to the decision-making table.
And in terms of growing leadership?
Yeah, also to give us an opportunity to showcase our prowess and maybe our leadership.
So
prowess.
was it intended that it is going to be a tool that is used to nominate people in perpetuity? What I want you to address the question of the growing of the capacity of the people who were nominated. What was the ultimate aim?
To give women an opportunity to grow their capacity to be able to take leadership positions.
And ultimately run for office themselves. That's what I want you to say.
Yes.
So that you cannot be nominated in perpetuity.
Well, yeah.
Thank you.
It is it is only fair that we say that it is to grow to grow the capacity of women into leadership. They can get to that leadership positions either as appointees. We have seen women who have come from being nominated to become
Lucy
even.
McKenna,
Yes,
I'm just
Senator.
saying, these nomination slots have a purpose they're serving.
Yes.
They're supposed to grow you when you're nominated once, to grow your capacity, your political and financial muscle, your connections and networks.
Yes.
For you to now be able to run for the seat and create another opportunity for somebody else to be nominated. Is it fair for that movement for you to be nominated in perpetuity? That's the question I want you to answer. Is a simple yes or no?
It's not against the law.
Thank you, Chair. Further to what Senator Sifuna is asking the Honorable Lucy. Honorable Lucy, I presume you're familiar with Article 27 of the Constitution that heavily deliberates on discrimination. And as a second-term nominated MCA, by extension, a beneficiary of the aforementioned article, of which I'm a beneficiary like myself, would you say that Governor Mwangaza has had the time or fair chance to materialize her manifesto from which the electorate can judge?
Yeah, I think there is no period unto which the provisions of law are suspended. And what we have been talking about since morning is the fact that there is some provisions of the law that have been not followed duly. And so there is no, again, an excuse to controversies, Honorable Senator, when somebody can be given time to make more mistakes, and just get away with it. So what we've been demonstrating here is the fact that, like I first said, that the governor has not been able to use her soft skills of communication, of teamwork. That's the discussion. It has really nothing to do with her as a person or as the governor of Meru County government. It is about what has not happened and what has happened in excess.
You made your point, Madam
Thank you.
McKenna.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Honorable Lucy. In your affidavit, paragraph 9, that is found on page 10, you say that having failed to force their way into the chamber, the governor and the rowdy mob turned and walked towards the reception. At the reception, the governor accosted Honorable Frida Naito.
Yes, Senator.
Is, in your best understanding, Honorable Frida Naito aware that she was accosted?
Yes, she was aware.
Okay.
Yes.
And in your best understanding, why do you think that Honorable Frida Naito is not appearing before us? To
Honorable,
illustrate that fact.
yeah, Honorable Chair, I swore this affidavit on oath just to demonstrate the misconduct around entering forcibly into the press seat of the assembly.
That's
It
not
wasn't
my
really
question.
more about, it wasn't specifically about.
Order, Lucy.
Yes, Senator.
That's not my question.
Yes.
I understand that you've sworn this affidavit and understand why you've sworn it. My question is, in your understanding, why do you think Honorable Frida Naito hasn't appeared before us to illustrate the fact that she was accosted?
This honorable senator was my affidavit, so I was talking about the things that I saw in hand, and so maybe if Honorable Frida Naito is called upon to come and testify here in this honorable house and to this honorable committee, maybe she could.
Okay, the last follow-up, Chair, if you don't mind. In one of your remarks today here, you indicated, and I'll quote or paraphrase, that in your view, maybe all these troubles of the governor is because she lacks soft skills. Did you say that?
Yes, I said that, Senator.
So are you suggesting that the governor has not offended the people of Meru County with regards to legality, but instead she has offended the people of Meru with regards to interpersonal relations between her and other members of the leadership of the county?
Honorable Chair, we have been demonstrating to this honorable house the whole morning about the illegalities and the atrocities that the governor committed. I was just bringing a parallel on the soft skills, just to say if she had used, apathy, if she would have used teamwork, if she had used proper communication channels, we could not be where we are today. But the part of legality and illegality has really been extensively demonstrated in this house this afternoon. Today.
Understood.
Yes, sir.
Just wait for me. In terms of legality issues and in terms of interpersonal skills problems that the governor might have, which one do you find outweighing the other? In your own opinion.
I wouldn't weigh them one over the other. I would really look at them concurrently.
Okay.
And say, has she committed atrocities? Has she committed illegalities? I say yes. Has she not been able to use the soft skills that I am alluding to? I say yes to both.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Back to you, Chair.
Very well. So, witness, thank you very much for coming.
Excuse me.
The chair reserves the right to continue.
Yes, he does.
Can you relax completely? Colleagues, can we relax? We have time to manage. After midnight, the time is not ours. Yes, Marua?
No, mine was very briefly, Chair, because in her affidavit, Honorable McKenna, you state that you saw the governor leading a rowdy group of around 50 people advancing towards the Assembly chamber.
Yes, Senator.
They passed me forcefully and headed towards the Assembly chamber. Do you have evidence to this, what you saw, or to support what you saw? Because then in the absence of evidence, whatever you've stated here would be anecdotes, there would be circumstantial evidence. Why do you want us to believe us that you saw this? Do you
yes,
have videos
Honorable Chair, in the morning that clip was of the governor entering the precinct of the assembly forcibly was played, Honorable Chair.
Yeah,
and
that is coming to the assembly, but going to the chamber, because it is towards assembly chamber, they passed you. We want to see the governor and his about 50 people passing you forcibly. Do you have that video where you can observe that?
if the whole clip was played, and maybe with the advice of the chair and our lead counsel, if it was played, there was that bit where the governor was getting into the chamber with a round crowd around her. And in any other time that this can be...
And did you see yourself in that video?
No, you can't see me in that video.
Thank
I wouldn't also recognize myself in that particular video, because we were so many of us, really.
Thank
The
you.
only distinct
Order,
person
your
who
point
is...
is made.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Madam, point is made.
Thank you, Chair. In the County Assembly of Meru, do we have nominated male MCAs?
Yes, we have 2 nominated males.
Have they been accused of being nominated under the blankets?
I have not heard about that, Honorable Senator.
Okay. Mr. Chair, if you read the standing orders of Meru County Assembly about the governor's address to the Assembly, that is section 24(2), when delivering an address to the Assembly, the governor shall be heard in silence, and the address shall not be followed by any comment or question. So the question to the Honorable MCA, does that mean you are acting in contravention of your own standing orders? When the governor starts speaking, all of you move out singing and chanting.
Honorable Chair, I said earlier that this was a reflex action. It was actually spontaneous. It wasn't pre-planned that people should go out. And I think the happenings of around there overwhelmed everybody, and I think this was just a reaction that people went out.
And finally, the Honorable Frida Naito. Which party does she belong to?
She's nominated by the UDA party.
UDA party.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Chair. McKenna.
Yes, Senator.
You are a nominated member.
Yes, sir.
And we understand that you said that the governor accused the nominated members that they got their nominations from the blanket.
Yes,
Is
sir.
it?
Yes.
Could it be true that could that one have formed the basis of you supporting other elected members to impeach the governor?
That actually, Honorable Chair, Honorable Senators, is not in our motion. I was just using that illustration to lay a background. And I remember it is the council who had asked me whether I have interacted with the Honorable Governor earlier. So that was actually to just lay a background, but it also surfaced again on the 19th of October when she told this to one of us, the Honorable Frida Naito, in my hearing, Honorable Senator.
My last question.
Yes, sir.
Is there a point whereby the Meru MCAs have demanded money from the governor?
Not that I am aware of.
Thank you.
Thank you. Council?
Yes, Chair. I wanted to point out that we have not conducted our re-exam, and actually the cross-examination has lasted way longer than the examination in chief.
Yeah, that's what we have noticed, unfortunately.
Yes.
But we shall manage time better.
Yes.
So take your chance now.
Yes, humbly, Chair, I request that you give us a bit more of time so that we can respond to all the issues that were raised in cross-exam. You were asked whether those insults against the female nominated MCAs form part of the motion. to the best of your knowledge, are these insults a part of a wider vilification campaign against leaders?
Yes, because evidently when you tell a nominated MCA that they have been given their seat through, under the blankets, that is vilification at its best, Honorable Chair.
The governor put in her response to the impeachment motion tabled before this House. Have you had an opportunity to look at that response by the governor?
Yes.
Now, this issue of gender, has been raised by the governor herself in paragraphs 3, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. What is your response to the fear that the gender card is being used against the governor when you consider that the governor herself raises this issue in her response to the motion?
Council, I think the governor would be very insincere. She's not sincere in saying that we have come this far because of because she's a woman and because she is a woman, and it would be really very insincere because the issues that we have been raising have nothing really to do with they have nothing to do with whether the accused is a female or a male. They are serious violations of law.
What issues in the motion
Council, I don't want to look like I'm denying you time, but the meaning of what you're going through, you want to respond to the issues that were raised by the governor's lawyers during cross-examination. The matter you are
I am
now
well guided.
Yes,
well guided.
the matter you are now prosecuting was an observation by one of the senators. They are not counsels to you.
All right. The governor's advocates put it to you that your witness statement does not address any issues that are raised in the impeachment motion. In follow-up, what issues raised in the impeachment motion does your witness statement speak to?
They speak to the forceful entrance to the precinct of the assembly.
Anything else?
That is all that is at the top of my mind right now.
All right. You are also asked
help us. During the alleged forceful entry into the county assembly, it is evident in this hearing that gazettement was there, date was appointed, the governor went there in accordance with the due process. And upon reaching there, the people who broke the law were the MCAs, because they went against standing order number 60, number 24, where they were expected counsel to sit in silence and listen to the governor. Instead, they walked out and started singing. So in this case, who broke the law?
Honorable Chair.
Help us.
Yes, I'm trying to help you, Honorable Chair.
Yes.
There is what triggered that an inordinary action by the members of the assembly. You have to consider the full context. What happened that caused the MCAs to react in such a manner? And this witness has actually spoken to that. She has said they were rather, maybe I could ask the witness to repeat
No, just
what
go
they
on.
were doing and what happened and what made them react that way. Because she has repeated several times that the actions, the inordinary actions of the MCAs were a reaction to a trigger. So she has said that they were in the House electing committee chairs, they heard noises, and then they went out to investigate. And Chair, I do not want to sound like I'm speaking on behalf of the witness, which is why I'm asking your permission to ask the witness to repeat that part, because it seems it has not sunk in well.
Hansard hears everything, so we'll have a time to replay it and so on. Don't let it worry you. You may proceed.
All right.
1 minute, Council. Yes, point of order.
When Chair pronounces himself to the fact that there was an illegality with disregard to standing order, I think Council is consulting. Council, is there provision that in any eventuality that anything happens, then that standing order can be suspended? I think that's what the Chair is ultimately getting to. Is there a provision that whether it's an excuse for mischief or an excuse for absolute reason that can suspend that particular standing order?
Yes, through the Chair, I don't know whether the Honorable Senator wants me to address a question that was not raised in cross-examination, but if he does, then through the Chair, I will pose the question to the witness. Was the governor entitled to come to the precincts of the assembly with a crowd or a mob of goons, and in the manner that the governor came to the precincts of the assembly?
Actually, no, Council. The assembly had gazetted the sitting on the 19th of October for the governor to come and address the assembly at 2:30 p.m. This is way before 1 p.m., and we are going about other duties that was before us. We were transacting other businesses in the chambers, and then we had a commotion. Ordinarily, and I said I have had an opportunity to serve in the second assembly, where the governor then addressed the assembly 5 times. There is no time the governor comes with a round crowd to the precinct of the assembly to address the assembly. There must have been something that was wrong with the whole arrangement. So the governor comes way before the expected time and comes with a crowd. He is not even driving through to the assembly. She is walking from the gate. I mean, those are not ordinary things that were happening that particular time. And so again, I said, Honorable Chair, Senators, that the members walking out on the governor was just spontaneous. The way somebody would wonder, the things that happened in a brief moment, like a 30-minute session, and everything was going wrong because it was wrong at the start, Honorable Chair.
Now, you are asked by the Governor's Council that the previous day, the Speaker and Honorable MCAs had made pronouncements to the effect that they would not listen to the Governor unless she approved the word fund. And my question is, as a nominated MCA, what interests do you have in that word fund? And perhaps you can answer it along with the question of whether that issue of the word fund is an issue that has been raised in this impeachment motion.
No, and Honorable Chair, with or without the word fund, I would just continue with my assignment at the Assembly. So it isn't really beneficial to me as a nominated member. Honorable Chair, the issue of the one fund was dispensed about by the control of budget long way before even this impeachment motion was written. So it is actually not subject matter in this particular motion. And actually, I think that matter has already rested.
All right. My last question to you, through the chair, is Council asked you whether you walked out by preempting, or rather you wanted to know what the governor was coming to say at the assembly. Was that, as you call it, spontaneous action of MCAs walking out in any way connected with whatever the governor was coming to say at the assembly?
No, I think it is our confidence at that point that was eroded, because we were expecting all along. We had not even sat with our governor to chat way forward. Ordinarily, a governor and an elected MCAs would sit together to plan. And this is what we were asking to do. But when the governor was not available, I think this is what triggered most of the reactions that was seen, Honorable Chair.
Sorry, follow-up clarification on that. Specifically, on that day, what triggered that walking out? Just speak more clearly to what triggered that walking out.
Is this the 19th? Or,
yes,
or the
that is the 19th of October when when the MCAs, as you said, walked out
on the
protest.
governor?
Yes.
Yeah, as I said, that was again the happenings that were, whatever was happening around that particular time, when the governor forcibly got into the office, into the assembly, there were all these strangers around the assembly, and all that is what actually made the MCAs not want to sit and listen to the governor.
Chairman.
It was actually nothing to do with the preempting. We were not even aware of whatever she was coming to speak to us about.
Chair.
And actually, Chair, it will be good to know that she wasn't only coming to address the MCAs, she was also coming to address the whole county. And so it is only fair that at least she should have, met the speaker and the House leadership to be able to chat way forward. I mean, these are some of the soft skills I was talking about, like that teamwork was not seen around that time.
That marks the end of my re-exam, unless any of my team members has a question that you haven't asked. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, Honorable Senators.
Welcome for this, the wealth of information that has opened up some further understanding. Yes, Funa?
Chair, I'm just wondering, because the witness is telling this committee that the trigger, the word the council is using, was the happenings prior. Why, if they didn't want to listen to her, why did they go into the chambers in the first place? They knew that was the business of the day. Why not just after what had happened outside, just not go into the chamber? Because that tells me that that was not the trigger. They went in, sat in through the preliminaries. Immediately the governor started her address. They walked out in synchrony. I'm just wondering, Mheshimiwa Makena, why not just not go into the chamber? Because these things happened prior to the afternoon sitting.
Yeah, I think we were all set to go to the chamber at first. And we went to the chambers. But just that trigger of the things that were happening around us is what made us walk out. So it wasn't pre-planned at all, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much.
Chair.
Wait a minute. Members, you'll bear with us. I'm sure the county assembly attorneys, you might be wondering why this so much pressure on you. It's because it is your case now. Tomorrow, the shoe will be on the other foot, and you'll see the difference. So you have to prove your case. Senators, because of time constraints.
Chair, this is of national importance.
Okay.
Chair, I will not even particularly go to this particular witness now. But my thinking, I repeat, I have always thought that the county governments and what happens at the county assemblies, the county executives, is a replica of the national at the lower level. And because Kenyans are watching these proceedings live, it will be good for Kenyans to understand what goes on at the county assemblies so that we all help to streamline our devolution process. Chair, my thinking is that usually at the national, the day the president is coming to give the State of the Nation address is gazetted. And all members will be here. Those, whether of different parties, whether you are of the same persuasion with the president or not, all members will be seated by this time to listen to the president. And although the president will be addressing the nation from parliament precincts, he's actually addressing the whole nation. And so for the governor may be coming to address the county at the county assembly precincts, but yes, the governor is addressing the entire county. So the interest of members of the public will be there. Chair, I just wanted to put that for the record.
The point, yes. My vice chair.
Chair, thank you. I wanted to ask Mheshimiwa, because she's saying that they didn't have any plans of walking out on the governor, and yet the previous day they had a kamukunchi, which had been called, and which they discussed about how the governor was not communicating with the speaker. And here again, you turn and you say there was no plans of walking out on her. And yet you said that triggered the walking out of it. And again, if I say that your communication with the governor when she was the woman rep of Meru, and she did not acknowledge or accept what you requested her to do, is what is pushing you to act like this. Will I be wrong?
You probably may not be right, Honorable Senator, Honorable Chair, because this is over 5 years ago. I think we have moved on, so it has nothing to do with that. That one, I used it to lay a background whether I knew the governor prior to now or not. And I said, I was also saying that to give more flesh to what I'm saying, I'm talking about communication, I'm talking about teamwork and all that. Your second question, your first question was whether this was not pre-planned. Yes, Honorable Chair, the previous day, that was on the 18th, what happened, happened. But then here again, very quickly, we came back to the assembly, wanting to listen to the government. And you know, we are the ones that had gazetted this particular day. There's no way we would go against our own day. So we came, and we were hoping that things have calmed down and that we are going to listen to the governor, and it's okay, let her address us and all that. But then the way the conduct of how she came to the assembly again, showed us that even her refusal to listen to us and to talk to us and to plan with us was deliberate. That is actually what the reaction was about at that particular time, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. Since the Mr. Kyogora is not in plenary, I can't see him in gallery. You're the only MCA here. Watch out. Standing orders are everything. You better not break your standing orders. One of these days you will kill each other. In Wajir, people almost died because they didn't want to respect standing orders. In Nakuru, the same. So, in your own interest, respect the standing orders.
We stand guided, Honorable
Thank you
Chair.
so much. I now invite you, Council, to bring in the next witness. You are stepped down. Thank you for coming. Next witness.
Chair, we
Thank you,
have
Honorable
two more witnesses. The one coming next is Father Elias Kinoti.
Next witness.
As he comes, Chair, he will be examined by my learned friend, Mr. Boniface Mawira.
I, Father Kinoti Kiduri, do solemnly swear that the evidence that I shall give before this committee in respect of the matters before this committee shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God. Thank you.
Honorable Chair and Honorable Senators, for the record, my name is Meru Boniface Mawira, and I'll be leading this witness in his evidence. To enable the Honorable Chair and the committee follow-up, the witness statement for this particular witness is in the Assembly's documents, volume number 5, pages 14 to 21. And maybe before I proceed, Honorable Chair, can I get an indication as to the amount of time?
How much time do you want?
I think 20 minutes will be enough with this particular witness.
You had 40 minutes, which you had bargained for, and
Yes.
we shared amongst the three witnesses, which was 39 minutes, 13, 13, 13.
Yes.
We didn't use it very well. We have done 1 hour, 25. So I'll give you 20 minutes.
Very well. Very
And
well.
I'll give the cross-examining team 10 minutes.
Very well, Chair. I'll be able to conclude within that time. So, Father Elias Kinoti,
Council.
what do you do for a living?
Well, as my title reads, I'm a priest, a Catholic priest, but I'm also a teacher in the university, Meru University, and I also am the parish priest of St. Rita Parish in Chiru. I also am the chairman of all the priests, religious sisters and brothers in the Diocese of Meru. In addition to the Open Society, I have been a member of the MYS for the last 2 years since it was inaugurated. And
What is MYS in full?
Meru Youth Service, that is.
So you've been a board member of the Meru Service, you
Yes,
confirm?
yes, and also a member of the budgeting forum in the county.
When were you appointed to the Merit Service Board?
It shouldn't be 2 years ago.
Okay.
The corona issue came in and the process slowed.
Are you aware, or rather, have you read the impeachment motion?
Yes, I have.
Are you aware, or rather you can inform the Honorable Chair in this committee, when the governor appointed a husband to the, when a governor appointed a husband to the MYS board?
Should
When?
be September.
Okay.
And yeah,
Were you a member of the board?
I
then?
still am.
Okay. I think, Honorable Chair, we will not be playing the annex Annex 2 was played in the morning, and the transcript thereof is at page 50 to 52. So I think of volume 1 of the Assembly's documents. So I'll just proceed with the examination. So when the governor made this appointment, you confirmed that you are a member of the board.
Sure.
Where ordinarily, or who ordinarily would have the documents or the letters of appointment, or this particular letter of appointment for the governor's husband, who would have this letter?
According to the Meru Youth Service Act, the board recruits its own member staffs, and where need me, through the consultation with the Meru and the Meru County Public Service Board.
Okay. So, does the MYS board have a copy of this letter of appointment?
We don't have any. I've not seen any if there is. And we haven't had a meeting since before election, that is.
What happened on the 17th of October at the Igoji Boys Secondary School, the former Igoji Boys Secondary School?
Well, I was actually in class doing my normal lectures, and I saw a call from the bishop, which I have to pick any time, apart from probably when I'm in mass. And I excused myself from the class and took a walk and listened to the bishop. The bishop asked me whether I have time to go and have a briefing with the bishop, or with the honorable governor, on how the MYS came to be located at the Igoji Boys School, since I am a member of the board as well as a priest, and I was privy to both processes.
So, what happened specifically?
So once I told the bishop, it's fine, let me go and brief Excellency, I asked the bishop, is the meeting at our office, or where is it? And the bishop told me, the governor is going at the center. So I am to go to the center. It's quite far because I am on the other side of the town, that is in Meru, which is almost 40 to 45 kilometers to Igoji. So I picked my things from class and asked the student we could meet another time, drove to Igoji. On my way, I called the county secretary to be sure where we need to meet, where I need to meet the governor. And the county secretary told me the governor is going at the center. So I drove to Igoji. There were other two priests, Father Lawrence, who runs Ambonding Primary School right in the same premises, sharing the same piece of land with the MIS, but on different corners. And there was also the PA to the bishop, Father Patrick Misheni. So I also called Father Patrick to ask him, where are you guys, and what can where do you need to meet? Then Father Lawrence also called me, asked me whether I can come to highlight exactly what transferred between the MIS and the land that the church sits its schools.